It is your prisonplanet.tv memberships that fund so much of what we do here on this operation. And then we're more than happy for the TV show after it's aired live, then be leaked out onto the web to tens of millions of people. That's our goal. The InfoWars crew is just a group of amazing people, but they are understaffed. But you, the listeners, can ferret it out just to show the unbelievers out there that I know what I'm talking about, because I've watched the same scripting, the same playbook played over and over again with horror. It just tears my guts out that this has all the signs of a staged event. I'm tired of watching the globalists take over. My entire will, everything I am, is set against these people. And I said probably, let's not exaggerate, 5 times yesterday in the first 3 hours before the Ryerson letter was announced after I got off the air yesterday, that I would expect, if this is a black op, to steal our liberties. If you see a grizzly bear in the woods, folks, it's like asking, does it crap in the woods? I'm sorry. It's just everything about this, the preconditioning, the rollout, all of it just screams branding, 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 demonize the patriots, flip Homeland Security against libertarian gun owners, conservatives. I mean, I've been telling you every day. And bare minimum, they've provocateured some mentally ill person. They're now coming out and saying, yes, we now believe it'll be a domestic group and a right-winger. Michael Moore, Chris Matthews, Shalon. Let's hope the Boston Marathon bomber is a white person. Officials, Boston bombing likely carried out by domestic terrorists, not Al-Qaeda. And then see, when, of course, that comes out, they'll all be, see, we predicted it. Southern Poverty Law Center a month before said a new Oklahoma City is imminent. And they said, we remind you, Mr. President, we warned your predecessor, Bill Clinton, 1 month before it was imminent as well. Oh, we're not going to look at you, that you have connections to people that are on the inside, which it turned out you were running the Elohim City that McVeigh was in. That came out in federal documents. And the Deputy Attorney General was over that, who's now Attorney General, who ran Fast and Furious. Oh, no, it's that you're so smart. And you care about us so much. They're targeting an audience of emotional nincompoops. And those of us that know the game, I mean, it's like watching football in 1/100th speed. And having the playbook, okay? They just gave this call. That's a code for this. He's going to run the wishbone, okay? He's going to throw to that. I mean, this is 100%. And I'm here, and I'm working around the clock, not because I'm a hero, but because we have no future if we don't beat this. I did 3 hours at Coast to Coast AM. Then I slept for 2 hours. I did an hour plus with Opie and Anthony this morning. The crew's been doing, I don't know, 9, 10, 12 hours a day, live coverage. So, quite frankly, I feel good. I mean, but I feel good like after you've been in a big fight and got out of it alive. I mean, I feel like I've been beat to hell, but I still feel good. And I got to go work on the next issue of the magazine and stuff after I get off today. I'm not complaining, but folks, there's a reason I got black circles around my eyes, because I burned the candle at both ends, and I'm proud to be doing it. Because, you know, any time now they could set me up, arrest me, kill me, whatever. I want to make sure I put in the maximum effort now before the hammer really drops. And, you know, to the trolls and people out there, this happens every time there's a false flag. How dare Alex Jones say it could be a false flag? Governments never did anything like this when there's all this evidence and all these other events. As if what trolls go out and do affects me. Now, it's meant to affect other weak-minded people, but weak-minded people are going to be weak-minded. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. And, of course, I said, what prediction did I make 5 times yesterday? I don't even know how I know all this stuff. I just know it because Because on the day of 9/11, I said they're going to launch a bio attack now to keep the fear going. And you know why I knew that? Because of the anthrax vaccine they were pushing and a bunch of other stuff. But this time I said there'll be another bio attack if this is an inside job. And Obama and a senator have reportedly been mailed ryerson now. So there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are broadcasting worldwide, and I am the machine of talk radio. Did Coast to Coast last night, opening ante this morning. I'm running on 2 luscious hours of sleep, and I'm going to be live here for at least the next 3 hours. Then Jakari Jackson, Rob Dube, David and I are going to be in here, Rob Jacobson and John Bowner out in California doing interviews on a film we're working on. And some of the other crew is working on background and research, like Leanne McAdoo and others. Wow, where to begin here? I said yesterday, at least 5 times on air, that if there is a bio attack like the anthrax attack, and then I went through how that was Fort Detrick, Maryland, the most weaponized anthrax ever known to man, one machine to miniaturize the anthrax reportedly cost in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And it is a patented Department of Defense system. And they tried to frame 3 different patsies for it and finally killed the 3rd patsy. Killed the doctor they set up, and then it was in the back of the paper that they force-fed him prescription Tylenol while in a straitjacket. So, boy, they were really desperate to get a patsy that time. Because it was the wheels were coming off. So, I mean, I specifically said, if there's another anthrax type attack, and I even saw the comments coming on the site going, where does Jones come up with this stuff? He's so crazy. This is not 9/11. Well, if I've learned one thing about criminals and psychopaths and the groups that are involved at a criminal network level, doesn't mean there isn't radical Islam, doesn't mean some of that's not real. There's criminal networks above it playing all sides off against each other to bring in globalism, order out of chaos. Look at how our government is using al-Qaeda in Libya and Syria to ethnically cleanse blacks, Christians, and Muslim minorities. I mean, you cannot deny the CFR said, quote, we need al-Qaeda 6 months ago, and praised them. And the New York Times has said, well, al-Qaeda is the main force, and we are giving them weapons because they're the ones that can kick Assad out, who did nothing to anybody. I'm certainly not nominating him for the Peace Prize or anything. I mean, Obama doesn't deserve it either, but compared to Obama, he's an angel. As dictators go, you know, he's one of the better ones. I could care less if he got overthrown and a real new government came in there. I wish they were free people completely. We've had Syrian opposition groups on, of people that live in Australia whose families were basically run out of the country decades ago because of not liking Assad, and they say that what's happening is wrong. And you know, my point is the globalists don't care about you. They would kill you in a New York minute if it meant they got power and control. In fact, they enjoy it. And if you study criminology, as I've done, I've studied history, and I've also studied a lot of criminology. And I don't mean whodunit murder mystery books. I mean, I've read PhD level textbooks because it's so fascinating that just cuts down to the hardcore info on how criminals act or how predators act. And let me tell you, they leave calling cards. Everybody knows they brag, and they are pathological. They do the same thing over and over and over and over again. That's how cops, you know, good detectives, back when that still existed, they've pretty much gotten rid of it, you know, knew who different bad guys were and people that had gotten out of prison, and they knew the MO, the little signs that were put, you know, down in the notebooks of what the person had been done on other cases. Maybe 20 times they'd robbed a bank, or, you know, hundreds of times been a cat burglar and not got caught, but finally got caught. The police had notes on how they did it over and over again. So I'm sitting here going, okay, this is a false flag. Expect the letters to start getting mailed out right about now. Or expect the letters to start arriving, something like the anthrax attack, to create a ton of fear in Washington and a state of panic to get the open borders passed, the gun registration arbitrarily, where without a judge or jury, a psychologist or psychiatrist can just say, take your guns, because they say so. All that's happening right now. All of this is unfolding, and so it's a replay where they want to get the Patriot Act through. They want to get all this unconstitutional stuff through. 9/11 wasn't enough, even though it was all pre-written. That came out. So you have an anthrax attack to the media to scare them to get in line and to keep people in the House and Senate. And now a pro-gun key senator who's been saying he will not vote, and he may be the vote on whether this is going to pass the Senate or not, they've confirmed an envelope. The office of Senator Roger Wicker, Republican, Mississippi, included a substance that is tested positive for the toxic substance ricin. By the way, I had McAfee on, one of the only interviews he did before he disappeared a few months ago. We aired it live on the nightly news, and I said, that is such an incendiary interview, and I've only done this in 2 years, doing the nightly news maybe 3 times. I said, do not post that to the archive, and do not put that out on the YouTube channel. That is so incendiary. What he is saying, that they're going to attack the government with ricin, and that Muslims are behind it, tied into Iran. I said, because he couldn't give me proof. But he said, but he suddenly went from being the goofy guy to sounding like an intelligence operative or something, on and off air, and about how he was being hunted and stuff. By the way, call McAfee. Let's try to get him on. And it was so shocking. I even told him, I said, I'm letting this go out live during a break, but I said, I'm not going to promote this interview. We will dig the interview up and air it tonight on the nightly news at the end of the news. It is newsmaking. See, as an investigator, these are the things we look at. And now Obama has gotten a suspicious letter. And if this continues, which it probably will, the media will get it, and then we'll never find out who did it, or they'll have some guy they drug up who dies in custody, and then, oh, just move along, nothing happening here. It's like Groundhog Day. I mean, I feel like Bill Murray right now. And just the childishness of the minority of people that I see on YouTube and comments going, how dare you not care these people died, as if I don't care. Hey, I have massive empathy, but I try to not sit here and show it on my sleeve, because I know they're going to selectively unfreeze our emotions and say, now it's okay to care about these people. Well, what about the 500-plus people, most of them innocents, raped and killed in Chicago last year, the crime capital of the world, where they weren't allowed to defend themselves? Oh, no. And those deaths, those rapes, those killing of men, women, and children, I'm not supposed to care about that. Or when Time Magazine says, let's kill old people. Or Bill Gates says, hey, that we need the case for killing Granny. We need to get rid of old people. And by the way, let's kill children up to age 3 who are even healthy, Journal of Bioethics and all this. And it's like, oh, Alex, big deal. There are too many people. I mean, we see all this callousness about, by the collectivists, because they'll get more because they're young right now. If we kill people, what an immoral group, as if the globalists are going to give you anything, as if they won't kill you next, you morons. You see, those of us that have empathy, it's already pre-built in. We don't do it because, oh, we know if we let somebody else get hurt, it'll end up coming back on us. That's how the universe works. But our genetics, our spirit, our instincts go, oh, no, I don't. You see somebody hit by a truck, and you empathize, you get sick, you get nauseous. And again, I've told the story. I saw a lot of fatality wrecks 6, 7 times, and I was in a couple bad wrecks myself. I was with some friends one time, drag racing over the I-30 bridge between Rockwall and Rowlett outside Dallas, and the guy's Corvette tire blew out in front of us. This was in heavy traffic, going 150 miles an hour, cutting between cars. And it flies in and explodes, and I watch people flying around, and there's blood spraying out of necks and arms. We pull over to help them. And I was sitting in the passenger seat. I wasn't drag racing. I was like 12 with a 16-year-old. And I started, after the ambulances got there, was fire ants all over people. Other cars wrecked. And this pileup was in the news at the time. And after it was all done, the smell of the blood and the empathy, I started vomiting. But see, a psychopath or a sociopath, it would just be entertaining to them. And see, people are becoming artificial psychopaths are artificial sociopaths, bare minimum, by all the simulated shoot-'em-up games and movies and all this, where people don't have empathy now. People don't have empathy. And I've told the story many times. My grandfather, who was in World War II and saw quite a bit of stuff, not even so much in the air after he flew his 22 missions out of North Africa and Italy. After they took Italy, he was in the Army Air Corps, and they put him over a mess hall as a officer. And he spent most of his time trying to feed the starving Italians. People were starving to death. A lot of the death was just there was no food, and everything had been bombed out. And that's why he always would go to a restaurant and not order any food. He would wait till everybody ordered their food. It wasn't even a neurotic thing. He would then eat everybody's leftovers because he saw starving kids and would end up, trying to, even give the food he had to them because they were under regulations not to give people food. And then there's all these fake people about, when they're told to have an emotion, they get all emotional. And, we've got to give our rights up. We've got to get rid of our Second Amendment. There's like Hollywood actors blaming the Second Amendment for this. And I bet it's gunpowder. I said that yesterday, and now they're doing it. I bet it's gunpowder they got that did this. Any way to blame the Second Amendment. But my grandfather could be in a movie where there was any type of violence or anything, and he shouldn't want to see it. And it wasn't because he was a wimp, you can't handle the violence. It was because he'd seen so much of it. And it's just, so it physically gets to me. I empathize at a very deep level. That's where the rage comes from, ladies and gentlemen. That's how I'm able to not sleep and fight the New World Order on just a couple cups of coffee. I had like 2 cups of coffee yesterday. I'm able to do it because it's the mission. This mission has got to be completed to defend people. And the reason I tell the story is that we're desensitized to all this killing. We'll come back. Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here, back live. Paul Watson coming on with a case of government and media mind control, where they openly have tried to overthrow reality. We're talking about the Family Guy that's become a big national story. I mean, it's just all over the place. The Family Guy hoax. We edited 2 different shows together when we didn't. And it is real. And Seth MacFarlane comes out and says, how dare us do this, when he's the one that made a joke about bombing the Boston Marathon. So the turbaned cowboy, the Tea Party guy that joins the Taliban, see that narrative in all the shows and movies, he bombs it with the Taliban. I mean, and Fox admits in the AP it's a real episode. They've deleted it remotely off TiVo's. Memory hold it. There's that news. And then meanwhile, other news still keeps saying it's not real and it's a hoax. I mean, that's how dumb they think you are. Where they just think they can put anything out, and that's coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have this incredible video that went up on Infowars.com last night. Highly decorated Iraq War, Afghanistan War veteran who lives outside Temple. I've had family in that area and just went for a 10-mile hike with his son with a merit badge with an AR-15. And let me tell you, growing up in Texas, I mean, I walked around with Mini 14 range rifles, shotguns, you name it. And you'd never see the police, but you'd walk, we got one piece of property here, and there'd be another piece of property maybe a mile away, a larger piece of property, because we've got some land up by the farmhouse, but then the main pieces of land are a mile down the road. I've walked so many times with AK-47s, AR-15s, M4s, because they're lighter, so I'll carry usually a lighter rifle, hog hunting, you name it, because when you're walking, down the road, but down your own fence line, you're allowed to shoot over your own fence line. That's when you see the coyotes. It's when you'll see the wild hogs. It's when you'll, the point is that this guy was out there walking in the middle of Texas, out in the middle of nowhere, in farmland, and he's a pretty famous guy, by the way, a political writer, been critical of Obama, and him and his son, and the cops grab him, slam him up against the deal, and call that resisting, and then say, you're not allowed to rudely have a gun, and rudely display it. And he said, well, what law did I break? And the sergeant goes, there doesn't need to be a law. We're going to play that coming up. He goes, there doesn't need to be a law if you scare people. So I guess the argument would be disorderly conduct, disturbing the peace, but it's not when somebody, and I tell you, they didn't even know this guy was a highly decorated, was it master sergeant? Because when he starts like barking orders at him, you can tell they've been under military discipline. They start not knowing what to do. But they still ended up taking him to jail and charging him with a felony resisting police, which is so evil, ladies and gentlemen. To have it all on video, he did nothing. I mean, he admits in his affidavit, the cop gets out and says, "Stop, come here." He does. And the cop grabs, like he's scared, the AR-15 that is military style strapped to his chest. And all he does is lean back and go, "Whoa," and then pull the camera out and turn it on. So then the cop pulls his gun on him, grabs him, and this is all on video, slams him on the car. And it just goes on and on. It's like, I don't know, what is it, 15 minutes long? And I've told you this. I have been walking from one farmhouse to a family's farmhouse a half-mile away in the middle of nowhere in East Texas. This has had to be 10 years ago. And, you know, I'm not creeping around. I'm walking down the road. I got a rifle on my shoulder. You know, it's like I got a full metal jacket. You know, that is not your daddy's shotgun. And, well, I mean, I had it like, you know, over the back of my neck, walking with it safely. And the cop pulls over and says, "Where are you going? What are you doing? Are you poaching?" And I'm like, "I'm walking around with a gun going over." "Well, who are you?" "Well, it's my property." And then my dad's always trying to talk me into going down to opening day because we don't really hunt a lot, but we have a lot of hunters that lease our property. And I'm like, "No, I will not go down to opening day. I will not go down to opening day." The year before last, they had, I don't know, 10, 15, a federal task force of game wardens that were state, they were on federal task force, and they're all sitting around opening morning. There aren't even any deer hanging up, and they run around and act all weird and run in and start breaking into campers and, you know, telling them like, you know, they're a SWAT team. And then this year, a sheriff's deputy, crazily with the gate open, comes driving through with his family members, not even a deputy, and jumps out with a rifle. And then starts telling everybody, you know, basically get ready to be searched. I mean, this is just lawless lunatics. Lunatics, even in Texas. You know, they say if you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen. But you're in the kitchen. You're in the New World Order hell house, and we're not going to get out of it without changing the world back to liberty and freedom and common sense. But the more decadent things get, the more dumbed down the public gets, the more the corrupt can get away with basically almost anything. Here are some of the latest news reports up at Infowars.com. Confirmed by eyewitnesses, bomb squad drill was underway at Boston Marathon. And Mike Adams and his crew was able to actually get a hold of the marathon coach who was in the NBC News piece, who went on to elaborate on things. People tried to say that that NBC News piece was wrong, the News 15 piece was wrong. Well, the 5-minute video that StoryLeak.com originally got is up there. We'll be playing that on air. And the high-def, high-quality audio of Dan Bidandi at the press conference. You can see how freaked out they were, how the demeanor changed. When he said false flag, they acted super guilty. You see people actually jump. Certain people, ATF that comes into the screen. That's how I caught a bunch of city corruption once. I've told the story many times. I knew they were doing something. So I walked in and I said, "I've got you. I know about the stolen money," to the board meeting. And I watched the two people that freaked out in the meeting, and I went, "Yep, I've got you." And then it was just like a cop movie when what's his name, Columbo, the little guy that goes around, and it was just like that. It's like when a cop goes, "I know you've got the drugs under the seat." "Oh, I didn't mean to. It's his." And I only sent one of them to prison, though. People can look that up. John Villarreal, the head of the cable system over there. And again, I wasn't even doing Access TV shows anymore. I had people that put my show on there. It's just that I wasn't going to let them shut it down. And it went high up into the city, but it's a side issue. The point is that if no one would have confronted them, it would have been shut down. That was like 7 years ago now. And it was one of the only cases where people in the city have been convicted of fraud when it's going on everywhere. Just because I was willing to go in and bluff them. Because I'd already talked to an accountant, it wasn't really a bluff, and they said, look, there's like $600,000, $700,000 missing. They're lying, saying there's not the money here. Don't tell anybody I told you this or I'm going to be fired. And that was at a telecommunications meeting, and that's why I had to go snoop around. And I knew who was behind it. I'm already digressing. The point is that no one's willing to go in and confront these people. I mean, you go and you go, what about the drill? And immediately they're, because that's how they can do brain scans to tell if you're lying. Now, you can't trust them to do brain scans because the government's been proven to be so corrupt. They can frame you with the lie detector, but brain scans even better because they can tell in the brain, have you seen this before? So they show you the image of the dead body, and if it takes the brain a while to recognize it, and then it goes through certain areas of the mind to process it, and then it goes to memory, then they show it to them again, then the part that first processes it doesn't light up. The part that already has it processed and stored in short-term memory or long-term memory lights up, okay? It's not 100%, but it's getting pretty darn close to it, like DNA. And it's the same thing in criminology. You just go in and go, I know you buried that person. I didn't bury that woman. Oh, how'd you know we were talking about a woman? It's the same deal. I mean, these people act, not all of them, a lot of them act totally stupid. The key ones, the feds, and somebody comes in and says, stop it, shut it down. You see the woman come in, cut it off. The ATF starts getting up on stage, giving hand signals, shut it down, shut it down, shut it down, shut it down. And again, I don't have time to toot my horn. I don't want to toot my horn because it's dangerous, knowing as much as we know. It's kind of like that Gnarls Barkley song. Can you guys find that? Maybe go out to break or come back in with it. Crazy. The part where he says, I'm not crazy because I didn't know enough. It was because I knew too much. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? And I said, if it's a false flag, they'll probably throw a bio attack into it, like the anthrax against Congress. Now, one of two things should happen with that level of predictability. I should have the government here asking, why do I know that, if they weren't the ones doing it? Of course, no one's going to authorize the FBI to come over here and do that, because, A, that would give me attention to then go, oh, no, actually, you're probably behind it. Your bosses, Fast and Furious, on and on and on. Anthrax case. A, they should be visiting me because I said that yesterday, which of course they won't. Because A, I know something. Or B, I know something. I know you, and I know what you're up to. You can bet your boots. And I'll tell you, they know people are aware of false flag right now. This is all being war gamed. It's all been clicking. We're going to Watson. It's all been clicking. And I thought this even a few days ago, right when it first happened. They're not going to announce right away. They're going to whet the appetite. And then they're going to gauge, do we go with a Muslim patsy in negotiations with Iran right now that are going on? Or do we go with a right-wing patsy who we can blame? That's what they've been gearing up for. That's where I think it's been going. And it looks like it is going in that direction now. Because that's where the pre-programming in the media was. I mean, it's not hard to figure this out. Like if you hear a motorcycle coming down the road, you hear it first. That sounds like a motorcycle. Yeah, it's a motorcycle. I mean, it's you hear somebody playing the drums. That sounds like drums. Yeah, okay. Somebody rounds the corner playing drums. I mean, this is, a lot of times you hear geese quacking before, or honking is the proper word, before they come flying over. When you're out there with your 10 gauge, you're calling them in. You hear the honking. And, I mean, I heard the honking around the block. I mean, I said, drums, drums, drums in the deep a few months ago, every day for a week. I said, they're going to stage a terror attack. Drums, drums, drums in the deep. They are coming. The drums. I mean, boom, 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 boom. I mean, you see the light coming around the passage. Okay, here they come. Okay, any minute now. Okay. Oh, my gosh, it's cresting. Get ready. That morning, get ready. Get ready. I feel a disturbance. Boom. In come the goblins. To use a Lord of the Rings analogy. And again, I told you yesterday, and we don't have the crew to do it. People go watch the first few hours of the show. I said over and over again, just like they launched the anthrax attacks, that's the type of thing they'll do. I expect them to launch a similar bio attack targeting Congress. Now a senator's been sent Ryerson, and they think Obama has been sent. The Ryerson Fox News is reporting as well. Secret Service suspicious letter mailed to Obama being tested now, similar to the other letter. And one guy's a pro-gun guy, a senator they need to vote, but then the whole government can play the part of their victims now too, so they can be stars in the whole event. Of course, most of them don't even know and are compartmentalized. Most people have not reverse engineered this information. They just get up there, follow their talking points, go over it. Now, this next piece, before I get into all the other news, they have banned, they've done this several years in a row. We've gone and shot film of it to put in our documentaries like Fall of the Republic, Oath Keepers, that constitutional lawyer, Ron Paul, staffer, veteran, Stewart Rhodes is coming on later. They go to Lexington Green to have their Oath Keeper event, and a lot of different groups, get it for an hour here and there. And we've gone and filmed it before. You've seen some of that footage. Stewart Rhodes, they were given the word, and we're going to break this at Infowars.com. They were told by the city that because Oath Keepers is now considered an extremist group by the Southern Poverty Law Center, and that they don't want to have any, quote, white nationals. Now, you have to, under the First Amendment, let the Ku Klux Klan go have a rally. But there's nothing racial about Oath Keepers. And, Stewart Rhodes' mother's a Mexican. But it doesn't matter now. You see, all conservatives are now racist, as MSNBC has said. All gun owners are racist and terrorist. See, they're going to flip the whole script. I mean, the training manuals say this already. Christians, will you arrest them? Will you take their guns? Again, I heard the drums, and I went, it's like being a kid and hearing an ice cream truck. You hear the ice cream truck, and you run in and beg mom for, a quarter or whatever it was when you were a kid to go out and get the biggest ice cream you can, and you hear the ding, 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 and oh, that's over there. Sounds like it's coming this way. Oh, no, it's going to turn down another street, and you run as fast as you can to the ice cream truck. And, I mean, I hear the ice cream truck, and I go, an ice cream truck's about to come around that corner. Ding, ding, ice cream truck. Everybody's like, how dare you say an ice cream truck was going to come around the corner. By the way, I'd like a chocolate fudge popsicle, please. Shut up, Jones. How dare you say an ice cream truck was coming around? Yeah, and I'll take one of those push-ups, the orange one, and a bag of peanuts. Do you know how frustrating this is? Do you know how frustrating this is? And the public is so gullible that I'm going to have to sit here and watch troops on the streets and checkpoints everywhere. Everything they've admitted they've been training for, they act like you don't even know or exist. They've been getting ready for this forever. And now, Oath Keepers that just says we'll upkeep our oath and defend the Republic and follow the Bill of Rights, they have now been banned. And, of course, they're going to show up anyways. So if I had reporters, I would send them there. All the reporters I've got to run the news because I already had planned. Aaron Dykes has gone off to do his own media thing, which we wish him luck on, with his friend Melissa Melton. So that's a nice media relationship being formed over there. That's great. Maybe they should go do it. But I sent Rob Jacobson and John Bound out to California for some big interviews they're doing, and I just don't have the crew. I mean, I guess I could jump on an airplane and do it from Lexington Green. Maybe I need to go to Boston and Lexington and Concord. Maybe that's the answer. Because in America, if they say you can't be on Lexington Green on April 19th, when months ago they had the permit and they had it for the 3 hours, and that now, no, you're a bad political group. There's nothing worse than veterans, a whole bunch of them highly decorated, colonels and stuff. You're not allowed to because of the bombing. They actually told them that, too. I mean, do you see where all this is going? Do you see where all of this is going? And I'm sitting here knowing what the next thing is. Now, they may change the script. I mean, there's a 1% chance, and I'm exaggerating that. I mean, it's less than a 1% chance in my mind. I have a certainty this is a false flag because bare minimum, they provocateured it. Bare minimum, this is going to be like, I mean, I've got a Swan piece where he breaks down on Fox how the FBI staged stuff before. The New York Times was reported it. I've got a Andrew Napolitano piece from a year ago before they canceled Freedom Watch talking about how the FBI staged events. I'm going to air those next hour. Anyone who's informed knows there's a long history. Am I saying every FBI agent's involved? No. The counterterrorism group who has to have this existence and their elitism. How many local bomb squad guys have been caught in the last 50 years planting bombs and then calling it in to be the hero? Do you know the number? I tried to find an accurate number. It's in the hundreds. It is an epidemic of guys all day at a fake job with no real bombs. Maybe if they work at a department 20 years, they might actually have a real bomb. So pretty soon, guys, reloading becomes bombs. And somebody's in your house to do repair work and sees reloading equipment. This has happened. And a SWAT team comes and they blow up your reloading equipment just in case something was in the black powder case. See, talk about everything looking like a nail when you're a hammer. So that's all this is. This is the people in control who want more control to grandstand and be heroes, and now they're going to mail themselves Ryerson and mail it to a few Republicans so it has credibility before they get mailed it, so they can all grandstand and be part of the drama. I mean, it is unbelievable. It's just like a bomb squad tech planning a bomb at the fire department, and then he goes and saves the day. I mean, I am just so sick of this. I want to go to Paul Watson because talking about hoaxes, this article is up on Infowars.com right now. And they are going around saying Fox pulls hoax episode of Family Guy. That's a joke from that Paul Watson did, joking, because they're saying that first we edited things deceptively when it was somebody else's clip, just the two pieces from the March 17th episode. We're going to skip this network break because I want to give Paul some time here. And all of that went on. Well, you know what, Paul, you've got the floor. Break down what happened here because it's such an incredible hoax. This really freaked them out. They're saying we're a hoax. And some are saying this episode didn't even exist, as you document, when AP admits it did exist. And then all we did was show the two clips from the same episode. One where Bob Costas asked, how did you win the marathon? And then it shows all these dead people at the Boston Marathon at the finish line with blood. And then it cuts later to him detonating the bombs with a cell phone. And then they call that a hoax when they're running the hoax, and then they're erasing it everywhere. But then you read the fine print of AP, they admit it's not a hoax. They call it a controversy. So this is how stupid they think you are. Let's go ahead and go to Paul Watson. Paul Watson, what's happening here?
Hi, Alex. Good to be here. Yeah, this was a clip that I saw yesterday, quite early on yesterday. And as he said, it's from the cartoon comedy show Family Guy, broadcast about 3 weeks ago, March 17th, 3 weeks before the actual Boston Marathon bombings. In that single episode are two separate scenes. One scene, as you said, depicts victims at the finish line of the Boston Marathon having been killed, having been massacred, covered in blood, dismembered limbs, etc. The other scene, which is a different scene from the same episode, depicts the main character in Family Guy detonating two explosive devices via a cell phone. So somebody put that out on the internet and edited those two clips together. I saw it, made a commentary YouTube video about it, saying not that it was proof of an inside job or some grand conspiracy, merely that the fact that an episode of a cartoon broadcast 3 weeks before the marathon bombings, in which scenes eerily similar were depicted, was weird, was bizarre, was strange, was interesting. Didn't claim it was proof of anything. Put the 4-minute commentary video out yesterday. Within hours, within about 3 hours, the video was deleted by YouTube, and they put a strike on my account, threatened to terminate my account. then immediately after that, this meme began to circulate amongst the media that the Family Guy link to the Boston Marathon bombings was a hoax. And this prompted people to litter the YouTube channel. I made 2 subsequent videos about it.
Saying, how dare you, you scum. I was reading them. There is no episode. We totally made it up. We're evil.
Yeah, and they claimed that the scenes were from 2 different episodes slammed together. Well, no, even all the articles attacking us admit that it's from the same episode.
But wait, Paul, some people are saying the episode didn't even exist.
Well, exactly. And then the creator of Family Guy comes out, Seth MacFarlane. This is the guy who created a cartoon in which dead Boston Marathon runners were depicted, torn apart, bloodied, dismembered. He's the one who created that.
And laughing as bombs detonate, again, following the Southern Poverty Law Center script that, what's the name of the show? Tell people the name of the show. Turbaned Cowboy, where the Tea Partier joins Al-Qaeda and starts bombing. I mean, that's on every show now. As I said, rolling out the new meme. How obvious does this have to get? Yeah, tell us what MacFarlane said.
Well, he's the one making light of terrorist attacks in a show broadcast 3 weeks before the Boston Marathon bombings. He's the one depicting dead Boston Marathon runners in a show broadcast 3 weeks before. Yet, in the hours after this controversy began to emerge, he came out and said that conspiracy theorists who were even talking about this or drawing attention to it were, quote, abhorrent. We're abhorrent for talking about it. He's the one who made light of terrorist attacks.
Well, I mean, the whole show is about tearing down fatherhood. I mean, he's an operative, and we need to... See, the X-Files people called me, and Dean Haglund said, I want to come meet you. The CIA plants these scripts on us, and you know, I've talked to Chris Carter, and it looks like they planted this one of the government using a drill to hijack a jumbo jet by remote control to fly to the World Trade Center to blame it on Afghanistan, and they use a drill to make the NORAD stand down 6 months before. This guy comes to me, and they're all freaked out about it. Now, on the other side, this guy puts out a Family Guy showing this, and then says, we're despicable for pointing it out. Now, it could be somebody used this as a script, and maybe they just pick things out of TV to copycat. You know, there was a real terror attack. What was it, like in '99, that somebody was bombing all over the Midwest? And I remember seeing it before he put the final eye on it. And I said, look, that's a smile and one eye. And I said, I got this right. This is not hard. It's like a puzzle. They're going to bomb the other eye. It's going to be somebody who thinks they're Tyler Durden from Fight Club. And you know what, Paul? I was right. And the weirdest thing is they had so-called patriot leaders on CNN. It was Bo Gritz at the time. And we had a big falling out over this. And he said, yeah, it's probably the black helicopter people bombing this. And I called into his show that was on the network, this network at the time. And I said, Bo, that's Fight Club, buddy. This is a real terror attack. And you know how I knew it was a real terror attack? I'd even learned by then. It was because they weren't giving it a lot of attention. You see, real terror attacks, there have been real terror attacks. I don't know who's done them, but I've got sources in law enforcement. They don't know either, really, because they're told to stand down. There have been chemical plants blown up. There have been oil refineries blown up. There have been attacks no one even knows about, where you hear, oh, there was an explosion. No, it was blown up, folks. But when somebody really does that, you don't hear about it. Or a real terror attack, they shut it down. I'm sorry, Paul, go ahead.
Well, the thing about it is, I didn't even go into any speculation about it. I just said, this is weird, this is interesting. And within hours, it was deleted off YouTube. And then you've got websites like Mediaite, Internet False for Family Guy predicted Boston bombings hoax. And it says that we said that it was a vast corporate media conspiracy that was complicit in a totally scripted false flag involving Monsanto, cable networks, and leaders of the New World Order. That's actually the opposite of what I said. I said, I'm not saying this is proof of a massive conspiracy. I'm saying it's weird, bizarre, and interesting, and worthy. Well,
absolutely. We've said we don't know exactly who's behind it, but all the pre-scripting shows they were getting ready for it, and now there's a drill confirmed. They try to deny that. Our reporter goes, they deny it to him. Now we've got lying going on. And you've got all these bills they're trying to pass, just like 9/11. Now there's ricin, just like anthrax. And I said that yesterday, Paul, before this was even announced. I'm telling you, what does your gut tell you? 14 years studying this stuff, Paul?
Well, the New York Times reported that the FBI, quote, facilitated most of the domestic terrorist plots in recent times in the United States. I mean, you've got the underwear bomber being helped on the plane by a well-dressed man, U.S. government agent, according to eyewitness Kurt Haskell, allowed on by the State Department. You've got the 1993 World Trade Center bomber, the informant being cut out of the loop by the FBI, and the FBI giving real explosives to the Al-Qaeda group that carried out the bombing. You've got Operation Gladio in Italy and other European countries in the 70s and 80s, where a 2000 Italian parliamentary investigation found, according to sworn eyewitness testimony, that US agents were involved in bombing train stations and other targets as part of the NATO stay-behind operation to create a strategy of tension, to get more power, more to influence the body politic, to demonize left-wing groups, to demonize right-wing groups. But in the past few hours, these photos have emerged out of the from the scene of the Boston Marathon bombings, and basically they show 4 or 5 individuals wearing large coats and that look like they're heavy and weighed down.
Absolutely. In fact, I was going to get to that. I'm glad you raised that. And here are the articles breaking at Infowars.com. Follow-up attack, Ryerson sent to Senator who ended gun control filibuster. Second letter sent to Obama. I mean, this is a repeat of the Patriot Act passage, folks. But now it's gun grabbing and open borders and giving Homeland Security autonomy. CNN links alleged pressure cooker bomb to extreme right-wing individuals so they can say, see, we told you, bomb runners were warned, you're going to die. This is incredible. Fox pulls hoax episode of Family Guy. Salon hopes Boston bomber turns out to be white American. Look at these Infowars.com headlines. Official Boston bombing likely carried out by domestic terrorist. And again, I said the minute it happened, I said they're going to blame right-wingers and libertarians. That's my gut. And then even right-wing media said I was wrong to say that. Why? Why am I bad because I'm right, Paul? Why am I bad? Why are you bad? But yeah, get back to these now guys in trench coats and what they're saying, because they're now getting into a frenzy going, it's time to demonize the devil Whitey, and it's all white guys on TV saying this. This is now they're going to make us all perpetrators, all Americans, all libertarians, all conservatives. We're now going to be the bad guy.
Well, there's this meme that's been circulating out of the FBI and DHS for probably about 2 or 3 years now, that white domestic conservative Tea Party extremists are going to start working with Muslim Middle Eastern Al-Qaeda terrorists in order to commit attacks in the United States. And interestingly enough, these photos show people with large black backpacks, one of which was subsequently found just feet from where they actually
Stay there, let's talk more about it. All right, in the next segment, I'll have a full breakdown of the latest news with the bombing, but also economic news and world news. And I'm going to open the phones up for all your calls. Then Stewart Rhodes of Oath Keepers, they're banned from Lexington. They're banned from Lexington Green on April 19th, though they've been there many years and are a peaceful pro-Constitution group. They say because of the bombing, they're evil, and they don't have a First Amendment now. And, of course, they're lucky soon. Everyone who's a gun owner will just be taken away, except for the government who has guns out protecting us from the bombers when they had 400 troops, thousands of police, and it didn't protect anybody. But their answer is, the AP reports now, oh, the TSAing of America, they're going to be everywhere now. Let's go to Paul Joseph Watson finishing up with this. Paul, other points you'd like to make as you research this information?
Well, the summary about the Family Guy episode is the fact that if they're that nervous about a cartoon that they need to censor it off YouTube and demonize anyone who talks about it as an abhorrent conspiracy theorist, and then Fox pulls it off their station, then, you know, what won't they censor in the aftermath of a terrorist attack? But these photos show one of the photos shows 2 guys, big black coats, big backpacks, khaki pants and khaki boots on cell phones. There's other photos with 2 Middle Easterners with backpacks. One separate photo, a guy with a backpack who looks like a good old boy, looks like a stereotypical hick. And basically the video shows at least one of these guys running away from the scene at high speed right after the bomb detonates. And the backpacks that were found several feet from the bomb, or one of the backpacks, is identical to one carried by one of these individuals in the photo. So it's 2 white guys and 3 Middle Easterners that these photos show. All
right, let me just stop you. What have I been saying since this happened a few days ago? Because the scripting, they're saying white guys, Tea Party with Al-Qaeda in all the movies, all the shows, and then if that's who they say it is, then you know it's scripted. There's no way they roll out this narrative and then it actually manifests a group to do this. You could get one person to copycat, but you're not going to have media be able to mirror exactly what happens. Paul, this is insane.
It looks like these are the guys they're going to pin it on, because they're not looking at the marathon. They're constantly looking away. They've got these huge coats on, these huge backpacks. I don't know how cold it was in Boston, but they look completely overdressed. They're on cell phones. One of them looks like a typical army guy, the white guy. And then you've got these other Middle Easterners, and another one looks like a good old boy with a mullet. So if these are the guys they're going to pin it on, and from these photos, it looks like if it's anyone, then it's them, because they look completely shifty. They're not looking at the marathon. They've got huge, weighed down, heavy backpacks. And it looks like they might try to pin it on these guys. So if that meme of, white Al-Qaeda working with terrorist Muslims is going to come to the fore, then this is the beginning of it by the looks of it.
Paul, I want to put you on hold because the guys are having trouble finding those images. I want you to put you on hold and come back in the next segment to talk more about this with you. I want you to give the guys right now the particular images you're talking about, the URLs right now with the headline. The search it off of headline, URL will be impossible. It'll take 10 minutes. So I'm going to put Paul Watson on hold and come back and get those, because I was looking at those earlier and I myself don't know why it's not being covered, because I'm having trouble finding it. But Big Sis says there's no broader plot. They believe it's a domestic group, lone wolf device. So you got his mic open. So that's the basics on this front. And I'll get you those images during the break, folks, and we'll come back with Paul Watson. The websites are prisonplanet.com and Infowars.com. And we're streaming video right now for everybody free at Infowars.com/listen. It is Wednesday, the 17th day of April, 2013, and they're going to use this bombing to butcher our liberties. That no one can deny. All right, it's hour number 2. We have gigantic breaking news. Paul's been working on this the last hour. He's so calm. My best researcher. The whole crew is just awesome. But he is been going through the different Twitter accounts and photos and people analyzing it. The police have asked people to, quote, help them analyze it. And ladies and gentlemen, I thought he was talking about some other photos in the last segment. If you just joined us, Paul, and this is nowhere in the mainstream news, Paul has found on one of the hacker sites photos, dozens of them. Let's start running them on screen, guys. Let's put this on screen. With what appears to be white males with what looks like Middle Easterners with the heavy black backpacks, the canvas black backpacks that they're talking about. And this looks really, really bad. Let's keep scrolling down here, ladies and gentlemen. This looks we're streaming video of this right now at Infowars.com. And you can hear Paul Watson there typing in the background. Paul Watson is posting this right now on Infowars.com. He's mirroring all of this information. This has been out for 8 hours with 228,000 views, but has not hit the mainstream. And right as I'm talking to Paul, CNN during the break goes, they believe they've ID'd suspects. That was the headline. So all this is breaking, and they're not even showing this information unless I missed it. Paul, has this broken in the mainstream news, this bombshell you just dropped?
No, I've just did a Google search on Google News, and it doesn't appear to be discussed in the mainstream media.
Oh, my God. I'm watching video, too, that nobody seemed to pick up, but the collective brain of people out there looking at all these videos. I'm looking at news, breaking news from right when it happened, analyzing footage, and you can really see some suspicious stuff here. Guys, keep scrolling through. Look at this Middle Eastern-looking guy with the backpack. Oh, man. He looks North African, military pants. That looks like a cop. That looks like a guy part of a drill.
And he's pictured with another military-looking white guy in exactly the same clothing, both of them on cell phones.
Yeah, they do that. Now, absolutely, they do that to be identified by other intelligence groups and left alone. There's no way, if they weren't part of the operation, the cops would leave them alone. I mean, you got guys in military-looking outfits with big, giant black backpacks in public. Yeah, if you're not wearing the right shoes or the right ball cap or the right identifier, you're going to be up against the wall so fast, it'll make your head spin for folks that don't know that. Wow, this is incredible. Paul Watson, give people a quick briefing and then just data dump this entire thing up to Infowars.com right now. Paul Watson.
Well, these photos show suspects right on the scene of where the bombing took place, wearing heavy black coats and backpacks. And one of the backpacks was found literally feet away from where the bomb exploded.
And by the way, it looks like they both got issued credentials. No wonder the media doesn't want us seeing this. This might have been a drill team. That's it. They're running a drill just like 7/7 and blow up the patsies. Oh, my God. Those are definitely cops. Those are definitely military types. Those aren't terrorists.
Two of them look like military types. The other two look like patsies. One of them look, if you see the guy in the
They look mentally retarded. Yeah. They look like serial killer types, like Henry Lee Lucas.
Yeah, there's one guy in a blue coat who's white.
Wait a minute. One guy is wearing a Kyle the Sniper hat. Remember Kyle the Sniper that got killed? Remember Chris Kyle? That guy's... Well, yeah, that's a Punisher hat, but it looks almost like Chris Kyle's sniper hat is basically a ripoff of the Punisher. Oh, my God.
These individuals are not looking at the marathon. They're constantly looking away. And in one scene, it shows one of them running away from the blast right after it happens, in contradiction to everybody else.
All right, Paul, I want to let you get out of here. I want you to data dump all this to Infowars.com. I want you to mirror this right now.
It's already on. I've just done it.
All right, Infowars.com. I'm gonna let you update it, write a blurb, give people the data dump, because these are people just researching data dumps, and this is unbelievable. This looks so suspicious. This is huge. Okay, Paul Watson. Paul Watson, I'm going to let you get back to your work. Anything else you want to add?
No, just that the drills, either the police are lying or the eyewitnesses are lying, because the police said there were no drills, they had no previous intelligence, yet the eyewitness said that they were told there was a drill going on that very morning. So
yeah, because people know to be worried about big black backpacks. Could the government really be this inept to blow this up in front of us and even get caught? I mean, 7/7, they did a drill, set up the patsies, that came out. My God, these photos are incredible. They've been saying they don't know about these. These are in news feeds. These are hidden in plain view. This was hiding in plain view right where the bombs go off. What looks like military intelligence, white guys and Arabs or Hispanics with what look like patsies with them, wearing the same boots to be identified. And no wonder they told everybody, don't be alarmed on loudspeakers. This is just a drill. Oh, my God.
And they were saying,
oh, my God. This is unbelievable. I'm sorry.
They were saying, we've got no leads. Please help us. And yet these photos have been out for 3 days now. And people are only just picking up on this.
That guy looks total military intelligence. That guy looks like Spookville, man. I mean, I've been around these people so many times when they've tried to infiltrate in events and things. I mean, that is Navy SEAL right there. Oh, my God. I mean, if I've seen Navy SEALs once, I've seen them 1,000 times. That blonde-haired guy, go back to those guys. I mean, I can... no. Go back to the other blonde-haired guy. That guy looks like a spy. Yeah. The guy next to the other guy, they've got backpacks with credentials. Look at the credentials sticking out. And that's the drill, and these are photos. It shows the flags right where the bombs went off. Paul, I'm actually freaked out. I don't even... What do you think, Watson?
I think that if these guys weren't the terrorists, then they were involved in the drill, which probably overlapped each other. But how they've not picked up on this when these images are freely available is bizarre.
Well, everybody watches 4chan. It took us 8 hours to find them because we had to sleep. Oh, actually, I wasn't sleeping. I'm robot energized now. But I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, oh my gosh, I'm just so glad there's other groups out there and people analyzing this because they can't take us all out. Paul, I'm going to let you go to add all your data right now. Add your blurbs, add your data, get to IT. I guarantee you with this announcement with Infowars.com breaking this in the media, because this is breaking right now in the media on over 150 stations, XM 166, and internet. I guarantee you we're going to have the biggest traffic we've ever had. We already had the biggest traffic ever 2 days ago, and the guys, Scotty, kept the engine room up. But just get IT on it now. Plus, we've been hit, like everybody in the country, with this sickness, so a bunch of the crew's sick. It is just totally and completely blowing me away right now. Paul Watson, anything else? I know you've got to write some of this up. Look at this. CNN, now that we said this, instantly came out saying suspect identified developing. But they haven't shown the photos yet. Infowars.com, Dan Badandi goes in to the press conference and says false flag staged, and the governor and all of them instantly jump. Like when you've been guilty and your dad comes in and goes, I found the liquor bottle under your bed, and you have that pang of, oh, my God, I get caught. Yeah, I mean, they are acting so guilty. Paul Watson, what do you say?
Well, the officials already came out yesterday and said it's a domestic, homegrown extremist. So CNN's now reporting they've identified a suspect, so you know what to expect.
Oh, and look at the patsy. He looks like a complete moron. Oh, my gosh. This is unbelievable, Watson. Watson, get in there with all the data dump. Write blurbs into it so people know what they're seeing. This is unprecedented. We're going to tweet this out at Real Alex Jones right now. Pray for us. Pray for America. Watson, do you think they've run an old-fashioned Gladio just like in Madrid on 333? You need to add that. It came out a week later that the police had done a drill and that they were involved in the bombing, and it brought the government down and got swept under the rug. Could they be this ham-fisted to run a drill? Everybody sees guys with backpacks, get scared. Don't worry, everybody, it's just a drill, then blow them up? I mean, could they really be this evil and this stupid and just do it in front of everybody? And then be running around going, we don't know, we don't have leads, when they've had this all along. And then within 2 minutes of you saying it, Blitzer's talking in his ear, freaking out and starts announcing it. I was watching it during the break, Watson. This is amazing, Watson.
Well, New York Times admits most domestic terror plots, quote, facilitated by the FBI. That's not InfoWars saying that. That's the New York Times. So we'll see.
And they're now reporting on the 4chan stuff without saying the name of it. Wow. We just scooped them all, which I could care less about, except that now that we can defeat them trying to spin this. Watson, get in there. Write the data right now. DrudgeReport.com, CNN suspect identified developing. We'll send our link over to Drudge, or you can link to 4chan, but we're going to give analysis. So Infowars.com right now is the only place that has it with analysis. Infowars.com. Unbelievable. Paul Watson, again, anything else?
No, that's it, I think.
All right, get on it right now. For those that do not know, I have been to military bases. I've been to outdoor training more than 50 times. I have dealt with it all, you know, Secret Service situations, infiltrated Bohemian Grove. This is what I do, okay? And it doesn't take a rocket science either. Those are obviously military. I can tell cops versus military. These guys are in special forces shape. They have the exact cool bearing, whereas you get kind of new guys that just got out of boot camp or, you know, or got their chest sticking out acting tough. But they're hiding in plain view. Their posture is, they've got full credentials to be there. But they look in their eyes a little confused, like they're waiting for orders in these dozens and dozens of photos. These photos and videos are from right before the bombing and then during it and after. And it is unprecedented. These guys are all wearing the same tan military pants and tan combat boots with black tops, ball caps, and they're operatives, 110% with big black backpacks. And ladies and gentlemen, the black backpacks are the things that reportedly had the bombs in them. I mean, this is incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, I am just speechless right now. And they think the public's so dumb. This is incredible. This is false flag. It's false flag. Ladies and gentlemen,
I just knew too much.
I am, for the first time, probably ever,
Make me crazy.
basically speechless. Alex Jones here right now. Even though I did Coast to Coast AM and Opie and Anthony today and only got 2 hours sleep, I have so much energy right now. I feel like I could run up and down a mountain. When you have as much research and data as I have, just because I focus on this full time, and you see things like this, and then you see the timestamps and you see it confirmed, and you see it on local news footage, and you see the guys with the backpacks, with the pressure cookers in them, and then after the explosion, the straps matching, and you even see who they're going to make the patsy. It is incredible. You see the military intelligence people. You see different teams, and then you see what looks like the patsy. This is unbelievable. And ladies and gentlemen, this is John Doe number 2, and number 3, and number 4, and number 5, like Oklahoma City. But this time, they're not going to be able to confiscate the videotapes out of 17 locations that FBI agents later went public about and said they'd seen that showed McVeigh with 6 other men, identified as the people Carol Howell, the head of HUD, saw planting the gray sticks of butter, and she asked what they were doing, and we're doing telephone work the day before. And she was struck by how good-looking one of them in particular was. She later identified a member of German intelligence, because they'll also use foreign intelligence groups, people that have been involved in Gladio and things. And of course, other people in the building were so struck by how tough these guys looked. Just like, no, these people are evil. And how mean they looked and how good looking they looked. I mean, it was like striking people. It's like, I just can't even handle it anymore. The fact that you can see the patsy, which again, this is what it looks like to me, and it's what's being broken down. And then it shows later the backpack after it's exploded. It's the same backpack, the same stripes. It's been released by the AP, the photo of what's left of the backpack. And then you see what looks like the gentleman with the backpack, who is in all the photos basically looking the different direction than everybody else, and just fitting the exact MO. And if it's not, then I'm wrong. And, 4chan is wrong. But he fits in, and then he's surrounded by all these other guys with big black backpacks on their back. And then he's got a little backpack there. And then, again, the straps match it exactly. And then he's surrounded by guys. And when the military is in plain clothes, it's ridiculous how obvious it is. And you can see this in my films, where they'll have plainclothes military during city drills to study the public. And they'll be wearing tan pants or black pants with the same boots to identify, and with caps to be identified. And, I mean, you can see it right there. There they are with the tan military BDUs. They've got black jackets, big black backpacks, and military bearing, standing there both on cell phones. And then we've got other photos of them right where the bombs went off, right by the flags. And then you've got the guy that looks like the patsy, and I'm not trying to be mean to the guy. These guys are obviously military intelligence. They were there right before it went off. That's undoubted. The patsy looks like the type they'd set up and fits the body language, MO, a bunch of stuff. And they're saying they've got their suspect. You notice within minutes of us announcing this, CNN said they have the suspect and that it's actually on local news footage, which we were already showing if you're watching us on TV. For radio listeners, you've got to go to Infowars.com and see this right now. God, by the grace of God, I'm still alive. I've never felt like I'm in more danger, and my sixth sense has always been on target. I've never felt more sense of doom than I came in and told them. I mean, I told them right before the bin Laden thing, the fake deal, the day before, and they said, uh-oh, you're always right about this. I told them right before Sandy Hook, I said, this something horrible is going to happen tomorrow. Yeah, there it is, wearing the Punisher hat. And I told them that morning, and I said on air, I said, we've all got to unify. This is it. It's about to happen. And then I said yesterday, watch them mail bioweapons to Congress. I'm on record. And I mean, because they just do the same thing over and over again. And now it's up at Infowars.com. It's up at Infowars.com right now, ladies and gentlemen. Boston bombing culprits identified. Images show suspicious men with backpacks. And I want Watson to fill it all in. They fit military intelligence, wearing the same outfits, the drill, all of it. This is unbelievable. This is smoking gun level. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tentatively tell you that we have identified at least 3 of the operatives as Navy SEALs. And sure enough, I said no to the crew. I said, that's not a Punisher hat that guy's wearing. In the Navy SEALs in public, like we're stupid, we'll wear the desert camo BDU pants and the desert camo shoes, combat boots. Sure enough, it's a SEAL Team 3 hat. And again, the guy looks just like a SEAL, acts like a SEAL. We've got dozens of photos of these guys together. It could be people framing the SEALs. But this is getting... We're now in the middle of a Hollywood movie. Okay, notice Olympus has fallen and all this stuff comes out. Put it back on screen, guys. If you're a TV viewer, if you're a radio listener, go to Infowars.com/listen. And we have the free video feeds. Capture them, save them. This is history happening. These are the guys. We have other photos with them. And again, the reason I recognize it is that's an old symbol that they got from the SEALs that they use on the Punisher. It's not that they're imitating the Punisher. Punch that back up, guys. I'm going to show people the different SEAL team insignias. Then pull up Chris Kyle, the dead sniper. That's very mysterious. And you'll see him in Iraq wearing that same symbol. And then, of course, his group then adopted that symbol. Blackwater has the symbol, obviously founded by Prince, a SEAL. SEAL Team 5 is a gold skull with red eyes. SEAL Team 3 has a 3 on the head. And if you look at that, it's got a number on its head. Oh, my God, an official Navy SEAL hat. And again, that's how dumb they think the public is that, I mean, you can... If you act like you own the place, you can walk into a bank and stick your hands in the register and walk out with cash. I mean, that's how dumbed down the general public is. Yeah, show him in Iraq up there. Yeah, there he is. There he is with his 338 Lapua. There he is with the SEAL team hat. Oh, man. And the guys with the black backpacks look like Chris Kyle. I mean, how dumb do we have to be here? Right where the flags are, right where the bombs went off. And they were running a drill, and they told everybody be calm. My God, I cannot believe this. I cannot handle this anymore. They got Navy SEALs, ladies and gentlemen, or people that are from another Special Forces branch dressed like them, out there wearing Navy SEAL hats with big old black backpacks with some guy that looks like Henry Lee Lucas as the patsy. Oh, walking in the patsy, it looks like he's been through electroshock therapy. I cannot sit here and be right anymore. Oh, God, I can't handle it. Oh, God, I wish this was wrong. People say, oh, Alex, you just want to think everything's a staged event. No, I don't. I'm sick of it, man. I wish it was Alone Crazy did this. I wish it wouldn't have happened. You think I like going up against these people? I can't believe InfoWars is breaking this. I can't believe our reporter, who lives outside Boston, went and took over the press conferences, and they freaked out and canceled them and looked completely guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, if these so-called SEALs were not involved, they were part of the drill. They probably weren't involved because they're acting like, they're just standing there totally calm, but obviously on the job. They look like cops standing there. And I told you before I even saw the hat, I said, those look like Navy SEALs. I first ran into Navy SEALs while covering Operation Urban Warrior in California, and they had SEALs casing us, and that later came out, actually, following us around, using us as like a simulant for fighting domestic terrorists while we covered it. And they had, obviously, SEALs are attached to the Navy, so it was a Marine Corps operation. That's why that happened. But then I ran into SEALs again whenever Governor Bush was running for president, and the whole thing was contested, the election. And I was down there and actually had Secret Service in plain clothes, dressed like gangsters. It was like a 55-year-old gray-haired guy with gold chains pushing me and stuff. Then later going, I'm Secret Service. You better get out of here, Jones. You better watch it. And then there's these military guys coming by because they like little guys for undercover. People don't think of them, and I could tell they were like special forces, and because of their bearing and confidence. And I said, and something just told me, like, "Are you guys SEALs?" And the guy looks at me and just goes, "Jones, I don't know how you do it. Because what's the point if I was like, I don't know how you do it." Because I was out there for days going around, and then I believe it was a SEAL that they put on us who would pop up anywhere I went in the country. I'd be at an urban warfare drill in Brooksville, Florida, and the guy would pop out of the bushes and start lighting fires to blame me. You know, Mike Hansen saw this happen. You're hiding in the woods for Police State 2, the takeover. And a guy pops out and starts lighting fires who was casing and following all the local Austinites around. See, I just dealt with this so long, and people don't live in the real world, so you hear this, it's like, sounds like a comic book. But my life has been like a comic book, and it just gets weirder and weirder and crazier. And I'm looking at the photos that come out, and there's video feeds off local news as well, and it's Navy SEALs or people that, Delta Force or something, trying to look like SEALs, and wearing SEAL hats. So they probably aren't SEALs. With big black backpacks, the exact ones that match, right there behind the flags with some patsy. Did you get me, Watson, back on the line? Here, let me get him. I want Watson back. I'm sorry, I may have thought. I mean, I'm so, yeah, in case he doesn't answer on the Skype here, I'll just call him right here. And he's visiting his parents. He's visiting his parents in France. It's got to be tough, spending a month in France, where he's at, in the Alps. His parents are from Sheffield. There's no jobs left in England, so they run a nice bed and breakfast there, sold everything they had, moved to France. All right, he's not answering the phone. I want to get him on to point out these people look like Navy SEALs. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to add the providence of all of this. If you just joined us, Infowars.com/listen. The video feed's up there, but at Infowars.com, if you're a radio listener, and PrisonPlanet.com, Paul Watson is writing. He has the info up there on the screen. Let's go ahead and call him audio Skype. And this is unprecedented. See, I'm trying to give you background. People always go, how do you know this? Or what makes you say that? It's life experience. It's intense life experience, knowing this, studying false flags. And it's the same thing on the London bombing, where they had black ops involved with these patsies that thought they were part of a drill, and that even came out later. But it's like, oh, a drill, you're a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, there was a drill of the same targets being hit, and yeah, we had role players, but never mind that. And I told you yesterday, a couple days ago before this happened, I said, don't go be part of drills, and don't carry simulant backpacks full of bombs for people. I mean, again, it's an exact blueprint over and over again. Ladies and gentlemen, the photos up at Infowars.com are unprecedented, and just no one's really resisting. Everyone just goes along with this. That's why it's our people confronting the governor and the police at the press conferences. That's why we're breaking this in the media. I mean, obviously, this has been out for days, these photos, right there from the cameras, right there on the Boston feeds that people can get publicly, on the news, and no one knows what they're even looking at, where there's Navy SEALs standing around, or what looks like Navy SEALs in uniform, you know, in their low-key uniform so they can identify each other, black tops, tan bottoms, with Navy SEAL caps. But their bearing is they're not doing something sneaky. They're not really hiding. They're amongst sheep. And what are they waiting for? So they may have given real Navy SEALs bombs, or a lot of times Navy SEALs are really still working for the government, but they've been brought into units above SEALs and above Delta. And like McVeigh, they'll send them out and then set them up. That could have been done. That could have been done as well. Hey, go be part of this drill. And then you got Rob Dew's brother-in-law, who he talks to all the time. They're friends, who's always making fun of us and stuff, who's in Army intelligence and was part of the Army marathon team, who was pulled out. They said, oh, well, you're dehydrated. We're going to pull you out near the finish. And then now his wife isn't able to talk to his wife or her brother, and they won't talk to us 2 days later. Watson, when you were on with me, I've had time now to analyze this. When I started seeing the photos, when you showed them to me on air, I totally flipped out because it was just like finding the dead bodies buried in the backyard. You thought your neighbor was a nice guy. It hit me like a ton of bricks. Those are definitely military types. Wearing a Navy SEAL team something, you can't see what number it is. This is unprecedented, Paul, and they've got the black backpacks. They've got it all. We've got the surveillance cameras from above and below, the two military types in the desert BDU bottoms with black jacket tops, with credentials, standing in the middle of the street like they're in control. And if those guys aren't special forces, I'll eat my hat. It could be former special forces that are now in police intelligence. I don't know. But Paul Watson, this is the biggest story we've ever covered. This is unbelievable, Watson. Do you realize how big this is? And what are your points on this? I just want to make sure in your article you're writing around these photos, Boston bombing culprits identified. We need to put out another one. Right now I got Don Salazar, Kurt Nimmo, your brother Steve Watson from London, all listening and writing. Go look. That is a Navy SEAL hat. Idiots will say Punisher. No, it's a Navy SEAL hat. That's the Navy SEAL undercover look that I've seen over and over again. And this is just, I said, right when I saw them, I said Navy SEALs. Then I went, wait a minute, that's a Navy SEAL hat. No wonder my subconscious brain immediately saw it, even before magnification, it was able to pick it up. Paul Watson, what do you say about this?
Well, they're both wearing exactly the same clothes. They've both got huge, heavy black backpacks. They're both on the cell phone. They're stood right next to each other. And we know for a fact, the FBI said that one of the pressure cookers was housed in a backpack, and the Boston Globe also. And they've shown the
backpack that matches the Patsy guy who has an object in a backpack right near them in other photos right before the bomb goes off with the flags. I mean, this is unprecedented, Watson.
Well, that's right. The bag that's photographed near the site of the explosion is the one carried by the stereotypical hick, good old boy looking individual.
Oh, that's him. Oh, my God.
Who looks disheveled.
Folks, oh, my God. We may have blown their whole operation today. Because did you know within minutes CNN started reporting it'll be coming out later, and Blitzer, who's a total operative, total intelligence operative, started flipping out? I mean, I was watching his body language. I'm sorry. You know the whole Pentagon's listening right now. Go ahead, Watson.
Well, yeah, CNN's reporting that authorities have identified one of the suspects involved in the attack by means of video from a department store near the site of the second explosion and video from a Boston television station.
And that's the video we were already showing right then. They already knew all this. They already had it. We forced them to go early when they were going to go at 5 today, and I privately told you they're going to wait till Obama arrives tomorrow to make the announcement, so we may have screwed up their timetable. Watson, is this... I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm so speechless, I can't stop talking. Go ahead.
Well, if they show...
Oh, no! Arrest made in bombing case! They had the Patsy standing by! I'm sorry, go ahead, Watson.
If they come out with the images and they don't show these two military-looking individuals dressed identically, then, I mean, come on. If they only come out with this Patsy guy, then... basically, we've rumbled them. And look, they're doing a photo shoot with a CNN guy with Army troops behind him in Humvees. Go back to that. With Wolf Blitzer. Hey, Wolf don't look like he's having too good of a day. By the way, Wolf Blitzer is Israeli intelligence IDF. Just thought I'd add that. Go ahead. Well, yeah, we know the backpacks were involved. These photos have been out with these guys with backpacks. Two of them look disheveled, badly dressed. Look like good old boy Hicks. Another two of them look like military professional. They've got the cell phones, wearing identical gear, huge heavy backpacks. We know that one of the pressure cooker devices... They have official passes. They have official certificates. One of them hanging around his neck. Go ahead. And then it appears as if the darker-skinned individual is running from the scene, running away from the scene right after the bomb explodes. Whether that's the same guy who stood with the white military-looking individual remains to be seen. What are they going to do this time? What are they going to do this time where they can't grab all the videos like Oklahoma City? What are they going to do? Well, they know that most people don't read Infowars.com, unfortunately. But I mean, if they try and pull it off that it's this lone patsy, which they've already said it's going to be a lone extremist, a lone wolf, then he's not even the most suspicious-looking individual. If I saw it for the first time, I'd say he looks more like a victim. These professional military guys look like they're either the bombers or they're involved in a drill. The patsy guy looks completely just disheveled, badly dressed. Doesn't know
Same
where
thing with
he's going.
Mutalib. Our witnesses said a sharp-dressed man got him on the plane without the passport, unprecedented, and so they were suspicious of him. The lawyer, Kurt Haskell, saw all this, and a month and a half later on C-SPAN, in hearings, they had to admit an unnamed U.S. intelligence agency ordered him to be given visas and helped on the plane to roll out the body scanners. I mean, this is unprecedented. We have got black ops all over. That may be a second patsy right there, but he's acting like the type that's been sheep-dipped out of a lower unit, kind of a Lee Harvey Oswald. Wow. Wow. Whoa. I mean, this is... Folks, if you're a radio listener and aren't seeing this, Infowars.com / listen has the video feed. Paul, describe things for radio listeners out there. Describe the video we're talking about. And notice, we aired this first, on media first. Within 7-8 minutes, CNN said we now have these footage within a department store and on the street of news and photos of it. And, of course, they already knew this was out. This was on 4chan for at least 9 hours. 228,000 people had seen this, and they were going to keep acting stupid. Paul Watson, they did not want people. How did they think they could have Navy SEALs and people out there with backpacks and not have it come out? I mean, Paul, this is mega massive. Tell people what we've got.
This is Boston bombing culprits identified, ? It's the top link on Infowars.com. It's a long series of photos that identifies individuals at the scene of the Boston Marathon bombing wearing large heavy coats, large backpacks. 2 of them are talking on cell phones. They look like military guys. They look professional. The other individuals photographed look suspicious. They're looking away from the scene of the marathon. They're furtive. They're looking around. And in one video, one of these individuals is running away at high speed from the scene as the bomb goes off. And other media outlets are reporting on these photos now, saying that they look credible. They look like these are probably the guys. And now it's being reported that one suspect has been arrested and that he's now being taken to court. So
you got Navy SEALs wearing Navy SEAL hats. I mean, this is unbelievable. And now they're going to try to frame these guys. Oh, my God. They may try to frame the military. I have never seen anything like this in my life. I mean, this is the sloppiest crap I have ever seen. But I guess they think we're just total morons. Paul Watson, add more to the articles. Get the Navy SEAL stuff out. Predict the cover-up we're about to see. Hit them hard. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. I have only had 2 hours sleep tonight and was taking a quick break in there in the can. Well, I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this is the most dangerous thing we've ever been involved in. I need your prayers right now. And I need your support for Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.com and PrisonPlanet.tv because they are going to come after us in the media. And if they're able to assassinate my character, they will kill me after that. And I don't say that for theatrics. I instinctively was up here at 2 in the morning with Rob Dew last night in between breaks. He was instinctively up here working late, shooting videos and things, and news director. And I said, this is it, man. This is it. And, you know, you cross that line, you step into this room, there's no turning back. But there's no turning back to begin with. And if you just joined us, it's definitely on the scene right near where the bombing happened. Navy SEALs with black backpacks or men dressed like Navy SEALs. I want to show TV viewers this. I'll describe it for radio listeners. Let's punch this up. And notice within 5 minutes of us announcing this, CNN suddenly said, oh, they've identified film footage from a department store and another one. And they have identified, you know, the people. I mean, they had this footage all along. And this had been out on the web for days. So Boston bombing culprits identified, Infowars.com. And now the story for Paul Watson to write and others is, within 5 minutes of us announcing this, CNN then instantly talking in their ears, oh, there's been, you know, oh, they now have suspects from video. Oh, and then it's the exact video we talked about. Oh, we now have photos. Oh, they're going to arrest them, but they're not showing the people. And so are they going to show the patsies that have backpacks and match the bags that were exploded? Or are they going to show you the Navy SEAL military people? And again, I want to show viewers this. For viewers, show them the image of the SEALs. The minute I saw them, I said, those look like SEALs. Then we find out we have photos from above of the same guys. And sure enough, it is the same SEAL team that Chris Kyle belonged to. Because you've got the patches, and Chris Kyle has a particular one that has red on the head, not red in the eyes. And then you have SEAL Team 3 just has a 3. Blackwater has a black skull because it was founded by SEALs. Now, let's go to Chris Kyle. Just type in Chris Kyle and you, to Google images, and you see him wearing the exact same non-dress uniforms, what the SEALs call it, like an undercover uniform. I learned this just dealing with them myself when they run security at events. Like, you don't know that's a military outfit. Like, we're all so dumb. They all see each other, and the average public doesn't. I told you. I said this on air before the guys pulled it up. Tan combat boots, tan BDU pants, black shirt, black coat, black cap, white skull with red. Show the Fox News interview where he ran the black op against, is Ventura back yet from Mexico? I need to call him. Click on that. It's the same red, the same SEAL team hat. It's not a Punisher hat. The Punisher is a copy of that. And they're wearing SEAL team undercover uniforms. There is such a thing. Those are Navy SEALs, are people meant to look like Navy SEALs. Or they're going to say it's former Navy SEALs, but there's no way the police, if they weren't already told they'd be in the area, would let guys walk out and take over the middle of the street with backpacks, black jackets, in tan BDUs and tan combat boots with Navy SEAL hats. They would be all over them, ladies and gentlemen. We have them, we have them, we have them. Folks, when we got the word yesterday afternoon that Oath Keepers was banned from Lexington Green, the side of April 19th, because of the fact that extremists, you know, are connected to the bombing. The script's written, all the TV shows, the Patriots are going to blow everything up. And, I mean, it's for the poor sheep out there, they don't understand it. It's like a one-year-old can't tell you what 2 + 2 equals. They don't even know what 2 is most of the time. And talking to the public's like talking to 2-year-olds. And they're like, oh, I'm so sad. Why aren't you sad? I'm real sad. I'm real sad about our country, too. You know, they show me a little 8-year-old dead kid all day. I have a 10-year-old son. I have an 8-year-old daughter. I have a 5-year-old daughter. Makes me sick. And it makes me sick they're going to use them as a burnt offering sacrifice to take our rights. Don't you know if you give up your liberties, bad guys will go do bad things to get you to give up your liberties? The world's a dangerous place, and if you just joined us, 4chan, the big hacker website, went through, and we've gone and reverse engineered these. These are real public photos from Twitter, Facebook, news channels. They just compiled it all. It's up at Infowars.com. 4chan, about 10 hours ago, broke this, but just said, what do you think? I went and looked at it. It's definitely Navy SEALs. It's definitely all there. With our intelligence and understanding of this, and the FBI obviously knew about all this. They had footage of right behind the flags when the bomb went off, where you've got all these guys. And then we have all the witnesses and confirmed interviews that, yes, people said there was drills. They were saying, don't be alarmed, because people would be alarmed by the guys looking like this with black backpacks. Don't be alarmed. This is just a drill. And again, it doesn't mean these guys were part of it. And it doesn't mean the guy that we say looks like the likely patsy will absolutely be that. I mean, look at this guy. It looks just like a pressure cooker in his black backpack. And you look at this information, and then it looks just like the same black backpack after it blows up. This is absolutely 110% unprecedented that the system thought we were so dumb, ladies and gentlemen. They thought we were so ignorant. They thought we were so mindless that they would have these drills as a cover to insert the patsies who probably thought they were part of the drill. That's why you see one of the things blow up and it looks like the patsy running with their clothes blown off. They probably didn't even know. And again, they find people with 75 IQs. I've seen this MO over 100 times. Even the New York Times has admitted this. Pull up the article about New York Times FBI staging terror, provocateuring it, guys, for new viewers. And I've seen it, and they get like some poor homeless guy, tell him, you're in the Army now. We need you for national security. I will fight for America. You're going to fight for America now. And we need you to be part of this drill to test security. We're doing a big drill. I will do it. You're going to get $5,000, Billy, after you do this for America. Then they hop them up on Halcyon, sodium pentothal, Thorazine, and they roll them out drooling, and that's the end of it. That's the end of it. And, I mean, hell, you could have the Navy SEALs on video going, we're going to detonate the bomb now. Here, little kid, mind holding that. And the people would say, that's not real. Man, I tell you, wow, this government has just got some evil people working for it. And I told you they'd pick little kids. I guarantee you they were shopping around looking for some kids in the crowd. Whoever was behind this. And again, the guys that are part of the drill with the SEALs, they may not be involved. But I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, this is disgusting to the highest levels of my gut. Hey, if America doesn't get tough and get ready for war, we're going to fail to the Muslim threat. That's called a gambit, Alex. End justifies the means. We took a class on that when we graduated. You got to sacrifice a few people so that America can be tough. It's not about America being tough. Okay, with your Machiavellian bull. It's about the New World Order taking over and destroying our families with staged false flags. And let me tell you something, boys. All of you that were involved in this are going to be dead soon. Your bosses are going to kill you. How's that sound? We'll be right back. You remember Chris Kyle, the most decorated sniper in our Navy's history, would wear the SEAL team, particular SEAL team he was in was a white skull with red on the top. There are gentlemen wearing what I've seen for myself at high security events. It's a uniform, but they think the public doesn't see it because they don't. It's tan boots, tan BDU pants, and a black jacket or black shirt. Guys, show people Chris Kyle. Just type in Chris Kyle's name. You'll see him posing for photos dressed that way, and actually even out of country dressed that way, and wearing the same skull hat. Yeah, guys, for TV viewers, please punch up the next one that shows him sitting with the lapua. That was the search you did. I want to show people that because then it shows these exact. There it is. I first again in 2000 when Bush won and it was contested. I would go down to cover the protest and things, and I wasn't for Bush or against Bush, and I would run into guys dressed like that, and later learn they were Navy SEALs, and they were down there as auxiliary. And then I ran into them other places. So when I saw this, I went, that's Navy SEALs. And then they found other close-up photos of the guy wearing a Navy SEAL hat with the big black backpacks and official certificates there. And then you find out they're in the area where these other patsies are with black backpacks. And, of course, the police had to announce. We've since, the interview's up on the site, talked to the marathon coach who said, no, they were there saying it's a drill. Don't be alarmed. Because people are like, what are these guys with black backpacks? I mean, obviously. And they don't be alarmed. It's a drill. And you got standing around with phones, and then in come guys that look like, with big mullets, hunched over, always exactly what you thought, with their backpacks that match the one that blows up with the same strap. And that guy's right behind where the flags are and the explosion goes off. And these photos have been out for days. For days. We report it, and within 5 minutes, CNN goes, this just out. This just, within 5 minutes, CNN goes, oh, this just out. They've got footage from this and that, the same footage, and they don't show it, though. And then later, well, we've made the arrest. And they're like, just on Fox during the break there, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the whole cover-up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a lone person. This individual will now be brought to justice. I tune to the next channel. CNN, it's a lone person. The families have got to be elated. Tune to the next channel. Word for word. From Fox to CNN, MSNBC, back there on the satellite. And then I ran here and talked to Stewart real quick. And I tuned in, MSNBC, same thing. They're going, well, the families will be elated. They've got the lone wolf. It's looking like it's going to be a white conservative. We're going to be finding out. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, the scripting from Family Guy to Founding Fathers, every show, every movie, Patriots are going to blow you up. Gun owners are going to blow you up. They're going to link up with Al-Qaeda. Family Guy, the turbaned cowboy who bombs the marathon and runs. I mean, this is so over the top right now that I told Stewart I have never broken something this big, never been more certain, never been more freaked out looking at hundreds of these photos. I mean, we're going to find out very soon. They may change their plans now because of this, and we need your prayers, because I've always had a good sixth sense. I told Rob Dew, I said, something's big. This isn't the event. It's us reporting on this that's going to get big. And I'm telling you, we've got Providence here. The fact that Badondi's up there, our auxiliary reporter, he went and took over the press conferences. The fact that all this is happening, we are in grave danger. I need your prayers. Oath Keepers need your prayers. We got the bad news. They're banned from Lexington Green, where they've been for years. You're saying, well, you're an extremist group, and this happened in the town council. We're going to give you the whole report. With Stewart Rhodes and Stephen Redfern, who was there with the MA chapter of gun rights across America. If this isn't a false flag to blame conservatives, nothing is. And they say drill gone bad. This isn't like Oklahoma City or Fast and Furious where they can try to cover it up or grab all the videotapes. This is all out. If they try to say, here's the lone guy now, and ignore that there's a drill and Navy SEALs with black backpacks there, it's not going to wash, folks. And so I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we definitely made them go ahead. They were probably going to announce this tomorrow when Obama arrives. I'd privately predicted that. I predicted on air they'd start mailing bioweapons out to Congress to get all these bills passed. I mean, I live this, okay? I'm in a war room 24 hours a day sometimes. I've been here for 20 hours. Okay, I got 2 hours sleep last night. I'm not complaining. I have unlimited energy with just a few cups of coffee because, folks, my instincts, my gut, my brain, my intellect, this is full globalist offensive. Okay, I'm ranting and raving. Stewart Rhodes, I got to get into this with you. I don't know if Steve knew what he was getting into, but talk about the fact that they're saying, well, this is extremism. I mean, they've got to give the Ku Klux Klan a permit to have a rally. You guys had this. You've been doing this for years, with perfect record, military people saying they're going to follow their oath, police saying they're going to follow their oath. So wholesome. You're a constitutional lawyer. Wards at Yale, was it? Worked for Ron Paul. You're the founder. Army veteran yourself. Medically retired at a night jump. You're a great guy, and you're just great guys. They've tried to infiltrate. They can't shut you down. And now in America, you don't have constitutional rights. And in Texas, a gun owner can't walk down a farm road in the middle of nowhere with his son without being arrested. And the cop said, I don't need a law. I mean, this country is in deep trouble. But I know you just came into this, but you're looking at some of it online on your phone right now. What do you make of what we're breaking down here and how big this is? Because it's confirmed now. We've doubled back to and interviewed the witnesses. There was a drill saying, be calm, don't worry. Stewart Rhodes, what do you say about this?
Well, all I've seen so far are the photos that they put up on the internet showing the backpacks, the guys walking around together like a team. So definitely not going to be a lone actor. This is a team. It looks like a team effort. So
but they're wearing classic Navy SEAL outfits.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure about that. So I haven't looked at all the photos as much as maybe you have, but all I can say right now is it definitely looks like a team. It sort of looks like somebody came in there together as a team. There's multiple photos of them together. So that to me is the biggest red flag. I'm not going to be able to say by his hat who he's with.
No, I understand that. It could be a false flag doing that. I'm just saying they look like SEALs as well, and they've got credentials, and they're standing around with backpacks. Obviously, people were concerned, so they say this is part of a drill, and then Rob Dew's brother-in-law, who's in Army intelligence, is pulled out of the race and now won't talk to him. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. But I mean, what do you make of the fact that they're out of the gate saying right-wingers, and we've seen all the preconditioning? You were on 2 weeks ago, and we both agreed false flag was imminent.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, this is what they want. This is what they need. And either, like I said yesterday on your show, either they want and need a pretext for a war with a foreign nation, or they want and need a pretext to clamp down on their domestic enemies. So that's what's going to happen. You're going to get both. And so it wouldn't be a surprise at all to me to see this as being just that.
Well, these breaking photos and video are at Infowars.com, auxiliary site, prisonplanet.com if you can't get into Infowars.com, and video streaming right now for everybody free at Infowars.com/listen. We've added the prisonplanet.tv function that members have for everybody right now. This is so important. All right, let's get into what happened with the attack on the First Amendment. There's no doubt about this. They're telling the veterans now, up to 1,000 that are coming, you're not allowed to be there on the 19th. I'm tempted to get on the plane and come cover this because I was told you guys are still going to show up. This is still America, even if the redcoats say it isn't. And you're there with Steve Redfern, the chapter of gun rights across America. Break this down.
Steve got a permit, and we were good to go until the bombing happened. And they're using the bombing as their excuse for now canceling revoking the permit. Steve, go ahead and fill in that.
Well, the whole venture started, I'd say, roughly 2 months ago when the idea of this rally popped up. I jumped through the hoops. I followed the legal red tape, applied for permits, and with a lot of resistance, I got the permits. I also had a lieutenant detective in Lexington send out what he thought was a secret email to police departments around Massachusetts requesting information or Massachusetts general law that he could use against us to have us arrested, or, as I quote him, he put, deal with us. I got that squashed by calling them out. And
by the way, that's a civil rights violation right there. I mean,
I agree.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree. So once I got that squashed, magically, a bunch of anti-gun organizations started popping up out of the woodwork. One called Lex Common Sense, who has recently formed directly because of my rally in Lexington, and they're causing, I guess, a ton of headaches for the Lexington Board of Selectmen. So I think this was a perfect excuse for them.
Oh, yeah, they are authoritarians, and we have all the documentation at Infowars.com, an article out on this right now for folks that want to get it and get it out to people. These are authoritarians. They're not just going to shut down our Second Amendment. They're going to shut it all down. Please continue.
Yeah, another thing, too, that really sparked my interest is I caught wind of a news article on Lexington Patch at 3:22 p.m., and the article stated that the Lexington Board of Selectmen have voted to revoke my permit, and which is interesting because the meeting and the vote on the permit didn't occur till 6 p.m., so the Lexington Patch had some type of psychic ability, apparently.
Well, Patch they're not all bad, but it's a cover for Soros groups to put out propaganda locally. It's their agents are everywhere.
Yeah, what I'm getting to is pretty much the Board of Selectmen emergency meeting and the vote was a smoke and mirror show. They've already decided this well before I was informed.
This is a full-on collectivist offensive, like the Tet Offensive, but it's political to bring us down. Where do you go from here? This is unprecedented.
Well, as of right now, I'm consulting with some attorneys, and they're doing some research in Massachusetts law. And if possible, we're gonna take this to court. Also, with the news.
Well, look, if you just show up and let them try to violate your First Amendment, it turns into Tiananmen Square. And so look, they're going to show everybody what tyrants they are. I mean, you guys are showing up still, right?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to come back and talk about what you're going to do on that front. Ladies and gentlemen, these people want to shut down our free speech as well. They're arresting people trying to walk down country roads with guns now in Texas, veterans with no criminal records with their little kids. I mean, it is just, this country is going to hell in a handbasket right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I know what I'm looking at. Hundreds of photos. Paul's posting more of them now. Snapshots, Twitter, video feeds. There are plainclothes, what look like military men, and what I've seen Navy SEALs dressed like when they're not in uniform, but when they're, doing operations, all over the place within what looks like patsies. And the media, this has been out for days. We've ran into it, put it out, and then suddenly they said, okay, we have the pressure cooker. Okay, we're going to make an arrest. We've made an arrest. It's a lone person, but so sophisticated. It's so incredible to catch someone this sophisticated. And, it's going to be the domestic group. And let's hope the Boston Marathon bomber is a white person. That's the Salon headline. Boston bombing likely carried out by domestic terrorists, the White House says. How would they know that? How would Axelrod say that yesterday afternoon or yesterday morning? But then they have no leads, but they know it's a domestic group and not Muslims. I told you. People are like, it's going to be the Muslims, Alex. Shut up. Yeah, you better hope it's not that, because you know what? They're going to probably, that's in the TV shows now, that the Tea Party works with Al-Qaeda, and the Pentagon has to crush a Tea Party rebellion. This is the branding over to us. And again, these emails get out that they wanted to shut this down, and these are extremists, and we can't let them do this. But I'm correct in saying they're at Lexington and Concord. Don't they have dozens and dozens of different events in the different areas? I wonder if they're letting them have all their other events, or it's just you being discriminated against. The MA chapter of Gun Rights Across America, Steve Redfern, and Stewart Rhodes, founder of Oath Keepers. Please finish your story.
Well, from what I gather now, the counter-protesters that were set up to be demonstrating against us are not going to be stopped from their counter-protest because they did not pull permits. They're not required to for some reason. So I expect a turnout in Lexington still to counter-protest my pro-gun rally. That's not going to be happening anymore.
What about the other events on April 19th and the reenactments, things like that?
Well, the reenactment took place this past Monday. They do it early. So that's not going to be canceled.
Isn't there a march from Concord Bridge down to Lexington?
Yeah, from what I gather, they did that early this year.
No, but only the Mayors Against Guns people are allowed to demonstrate without permits. You don't get to, you evil, rascally right-winger. This is just incredible. I mean, this is a big deal. And it's not in the news anywhere. It's breaking at Infowars.com right now. Go ahead.
So our plan of action is we're hoping to retain Blake Felipe, who's a 10th Amendment Center lawyer there in Massachusetts. He's doing research right now, and if we can do it, we're going to file for emergency injunction by a judge. But regardless, our plan of action is to show up and do an oath ceremony. That's what we're going there, is an oath renewal ceremony, and do it anyway. And, you know, they're using the pretext that they don't have enough police officers in case something happens. In the wake of the Boston bombing, with them assisting in Boston, there's not enough officers to respond in case there's some kind of terrorist attack or other incident on the green. And so our message back to them is, we don't need your help. You know, we're military and police and first responders ourselves. We got it handled. You know, we don't need your help. Go do what you're going to do, and we'll do what we're going to do. So help us by aiming on
Sorry, bro, your phone is breaking up a little bit. Let's go back to Stewart, and we'll come back to you after the break to finish up. Stewart, go ahead and take us out to break with other information. Okay, that was Stewart. So Stephen is there. Steve, you got anything else?
Pretty much just what Stewart was touching on. I am working with a 10th Amendment attorney who's doing some research right now to see what grounds we have to stand on. And depending on what his research turns out, we may be seeking to file an emergency injunction and take it from there. We also discussed the possibility of pulling a restraining order against the elected officials.
You know, I would just reconquer America, reoccupy America from the communists and the globalists. I just show up and take it over and do your speech. And if they want to arrest Americans while letting a bunch of scum, you know, demonstrate against the First Amendment, let them. I mean, do like Martin Luther King did. You're allowed to eat at the lunch counter.
It's a good way to look at it. And
No. The commies, they get to go to the lunch counter. You don't get to. Sorry, go ahead.
And we're willing to do that.
I think things are in discussion.
By the way, Stewart, you're a constitutional lawyer. You helped sue with us and win against Pittsburgh. Why don't you just sue them? But I mean, I'd sue them and go take over. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What?
Sure, but I'm not admitted to Massachusetts. Blake can help us right now by filing for an injunction today. So we're going to have him do that. You need a local lawyer to do that. So, but yeah,
all right, great job. I want to get final comments from both of you. We've got to go to break. I'm Alex Jones. Breaking off the chart news. False flag drills. It's incredible. Stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back live. I'm going to just keep going live, even though I'm on 2 hours sleep from Coast to Coast AM and Opie and Anthony. This is history happening. Sometimes I've got to get really burnt out to really get focused because I've got so much energy, like a race car engine that's over revving. Thousands of thoughts racing through my mind as I analyze the battlefield spectrum. We're seeing Dr. Steve Pieczenik has got out on his site some false flag info. We'll get his full take at the bottom of the next hour, and our guests are going to leave us in a moment, and I'm going to shut up and open the phones up for listeners. to give us your take on what you've seen. I don't hog the airtime because, you know, of ego issues. I am absolutely in fighting mode. Because, I mean, look, I'm no rocket scientist. But, I mean, I've talked to friends and family who watch TV. They say it can be shows about fixing up houses, nonfiction. It can be fiction. Hawaii Five-0, Founding Fathers, The Following, The Family Guy, comedies. They'll just randomly on HBO shows, I'm told, somebody go, you know, I believe in the Constitution. And, you know, the comedy will say, oh, you're a child molester. Everybody laughs at the person, or laugh at Charlton Heston, say he murdered children, you know, put a skit out about it, and then show him blow his foot off, Jim Carrey. I mean, folks, I'll be in a hotel room on, you know, business traveling to cover something, and I'm afraid to turn the TV on. Unless it's like the Rifleman or something, you know, from the 50s or 60s. It's just, or Leave It to Beaver. Can you imagine if they tried to tell Leave It to Beaver that you Ward Cleaver, we're going to stick our hands down your pants? I mean, this is the type of garbage. So here's the headline. Navy SEALs spotted at Boston Marathon wearing suspicious backpacks, ? That article is up on Infowars.com right now. Very powerful. And now they're saying they may not have the suspect arrested, or they may. I mean, we pushed them. And I don't just say that. And I've had the White House respond to us, all sorts of stuff. They have been sitting on this. This even proves more that it's all concocted. And then they start saying, oh, we have the very video that we were just showing. But they're not showing it, but they're describing it because they don't want to show the Navy SEAL lookalikes that are there with the rubes. And boy, when I say rubes, it is central casting. Ladies and gentlemen, looks like Henry Lee Lucas. Let's go. You don't know who that is? You can look him up. I mean, this is Hollywood, baby. This is Hollywood. And again, if you're not in media, you just don't know what you're looking for. Stewart Rhodes, I want to get into the whole Concord thing because you guys were talking over each other and I was interrupting. Just you spend a few minutes and your guest a few minutes. I'm going to go to phone calls at 800-259-9231, 800-259-9231. And when you guys launch my phone system, that's another issue because I don't have it on screen. Thank you. But again, Stewart, comments on the Lexington thing. I think everybody, I'm even considering jumping on a plane, but I've got such a war room situation here. This violation of the First Amendment, this setup caught red-handed, the anti-gunners to take the field like the Redcoats in a symbolic victory. They might as well have Piers Morgan there leading them. Everyone needs to converge now on the 19th. What time is the event? This is America. This is not Tiananmen Square. They're on record saying they're going to let the anti-gunners squat up there in their disgusting treason. So you must take the field. I can't believe in America that's some daring thing now to, we'll go onto the park without a permit. But it's incredible. You know, let's have the call to the info war, my friend.
Well, yeah, we're going to go anyway. And, you know, they're going to arrest a bunch of veterans and retired cops who are stepping on the green and following in the founders' footsteps and renewing our oaths, and fine. We'll dance that dance. We also have a rally the same day by Oak Grove, Massachusetts in West Springfield, starting at 2 p.m. And so, folks, you know, even if we can't speak on the green, even if we're, you know, kicked off by the police and you know, presuming I'm not in jail, we'll be at the West Springfield.
I mean, give me a break. Well. Storm the Capitol, man, while you're there. I do it all the time. I mean, just storm them. Just like, fine, you know, you've got the moral authority. Go ahead.
No, that's what we're going to do. We're telling folks, go ahead, you can come on out. We're going to be there on the green, and we're going to do our oath renewal ceremony. You know, I'll tell the cops there, you can choose to be on the side of right or you can be on the side of wrong.
Can you imagine the accursed scum that wants to violate the First Amendment on Lexington Green, where America was born? This is a blasphemy. Go ahead. Ugh.
Well, the liberal cops many of them are on our side. A lot of them don't like what's going on with Lexington. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see if they use their discretion and let us do our oath ceremony or not. We'll find out.
Well, you've obviously got some there that got caught. Obviously, good cops leaked it, saying, let's set up these patriots. They're so scared of you because you're good, and you give the alternative to the treason. Go with the oath-breaking, fast and furious criminals that are funding al-Qaeda and saying our kids belong to the state, and quoting Mao Zedong, like 7 czars have quoted Mao Zedong, and you know, they want to, I mean, it's just a bunch of crazy scum. Of course they can't have you guys up there showing people what America's really all about.
Yeah, this is weird. You know, we are in a cold war with these people, and eventually it's going to turn hot. You have to realize that. And they're going to do everything they possibly can to crush our culture and stamp us out. And so I think, in the long term, it's going to come to a fight. That's the whole point.
And now they're really, Stewart, now they're really freaked out because I think this is all backfiring on them. I don't just say that. I see it, and polls have come out showing that. So now they're doubling down. I think this is a sign of their weakness. Go ahead.
Look at the Chris Murphy thing with NASCAR. Jumping the shark and complaining about NASCAR letting the NRA sponsor one race. It's just ridiculous. And so we'll see what happens with the Oath Keepers car. We got Jeffrey Earnhardt running an Oath Keepers car at the race in Dover, Delaware on June 1st. And so I'm just waiting to see if.
Oh my God! I didn't even know that. You've got an Earnhardt for the Oath Keepers. Well, see, that's why they're scared. They're scared of the light of liberty. Hey, John Harmon. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you're right. We're getting momentum, and so they have to find a way. I just heard that Maduro, the successor for Chavez down in Venezuela, has just revoked the permits for all of his political opponents, not letting them march, not letting them conduct rallies. And so the same kind of junk's going on here, is that, the regime and the people who think they've got all the political power are now afraid of even our free speech. They're going to try to shut us down. And so it is important for Americans to use civil disobedience in the tradition of Martin Luther King and him and David Thoreau. Be willing to go to jail. I'm willing to go to jail. They want to arrest me, fine.
Oh, yeah. If they can shut down our speech, they're going to take everything.
Yeah, you got to stand on it. So, be as strong on the First Amendment as you're on the Second Amendment.
Stewart, why are they going so crazy right now? I mean, going on TV, going, your kids belong to us, and arresting veterans that are walking down a rural road with a gun with their son. I mean, and the Texas cops are, it don't matter what the law is. If people are scared, you turn the gun in. I mean, what in the world? Have you seen that video?
Yes, I have. Yeah, the mask is coming off. They're now behaving exactly like they knew they would. They're taking off the mask. They think they can get away with it now.
But you can tell when you watch that Bronze Star, multi-winner guy, you can tell he's not scared at all. It's just confirming everything for him. Don't they get we're not afraid of him? And they can blow up some stuff and blame it on us. People aren't going to buy that anymore.
That's the thing, is a dividing line between patriots and redcoats, and it's becoming much more clear now. And you're going to see the mask come off on their side and be more blatant. But as you said, there's millions of Americans who are woken up, and we're not going to buy the propaganda. The propaganda doesn't work on us anymore. We're taking the red pill, and they can't fool us anymore. So now what are they going to do with us? Now they have to crush us. That's what's going on.
Well, I just want to make sure they're all brought to justice through the courts when we beat these people, and we will beat them. We will beat them. We are the resistance, Stewart, and God will give us providence. I can't tell you the providence we're having. It's freaking me out, the stuff going on around here. It's providence, my friend. It's happening.
Well, I agree. I think as long as we're resolute and don't back off on our principles, I believe there's enough Americans now that we've reached a tipping point. But what I worry about, though, is, as I said before, is the Achilles heel of the American people right now is food. We don't have enough food storage. We don't have a grain reserve. I encourage everyone out there to start thinking in terms of storing food for your community. And make sure you form a neighborhood watch or some kind of mutual aid association to be the distribution point. But make sure you take care of feed your neighbors, because when it comes right down to it, that's our biggest weakness. They can starve us out.
Well, God bless you. I know I'm ranting here because I'm on 2 hours sleep. We're going to go into overdrive next hour. We're going to go into your phone calls, and Steve Pieczenik's popping in to give us his take on this. I don't know what it is yet. We're going to find out. But this is devastating intel right now. Anything else, Steve Redfern? I mean, does this just not confirm the scallywag nature of the people we're facing, that they don't want to just desecrate the Second Amendment, they want to incinerate the First?
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. And another update, too, I just got a message from the president of Gun Rights Across America. He's kind of in fear of this now.
Oh, yeah, no, the fear is coming in. And people are like, oh, no, because everybody knows they're about to blame the Patriots for this. So it's like, oh, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, the message he just sent me was that he feels I haven't been 100% honest with him about the rally, and he just officially removed me from Gun Rights Across America.
Well, that's fine. We need to remove support from them. And Gun Owners of America, well, would never do this to you. So just, just call up Larry Pratt, and we all know him, and have him sponsor the event. I mean, again, it doesn't matter. You don't need that stupid name. You're going out there. They'll try to spin that, so I wouldn't even use that in the media. They'll go, oh, look, discredited. The head of the group, the head guy says they can't. You're going out there as Oath Keepers. The Oath Keepers are going to take the green, whether the scum likes it or not. How's that sound?
Sounds great to me.
I mean, folks.
Larry Pratt will be there, as a matter of fact. He's one of our speakers, so he'll be there.
Well, so Larry Pratt will be there. Well, just make it a Gun Owners of America thing. I mean, you don't even need the stupid permit name. Make it, make it your group. Make it Oath Keepers. It's dirty that they follow their oath. You swear an oath to it. I mean, this is so crazy, gentlemen. God bless you. Anything else, Stewart Rhodes?
Nope, just folks. We gotta be strong. We will be as willing to stand up and take the heat as our forefathers were. So it's like we're the first wave at the beach of Normandy. So embrace the suck and realize your place in history.
Well, how many miles did they drag giant cannons from Ticonderoga in leather shoes with trails of blood? And I mean, all we're talking about doing is going and standing on a green. I mean, that's how enslaved America's gotten.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. And unarmed. We're not even allowed to bring a slung rifle, which is why this is my last trip to Lexington. I think it's perverse. You can't even take a friggin' rifle out of Lexington Green. I think it's disgusting. So this is my last time to go do this. After this, the fight's going to be at the ground level across the country.
Yeah, the enemy's captured Massachusetts. God almighty. All right. Well, thank you, Steve Redfern. Anything else, sir?
That's it, Alex. Thanks for having us, and hopefully we can see you on Friday.
You bet. God bless. I am physically ill at this point. You saw that Mark Dice video we played that Drudge linked to drudgereport.com for 4 days. Unprecedented. And by the way, I always said YouTube wasn't fixing the numbers. They now have our numbers go backwards. And we don't have bots making our videos go up. We had 300-something million, and it's 270 million. It goes to 290 million. It goes back to 270 million on one of our channels. And then we've got real viewers. I mean, they say that video has 500-something thousand. It's got 10 million. Everybody I know's seen that. They just don't want you to be validated and know that you've got power. And the spoils are everything. These people think of things, not that I build a car, not that I build a truck, not that I develop something, not that I make something, not that I write a book to make money and be popular, not that I create some great music. They see it as they take over, they tax you, they engineer, they run you. I mean, it's like a mosquito that flies up and sees you to land to suck some blood out of you. And first it injects you with its saliva. It's propaganda. It's anti-family garbage. It's abortion. It's tyranny. First it injects it to suck you up with its proboscis. We're going to go out to break with Renegades, Steve Voss, and we're going to come back in with Krista Berg, Revolution, and then I'll go to your phone calls. Jamie, John, Matt, Mike, Stephen, and others. They all want to talk about the bombing. You notice I haven't been talking about the books, the videos, the T-shirts, how we fund our operation. If you want us to fight even harder and be strong in the face of stuff you wouldn't believe, I don't even talk about, buy books, videos, water filters, subscriptions to the magazines. Just support us and just go hog wild in the fight against tyranny. Also, don't forget, the next issue of the magazine, we're almost sold out of the March issue, The War on Reality, Welcome to Planet Hoax. Excellent edition. The next one will have 3 free bumper stickers, high-quality bumper stickers in it as an insert. That will be, I think it's about 400,000 bumper stickers. We put out 150,000. It was very successful, free. The magazine now will have in it 3 bumper stickers, so that's about 400,000 total, because we're printing about 130,000. or a little bit more. So, magazines. And that's just one more thing we're doing. It's a spirit of resistance. That won't bring them down, but all the stuff together will. InfoWarsStore.com, InfoWarsStore.com, InfoWarsStore.com. You can also call 888-253-3139, 888-253-3139, and get PrisonPlanet.tv subscriptions, Operation Awakening the Sleeping Giant, 11 memberships for $5.95 a month. Give them to your friends and family to see the nightly news and the video of the show. Hit them right between the eyes with hardcore info war. They would never imagine someone would take the time to analyze them. We would take our role of being mindless stooges. There'd be no organic resistance. It's either a detonator with GPS tracking or it's a radiation detector. They had a drill of men with black backpacks that matched the exploded backpacks running around all over the place. And now I'm getting word, more videos of the Black Ops teams in Navy SEAL unofficial uniform. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to identify these people. We are blowing their op sky high. And I know why I felt the dread coming the last week, because let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I am in the trench going towards the exhaust port right now with you. You know who's right behind me. I mean, it is. I mean, this is crazy. This is frickin' crazy. I said I'd go to your calls, and I'm going to do that for the next 30 minutes when we go into overdrive. Some stations carry it. If not, there's video feeds at Infowars.com/listen. And if you hear me laughing, folks, that's gallows humor. That's my brain going, here's endorphins. Stand up for the children. Stand up for the women. It's like all my ancestors, just like your ancestors. Stand up. The enemy's coming. You're just going to fight them. Stand up. Fight them. That's what you, and my brain just says, you did the right thing. You're a good man. You're a good man. You see the bad men, don't you, Alex? God's spirit shining right through me like he shines right through you is saying, that's what you do, my son. That's what you do, my daughters. That's what you do. You see the evil. See, evil always has to be out in the open. It needs you to lie to yourself. I mean, this is false flag. We have them now. This is it. This is it. Infowars.com/listen for the free video feeds. The transmission continues. Stay with us. Dawn is posting the devastating videos that tipsters are sending us off YouTube of right after the bombing. More guys dressed in combat gear, undercover combat gear that the SEALs always wear, with SEAL team caps, you name it, with what look like detonators in their hands, running around with big black backpacks. I mean, this is unbelievable. And then you've got the drooling patsies, and they know we're on them. They know we've already released the photos of the operatives and the patsies. And I even said this an hour ago. I don't know how I'm not tooting my horn. I mean, I just am immersed in this. I said on air over and over again, they may reverse and not roll out the patsy now because we've blown their operation. And I pray to Jesus they don't kill me. I am not ready to die, but whatever. I mean, you people are unbelievable. These people are crazy. I mean, we have them now at the bombing scene in high-def video and photos. For those that just joined us, we have government operatives in control of the situation with backpacks on their back, matching the MO. The drill is real. They denied it. That's why the governor, when Dan Badandi went and confronted him and the police chief, instantly freaked out when they said false flag and ended the press conference, and they were shaking. I mean, they were shaking because... you know, it's like the whodunit. The fact that, I mean, this is incredible. And then they all pose around with machine guns like they're protecting us when they blew us up. And they just think all the cops and people are so stupid. I mean, are you really this stupid, police and military? Let's take calls. In fact, after I take some of these calls, I want to hear from people that have seen this, that are in the military. I mean, my God. I'm trying to think every angle of how this isn't what I'm saying, and it is. I mean, this is incredible. And there's one of the patsies. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is, they set the stupid patsies up. Oh, yeah, that's the guy. That's the one they have the backpack from the back shot, wearing all black, right there next to the other guy. I mean, this is incredible. And now their op's blown. Now your op's blown. People know about the drill. They knew what to look for. And they were there on the scene, just like we blew you on Haskell. When Haskell was there and saw you put him on the plane, that screwed you up, didn't it? This time we blew you so bad, we taken you down. Man, this is incredible. You murderers. Let's go to phone calls. Jamie in Washington, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Huge breakthrough. This is regarding the police radio transmission at the time of the bombing. You can find it by searching Blog Dog, Boston, Marathon, Police Radio.
Blonde dog?
Blog, B-L-O-G-D-O-G.
Blog dog.
Boston, Marathon, Police Radio.
Police radio.
The whole clip. The police radio with the timestamp goes from calm business as usual to an officer breaking in, panicked, saying, "Definitely devices here. I need officers. Definitely devices here." He's the first reporting officer, and he doesn't say there have been 2 explosions.
This is ultra massive. Can you send that to showtips@infowars.com, that particular link? Well, that's why they were saying be calm, because good cops, we now have been learning, we're saying, hey, what's going on? Where are the backpacks? And it's like, let's pull the Army team out so that we don't blow them up. Those are our buddies. And then just, I mean, can you believe this? Yeah, we already found it. Boston Marathon bombing, police radio. Guys, cue that up. We'll cover it after the break. And, oh, my God, yeah, 2:51:30. And I guess that's right when it happened, huh?
Into explosion. He goes right to definitely devices here. I need officers. Definitely devices here. When obviously the bombs have just gone off.
Yeah, I should have been taking your calls. This intel is incredible. I just can't believe that we know there's a drill for multiple witnesses. They've denied it. They act totally suspicious. And now we've got special forces with black backpacks everywhere right around the bombing. And then they won't release any of the video because what do you think's going on here? What do you think's going on?
I think that there indicates that there was an expectation of looking for and finding devices. It shows foreknowledge of the situation or the threat.
Absolutely. It shows total foreknowledge and the drill that was used as the cover to blow up a few of the people in the drill. Oh, wow, man. All right, I'm going to do all this on air because I can't war plan in this fight for the Republic while I'm on air at the same time. Will you call a Don Salazar in here, get me Rob Dew in here, and get me everybody? I'm going to have to stay on air. I don't care if I've had 2 hours sleep. I'm just staying on unlimited. They can come in when I get ready to collapse in 5-10 hours. I don't know when it's going to happen. We're going to go to your calls. A lady just called in. It's on the big blog sites that deal with the police radio. Sure enough, it's the police saying, I got devices everywhere. I need help. We know that went on. We know they covered it up. Punch up my computer screen for TV viewers. For radio listeners, go to Infowars.com. This is the same people wearing their unofficial uniform of that the Navy SEALs wear, of the tan boots, the tan pants, the black shirt. And we even have them wearing Navy SEAL hats. Now we have more videos of these very people. Rob Dew, you know, they pulled your brother-in-law from the Army marathon runners out, and now you haven't been able to get a hold of him still, right?
My wife has talked to him. He's apparently in New Jersey, and from what he said...
All right, well, go ahead and get him a mic, guys. Can you set him a mic up on the table? Listen, here's the deal, guys. This is all a fluid situation. You're seeing an organic citizens private intelligence network who our goal is serving liberty and justice against these narcotics trafficking, murdering, torturing globalists who do secret tests on kids and get caught. I mean, of course they're behind it. I mean, they've got a whole history of it. And now, look at this footage. Punch this up before I go to Rob Dew. Look at this article up on Infowars.com. Navy SEAL spotted at Boston Marathon wearing suspicious backpacks. Okay, now there's the Navy SEAL, Chris Kyle, standard thing they wear everywhere when they're doing undercover stuff, as if that's undercover. That's ridiculous. There he is wearing a Navy SEAL hat with the blood and the Punisher type symbol. You guys are sending me an audio feed leaking as you catch that police radio. Good job. And then you've got these guys, and I said, those look like Navy SEALs. And then we went deeper into the photos. Sure enough, it's a Navy SEAL hat. That's yeah, you guys do have a microphone open, or that door is open. There is a microphone open. Undoubtedly, it's all feeding in. Or shut off whatever we just did. Because he shut my mic off at first, then shut it back on. I think you turn the mic on that's in your control room, yeah. It's okay. The guys are all tired. We're working hard here. You look at this, and I'm not calling the guys out, listeners. You just, when you're on air, you have to tell them what's going on. You can see the Punisher, hat with the red. It's the Navy SEAL hat, the same SEAL team Kyle's in. You've got all that from all these multiple shots, and then you've got all the Navy SEAL team variants and Blackwater symbol. That's a SEAL symbol. And then you've got this guy and other videos of just guys everywhere with black backpacks, and that's like a higher-level SEAL trainer type. That guy looks just like CIA commando. I mean, that guy's probably like a former Green Beret or something. It's weird they have like certain types that I've learned just from being at so many of these events. And so you've got this guy dressed the same, and you've got him with what looks like a detonator or a radiation detector or something. It looks like a detonator to me, high-powered radio frequency detonator. This is right after the bombing. And then there's other video, these guys in control of the situation. And, of course, that's the drill that they admit went on, and they've doubled down and asked other witnesses. They go, yeah, they were announcing, stay calm. Yeah, there's guys in weird backpacks everywhere. Sure, stay calm, and it's the same black backpacks that blow up. And then you've got weirdo, ne'er-do-well-looking guys who are sitting there with the backpacks. But see, this isn't John Doe number 2 like Oklahoma, where McVeigh's with 6 guys who we know their names, famous federal officers and 1 German officer from their intelligence network. They just confiscated the video. They can't do that now. What do they think they're doing? And you've got special ops crawling all over it. Now, they could say they were trying to stop it. Okay, well, if that's the case, then they have to admit it. But that's not what's going on. They're in the same uniforms. They're in the same outfits. They're right around the guys that are doing it who look like idiots they recruit to go, you want to fight for America? We need you to be part of a drill. And they could only get really stupid people. And you look at the photos of the guys that have the same bags. We have the wreckage of the bags. It looks just like the bombs that went off. And it's a classic guy that looks like he can't even brush his teeth. Okay, let's turn Dude's mic on. Dude, what is your take on this?
I mean, just the Patsy guy I'd like to talk about first. That guy.
Yeah, let me say what's happening. We need to get IT in here. Whenever you open his mic up, it sends another channel because we had a bunch of buttons getting pushed. I saw it whenever channels were going on and off. Or the classic famous thing of no, that's not it. It's feeds running. It's all right. We'll fix it during a break. But you can't be on. It doesn't matter. I'll let you come hear my feed if you want. I'm hearing everything you're downloading in there. When you punch that mic up, that's what happens. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is what's going on. I'm not going off till 3 now, guys. Good job. I tried to send you the message an hour ago. The rest of the reporters are out there. I mean, this is unprecedented. Jamie, who called in with the intel, and I've seen the audio, heard the audio, we're going to be playing that later. Tell people who want to find it, we're going to post it on Infowars.com, at what minute mark that you hear this audio.
I should go tell you in just a second. I believe it's 2:51 from memory, but I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, 2:51.
At the beginning, at the blog stop, it's Blog Dog Marathon Police Radio. It starts right away, and I will tell you in just a second. But if you just go to that, it starts almost immediately. 4:51.
Yeah, 4:51 on the video, and we'll have it soon, queued up, is where the police talk about there's these devices, I need help. And again, ma'am, have you seen the Navy SEAL footage and all these guys with black backpacks, basically in command officially with credentials, and then nobody wants to discuss them? What do you think about this?
I think my heart rate's going faster than yours. So, and just as a side note, the large black jackets of the 2 military-looking black backpack-carrying men, they're reminiscent of protective clothing that bomb squads wear. That just came to me. But other than that, I want to point out, I'm sure you're going to play it, but after the officer breaks in saying about the devices and panic, the commanding officer immediately says, all units stay off the air, just make your way over there. And he didn't even clarify where there is, and he never does.
Well, I mean, I'm just completely blown away here because during the breaks, and I appreciate your call, ma'am, and for the tip, we're going to go to more calls here now. I am just blown away because during the break, I saw all this happening. I saw them 5 minutes after we broke this in media, CNN come out and say, there's breaking news. They now have suspects from video, and they described the department store video and the man running before they showed it. Then hours later, this is the video we were playing. I mean, they're watching us right now. Then it showed the video, and then I knew they'll start doling it out now, and I said on air, they'll probably say now they don't have someone arrested because now that we've already said all this, they can't show the patsy. This is incredible what's happening. This is world historic. Because we've already shown the other guys that are in with him and around him, so we've blown the operation, which is just incredibly dangerous. My life's flashing before my eyes. So that's going on. And then I walk back during the last break, and it's Fox News going, well, yes, it's going to be coming out later now that we have these videos. And they start showing the videos of the guy running and the people and the patsy. It is the patsy we predicted. and broke here on air, and I'm sitting there watching them knowing we'll have more at 5 o'clock Eastern, that's in 2 hours, with the FBI. So that footage I showed you a full 2 hours before Fox News and CNN is now on, and exactly as it all flashed in my mind, I knew they would then dole it out that exact same way. And I said on air, they'll probably not bring the patsy out, or they'll bring another patsy out now because of them being blown. They thought no one would go find the photos and video, and no one would see all these people dressed up in Navy SEAL plain clothes everywhere. I don't know if they're Navy SEALs. They look like them, they act like them, they walk like them. These are the units they use for fake bin Laden raids. And boy, I'll tell you, Navy SEALs that were part of this, you better have a lot of life insurance, because your helicopters are going to blow up, you're going to get killed, you're going to die in car wrecks, they're going to kill all of you. You were part of a drill, they set you up again. My God, you couldn't get me to be part of the Navy SEALs if you paid me $1 trillion. I mean, these guys are a group, they are just burning down right now. We're going to skip this network break. This is incredible. We showed this video over 2 hours, 2 hours and 17 minutes ago. We began to show this breaking video as I hyperventilated on air. And I said, they know about this video. They've known for days. They're going to roll this out later. But because of the Navy SEAL stuff, I said they may not be able to. But I said they'll probably show the stuff where it's not clear who's in it, like the apartment store. And sure enough, they did it. I mean, I know every one of their steps. I'm like an idiot savant or something. I don't know how I know all this stuff. It is incredible. I guess I just know their handbook. John in Oklahoma, I know I'm ranting, sir. Go ahead.
Alex, and it's good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you. Go ahead. I'm sorry I'm out of control. It's just, this is unbelievable.
Hey, no, you have every right, and everybody else needs to be in the same state of mind on this thing, man. It's just ridiculous. I'm sitting here, my heart's racing over the whole deal, and just like the last caller, it's just... You're
seeing them run the whole op, and we're supposed to ignore it, and I'm in there. The media is all freaked out. The reporters aren't laughing anymore. Every channel, they're totally freaked out. I mean, literally, they are freaked out because they know this whole thing just got blown, and they're going to try to ignore this and demonize me. You watch.
Yeah, you and your other guests, like you said, they're going to slip up, and do something really stupid and just have it all out there where, like, no, you're just going to look at it and just be dumb about it. And then, there you go. And then we point it all out, and we're calling them out on it. And, it's just going to blow up in their face. And now, like you're saying, they're scared, and they're going to say, well, what do we do now? Like, we can't do it this way, and, well, maybe we could do it that way, but what's it going to turn into?
Well, sir, what do you think? What else do you think is going to happen? I mean, why would they have Navy SEALs everywhere, or people dressed like Navy SEAls, in their non-dress, undercover uniforms, which, again, are designed for a dumbed-down public that doesn't see that's a uniform. There's video and stuff just pouring out now as people know what to look for. They were everywhere. There was clearly a drill. They were right around where the bombing happened. They said, stay calm. They let the devices sit there like 30 minutes. And that's why you see the photos and video. A lot of the SEALs are going on the phone, look perplexed, like, why are you, what? Well, and then can you imagine when it blew up? I mean, this was a drill. I mean, I don't think most of the SEALs are involved.
Well, check this out. Before I left work today to go pick up parts for our company, a buddy of mine, he's an admin on the Secrets of the Fed, and we were on our break, and I was getting ready to leave, and 10 o'clock, he says, look, man, and I looked at his phone, and he says, last night, they passed a bill that said that the United States is basically a war zone. Have you heard anything of that?
Yes, they're passing all sorts of emergency stuff right now. It's incredible. I have an article where the Congress was asking the Fed for permission to see what banks are doing. I mean, it is just... and then I'm some crazy... Texan down here who learned about this a long time ago, 17 years ago, that they were doing black ops. It took me this long to learn how it works. And I guess that's why I understand it now. Just I've been in it so long. I guess nobody else studies stuff. They just go drink beer or something. And now I'm watching it. And do people understand? We have military. They're military, obviously, and look like CIA. This guy with a detonator looks really mean. I mean, that guy looks like a controller. They just think we're so dumb that they would do this in plain view. This is horrible. This is so bad. This is I'm not happy I've been proven right. This is horrible. And again, this is like Oklahoma City, but having the other 6 people with McVeigh on video. And I don't know how they're going to get around now saying there's no John Doe number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, because they had people lining the last few miles saying it's a drill with black backpacks. I guess so. The plan was probably have a drill with so many black backpacks, everybody compartmentalized, that when our patsies deliver them, the cops don't have time to save people. Boom. That's what happened. I just, boom, that's why. Why would you have a mile plus lined with black backpacks? It's so no one could stop it. And then it's a fog of war. No one knows who did it. And again, the SEALs, it doesn't prove they were involved even. They were there. But let me tell you, you see the guy with the detonator, it's pretty suspicious. What do you think, John?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at that stuff yet, and I know as soon as I get home, I'm definitely going to get on InfoWars and go check that out.
Yeah, go to InfoWars while it's still there, brother. We've got all the breaking news at InfoWars.com and PrisonPlanet.com. Boston bombing culprits identified. Images of suspicious men with backpacks. This is way beyond that. I got to get Watson on the horn. This is a full implosion of their whole op. Navy SEALs spotted at Boston Marathon wearing suspicious backpacks. Town of Lexington pulls permit for pro-Second Amendment rally using Boston bombing as a pretext. Mission accomplished. Americans now willing to submit to cavity searches in public. That's actually in the news. The new American handshake will be to have a government bureaucrat. You know the rest. Follow-up attack. Ryerson sent to senator who ended gun control filibuster. CNN's links alleged pressure cooker bomb to extreme right-wing individuals. Yeah, how about the ATF, huh? Fox pulls hoax episode of Family Guy. Boston runners were warned you're going to die. This is all the info at Infowars.com. And look at papers, please. Imagine look at these young MPs, look like they're 20. This guy has the satisfaction that he's the boss, and people have to show their papers to him. This is just totally sick. Hey, MPs, little boys, why don't you go look at all the troops running around with black backpacks right before this happened? I tell you, MPs, I'm walking down the street, want to check what I'm doing. I'm done with you people. Okay, I'm done with you and your stuff. Take all your shots, little MP boys. You're going to die. Your master's going to kill you deader than a hammer. Let's go ahead and talk to Steven in Florida. You're on the air worldwide.
Yeah, good afternoon. Several things. First of all, I'm a runner. I've run several marathons, so this thing really hits close to home for me, and it really sends a chill up my spine. Just 3 quick points. First of all, April 15th, relating to Boston, what is it known as?
Patriots Day.
Which is also the federal government's designation for September 11th since the so-called attacks. You think that's coincidence? Second thing, I don't know if you're aware of this, but on the next day after the Boston Marathon incident, Obama signed 23 executive orders on gun safety. So as far as I know, that's the most executive orders any president signed in one day, and they're all related to the gun grab. And while no one's paying attention, because why? This whole thing with the Boston Marathon. The other thing I wanted to say, I'm going to make a prediction, and this is just gut and my heart of hearts. I hope I'm wrong about this, but I have a feeling that they've been doing separate incidents on different days. Okay, these false flags. I think they're getting ready to really pull the trigger with multiple incidents simultaneously nationwide.
By the way, they're evacuating the Boston courthouse. They've told police for 4 years every department will be IED'd by gun-owning veterans. So they're preparing. People are like, how did you know this would happen? They're like training for war with veterans and libertarians and conservatives. And they're going to do it. They're going to blow stuff up and blame us and come after us, okay? This is it. 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 These people are out of control. And I am totally sick of it. And the video and the audio is up. So it's at the very beginning at Infowars.com. Boston Police Radio, additional explosive devices found. It's on there, which they later deny. They deny the drills. It's all there. This is all breaking. And let's punch up Infowars.com for people. This man wants your guns. Boston Police Radio, additional explosives and devices found. Boston bombing culprits identified. And Navy SEALs spotted at Boston Marathon wearing suspicious backpacks. Town of Lexington pulls permit for pro-Second Amendment rally using Boston bombing as pretext. I mean, this is just... folks, no one else is reporting this. The media is freaking out, going, hey, they have him arrested, press conference at 5. Actually, no, never mind. And then they show the very video. I told you I knew they were watching. Then they start airing the video. I mean, they are watching us right now. And look, we're silly and ignorant, but we got guts, and guts is enough. Thank you, Stephen. Let's go to Joe in Michigan. Joe, what is your take on this?
I have an interesting facet to this, which is, I kind of view this as a war against masculinity.
Of course, that's what the New World Order is all about.
Well, exactly, the estrogen mimickers and everything else. But, that's why I think they're going to come after, veterans. They're going to say it's a white Al-Qaeda kind of thing, just to continue to do, demonize men.
Well, notice this. They have security at the Capitol order congressmen to leave. Security officers order staff media to clear Boston courthouse. See, their training is that police security, they order. They're in charge. It's a dictatorship of the security force that's run by foreign banks. This is the takeover. Go ahead.
Well, exactly. They're saying that, our culture fetishizes weapons. What about fetishizing all the men in uniforms?
How about fetishizing not being a slave and knowing the government shouldn't be the only ones with guns? How about fetishizing liberty and wealth and power and family and property and success and information and not being a gibbering metrosexual dumbass?
Yeah, exactly. They want us to just be these dumbed down, effeminate males with no opinions.
Well, that's who they've got working for them, and they're hell-bent on a fight. They want to frame us first. They'll get their fight, though. Don't worry.
Well, thank you very much for letting me talk, Alex.
Anything else, sir?
That's all I got.
All right, let's jam in one more before I go to break. Let's go ahead and talk to who's up next here. Steve in Pennsylvania. You're on the air worldwide during the launch of the globalist offensive. Go ahead.
Hey, Alex, how are you?
Man, I am just, this is it. This is the big one. This is the beginning of all of it.
I called him before, probably about a month ago or so, about the whole Sandy Hook thing and now, this whole thing that's going on. I looked into that Sandy Hook thing deeper, and I found that the Iroquois Gas Company in 2009, bought out the city of Sandy Hook. And so did State Connecticut, and so did Newtown. So what I found out in my deep searching was that nobody has lived in Sandy Hook for the past 3 years. If you go on the U.S. Census Interactive Map, select places on the interactive map, and then zoom into Newtown, and you'll see Newtown on the west side of I-84 light up, but on the right side of I-84 on the east side, you will not see a population light up at all.
Sir, anything is possible at this point. They put out a Family Guy where they blow up the marathon and run over people with cars at the finish line of the very marathon. And then they came out and said, not that we edited it to put the two clips together of the same episode. They said it doesn't exist. So, yes, they're going for everything. And I can't believe Dan Bidandi, God bless him, got into the press conferences. I haven't even gotten to that. The good audio is out now of that. It is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Pieczenik coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the craziest day of my life. I've looked at hundreds of photos and videos now during the breaks. They're all up at Infowars.com. Rob Dew, his brother-in-law is in Army intelligence. They go on vacation together. He wins marathons all over the country. He was part of the Army team. About a mile from the finish, they pulled him out and said, you're dehydrated. You've got to go to the hospital. And took him away. They've not released 100 people. Then it started coming out with coaches and people in the news going, and their names are up at Infowars.com. Yeah, there was like guys everywhere, and they said it's a drill, don't worry. And people were getting concerned about, the backpacks everywhere. And 4chan, the hacker site, had just kind of grabbed with their vacuum cleaner. We're going to Dr. Pieczenik here in a moment. I'm briefing him on this right now, and all of you. they posted thousands of photos and stuff. So we started looking at it and going and checking ourselves because you can do Google searches off an image and finding it on the Twitter accounts, finding the YouTubes. These were in newscasts and stuff. No one had noticed this. So we didn't just believe this today. We went and vacuum cleanered it, and we did some spot checking and put an image or video in and scan it and then find out where it came from. You've got what look like redneck serial killer ne'er-do-wells who look like they've got IQs below room temperature, 70 IQs, 75, the standard deal, with backpacks that match the shattered backpacks with the exact stripes. Then you've got guys in what Chris Kyle always wore. Well, as soon as I saw it, I said, that's what Navy SEALs always wear when they're not in uniform. The tan boots, the tan pants, the black shirt, the black jacket, with big black bags. And they were all over the place the last mile and a half. And the best I can tell is, we have police scanner on this, there were so many black backpacks, they did that, and of course they probably weren't even involved, they were compartmentalized, so that no one could stop it because there were so many black backpacks. Because they were afraid of uncompartmentalized police and sweep stopping it. Now, there was a drill. Our reporter, Dan Badandi, who lives in Rhode Island, he got into the first two press conferences and said, what about a false flag? What about the drill? And the governor and everybody went from smiling to jerking like they were scared. You know, in basic criminology, they'd just been caught. A brain scan would show them recognizing that information. You know, and that's how they can do that pre-crime stuff now, or show somebody's already done something, because they've already had the image. They all get freaked out. They shut down two press conferences. That, just totally freaked out. We have video and the photos, and it's pouring in, of Navy SEALs, or what looks like Navy SEALs, with the Navy SEAL hats, the Navy SEAL skull, the particular SEAL team of Kyle with the blood on the top of it, SEAL Team 3 type stuff, all of this. And we've got it all right there in front of everybody, all around where the bombing went off. Here it is. Security officers order staff media to clear Boston courthouse. Yeah, maybe. And then after I announce this, they say, oh, we're going to break the news. They now have video from a local shopping mall. And I go, that's the video we have confirming our photos. And I predicted that would be the video they would show. 2 hours later, they're showing it on Fox and CNN. And I went further to predict, if we have the handlers around the patsies, they're not going to be able to burn the patsies yet. Because like Oklahoma City, they can't just grab up all the video cameras. Because this is all digital. This isn't a VHS tape like the 17 VHS tapes they confiscated, or 17 locations that FBI has gone public saying they saw, showed McVeigh with 6 other men. And I've interviewed people inside the building as well, and police officers that responded, and who were death threatened by the FBI if they spoke out. They and their families would be killed, or him and his wife. That's the Don Browning, the head of the K-9 unit. So, again, I'm giving you thousands of data points here that are too much to go over. The point is, this reeks of a drill used to cover up setting up patsies where they gave them real explosives like 7.7. And Dr. Steve Pieczenik ran psychological warfare operations. He ran the Camp David operation. He helped found Delta Force. Most of you know who he is. He's helped overthrow governments using PSYOPs. Everything's moving right now. He's been warning of a PSYOP. I don't even know his view yet on this. I don't even know his view yet. We're going to find out his view. But bare minimum, we have witnesses saying there were drills, and then the media says, no, there were no drills. The government says there were no drills. And we have Navy SEAL types everywhere with black backpacks. Now, the videos and photos are pouring in. They were everywhere. There was a drill. That's confirmed. Boston Globe admitted that. And they always use a drill to cover up an op. Now, a real expert on this is Dr. Steve Pieczenik, co-wrote books with Tom Clancy, StevePieczenik.com. Doc, I got 2 hours sleep last night. I've done like 20 hours of broadcasting the last day, so I'm a little bit out of it right now. But I'm seeing all this happen. This is unprecedented, and then I'm predicting on air, now they'll say they didn't have the arrest because we blew their operation, then they withdraw the arrest. This is, they are in, the reporters who are all CIA and Israeli intelligence like Wolf Blitzer are melting down. They look like their lives are over. This is freaking me out. I'm watching them during the breaks, doctor, and you're a psychiatrist. They are freaked out. What has just happened from the intel I gave you? Because believe me, I don't BS. I do not bullcrap. What I'm telling you is the data stream I'm getting. This is off the chart. What do you say to that?
Well, as always, Alex, you and I come to the same conclusion, ironically, from 2 different points. And one of the reasons why I called you yesterday, I didn't see any of the point. You know, I didn't have the advantage you had on the video, but this is what I wrote, and it's not different from what you said.
I didn't even know this. I didn't even know this. I didn't even know.
No,
Go ahead.
No, Alex doesn't know this. This is what I wrote. The unintended consequences of the Boston Massacre, the specific indictment. What happened of Bush and Obama and the U.S. military for the tortures of 9/11 prisoners were reported on the same day as the Boston Massacre at the level just below, but nobody read it. It was in the New York Times, a far more serious indictment accusing Bush Jr. and Obama of war crimes equivalent to that of the Nazi war crimes and the Japanese internments during World War II. And I predicted on my end psychologically that there would be a false flag to cover this, and lo and behold, you and I came to the same conclusion, and I wrote a blog to that effect, and I didn't know any points of your determinant, so you didn't know any of my points, so we've come to the same conclusion. But from my point of view, this is far more serious because not only is this a false flag, but at the same time on the front page of the New York Times, it was reported right below the Boston Marathon that Obama and Bush Jr. were indicted by a bipartisan review committee for 9/11 tortures. And
by the way, I was driving home last night at 4:20 a.m. from doing Coast to Coast AM, and I heard Fox News. We monitor a report. A bipartisan commission found universal collusion between intelligence, Army, and the Pentagon to torture and cover it up, and that this is a crime. And good people in government are finally saying no. And I didn't even remember. We just showed the news article. Is that why they did? Knowing this was coming out?
Exactly why they did it, because this indictment basically puts both Obama and Bush Jr. in prison on a Nuremberg trial and makes them totally illegitimate. In the world of counterterrorism, they would be so-called neutralized, arrested, and put in prison and jailed. No question about it. They said it in the bipartisan.
Let me stop you. What does it signify to have a bipartisan commission finally admit that Nazi-type stuff went on? See, man, this is incredible. I get so, out of control analyzing the attack itself.
I understand, but you and I work together. I came from this from a totally psychiatric and also intelligence point of view, saying, wait a minute, why is this massacre occurring at the same time on a lower fold? You saw the article. It was both Asa Hutchinson, a Republican in the Bush administration, and James Jones, a Democrat in Congress, who led the torture analysis.
Yeah, there's your article. There's your article. So let me ask you this. This, to me, shows a counter-coup in the government to have bipartisans say this is wrong, that a large part of the establishment, as I've been told, is actually freaked out by this tyranny and realizes there's no stability if this continues.
Correct. This is exactly right, Alex, and that's what we've been saying all along, that a major part of what was called the elite, or people are intimidated and frightened. What's happened is Obama has literally continued the suppression, repression, and the Patriots Act of Bush Jr. and Clinton's rendition with Sandy Berger, a whole list. They mentioned of the criminals that I talked about, Michael Hayden, the National Security Agency, Cheney, in particular.
And it comes out they illegally conspired to cover up and torture people, including children, in front of their parents. And then there's a Boston Massacre when they knew it was coming out. Let me ask you this, though, because you haven't seen the photos and videos. They're up at Infowars.com. You've got guys that their bodies look like Navy SEALs. They act like them. Why would you have Navy SEALs everywhere, pretty much in quasi-uniform? Is that some type of cover? Because clearly there was a drill.
Well, it is a cover, but you got to remember what you're seeing now. What you're seeing now, and it's created in the government, and it's often created by the CIA or FEMA or the FBI even. And what it's called the theater of terrorism. And what they do specifically is to create an incident where a few people are killed and a lot of damage. But the most important part aren't the people who kill; it's the anxiety and the terror that's created. We call that the theater of terror. And, of course, the ones who amplify that are the news broadcasters. And they are the most important element because they are the ones who become hysterical. They amplify the anxiety. They amplify the fear. And that's exactly what's intended when you want to create a false flag. So they played their part. You have Anderson Cooper playing his part.
CIA.
Playing the part. And
Well, okay, let me ask you this. I've never seen body language. They were all real happy until I made my announcement. And then suddenly they all started responding and freaking out. And we've got the suspect. No, we don't. And every channel looks freaked out right now. This has put them into disarray. What's going on?
Well, you hit it right on the head. The issue of the theater of terror when you create this kind of an explosion or false flag is to recreate uncertainty so that each one of the newscasters reflects that uncertainty and starts to fill in all kinds of fabrication and detail in a way that we want them to create the fear and anxiety and confusion so that the public becomes confused because they're confused, and then they begin to contradict each other. And it's like a storyline that has no sense whatsoever.
So it's a fog of war just to create a...
Beyond a fog of war. It's an intentional created fog of war on steroids because they amplify this so much that there's no sense of reality at all.
Sure, expanding on this, though, they obviously don't want us to show the drill and the government operatives there. No. They are very freaked out about this.
No.
Let me ask you this. Why would they have people dressed like Navy SEALs everywhere?
Why? Because they didn't intend to. They would assume that they could excuse that by saying, these are guys who, like the Marine Corps marathon, they're interested in basically jogging, and they're representing the Navy. In that sense, they could hide anything they want by saying, the Boston Marathon ranks first, the Marine Marathon ranks third. So there's no issue for them in terms of rationalizing why they would have a Navy SEAL. That would have been part of any team, when in fact that would have been part of the stand down and the false flag. That's a double whammy for the government. They can use that very easily because they don't have to justify that. They can say, well, we have Navy guys who are able to run. We have Marine guys who are always involved. We have a Navy yard in Boston. We have a Navy yard in Portsmouth. We have a Navy yard in Maine. But the real issue is that this whole issue covered the basic story of the indictment of Bush Jr. and 2 presidents for war crimes, which normally would have put them in prison and would have incarcerated them. But it took the attention totally away because nobody even listened to it. That was the key issue.
Well, I'm glad I called you. I'm really glad I called you because I heard that on the radio. I knew about that, and it's not even news. It's like back of the paper. There it is.
That's
U.S.
correct.
engaged in torture after 9/11. Review concludes. It is indisputable that the United States engaged in the practice of torture, and the nation's highest officials bore ultimate responsibility, and Obama's been caught at the Benghazi Center still doing the torture. I mean, this is, and it's a sweeping 577-page report.
Bipartisan, and also indicts our favorite liberal Nancy Pelosi, who comes around and tells us exactly what we should do, why we should hide our guns. She was one of the first liberals to really support.
I'm Nancy Pelosi. Torture. By the way, we're raping small children in front of their parents with battery acid.
Right. The only woman who protested this was Jane Harman from California. And this was really quite amazing. It was approved by Condoleezza Rice. It was approved by Colin Powell. It was approved by Bush, Cheney.
Are we seeing good guys in the government stand up, what you've talked about? I mean, I can't believe it. I can't believe it was hiding in plain view and I didn't get it. You should have demanded to come on.
Because, Alex, it's not intended for you to get it. It was intended kind of, with all due respect to you and the entire American audience, you have to be trained in what we call, the subtle languages. It's really, we have to give gratitude to Julie Abramson of the New York Times, who kind of cued me in very quickly. It's not me specifically, but she did a very clever job on the New York Times.
No, but what does it signify to have a major power structure organ do this, and then if they knew it's coming, so they do the bombing to coincide as a cover, just like he did the fake SEAL team thing over the birth certificate. I mean, what does this signify internally?
What it signifies is that our country is splitting apart, exactly as I said to you before. There will be an internal civil war if this continues. And I think the New York Times has been exceedingly helpful, at least to me, in signifying how much of a...
So you're saying a certain part of the establishment gets they're going to lose a war with the states?
Well, it's not only that. It's a certain part of the establishment is against exactly Obama, Bush Jr., the suppression, the false flags, and they've been showing it to guys like me in a hidden way, in a covert way. So
yeah, let's say they're not even good people. They get, when there's no checks and balances, nobody's grandkids are safe.
No. Nobody's not. At this particular point of view, you have a totalitarian system run by criminals. I mean, they were literally indicted yesterday as criminals.
God, I can't believe it. You know, I go off my gut, but also intellectual. I was so focused on the event analyzing it, I wasn't looking at.
But that's what they wanted.
No. I understand that. I get it. I fell for it. Everything just even crystallized to another level because I get so focused on analyzing who's behind it, and now it all came together. There is a giant power structure fight. This is huge that they did this.
This is huge. This was why I had to go on your show and why I wrote it last night, and I was disturbed. And I told my friends, this is one of the most major indictments you've ever seen. It's not just Bush Jr., who should have been in prison and executed a long time ago. You're talking about Obama, who's been indicted as well on a bipartisan level, as well as Clinton.
Now, you talked last time you were on about how you've talked a lot in the last few months about indicting him. Had you gotten rumbles from the CFR, people that aren't pure criminals, that this was coming?
Well, I left the CFR. The CFR is so irrelevant to what's going on. That's not really the power structure. The CFR is just for a bunch of retarded old people who have nothing else to do.
Okay, well, tell me how you knew this was coming. What does this signify? I mean, ladies and gentlemen.
What it signifies to me is that the absolute sense of power that Obama has and the continuation of the CIA, the FBI, FEMA, and the intelligence security is literally out of control. Congress does not have control over the
and now they've run the most ridiculous false flag ever in front of us all. All right, I'm going to have to go get a few hours sleep here in about 20, 30 minutes. Dr. Pieczenik will leave us. We're going to have Jakari Jackson and David Knight in here. But as Pieczenik puts it, he's right. In fact, it even crystallized when I was like 4 o'clock in the morning. I thought, oh, this is distracting for that. That's important. But then I went to bed for 2 hours at 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. I know I'm a little greedy with my decadence, but I took my 2 hours and, got back on the other radio shows. And I've been focusing on the false flag to go after domestic groups, which is their enemy because they're a globalist takeover, a corporate takeover. But as Pieczenik said, this is huge news, and it's nowhere that they've come out with a bipartisan indictment, what they're calling it, because, folks, in this stuff is like torturing little 5-year-olds and stuff. I mean, when they thought we were under their control, Rumsfeld would brag, yeah, we bring their kids in and start working on them, and people start answering questions. When it was all simulated fake to create double agents, they weren't really torturing real Al-Qaeda. Those guys work for them. And absolutely, I get, that's my problem, as I get so obsessed on the minutia of the event, proving that's a fraud. From that angle, why not pull back and go, well, I mean, I said they're going after gun control, open borders, giving Homeland Security expanded power. I saw that as the big picture, but not the giant trillion-pound elephant foaming at the mouth in the living room. Dr. Steve Pieczenik, you're absolutely right. It all crystallized now. And you were telling me during the break, this is a war on America. Describe what's happening. And as a psych warfare expert who's brought down authoritarian regimes, what do you say people should be doing?
Well, I think Americans should start being organized. This is, Alex has done a phenomenal job over 10 years to explain to the American public how we have started with a stand down and a false flag 9/11, how it continued with a false war in Iraq, how we had torture and interrogation, how we spent $6 trillion in a war in Iraq that was a lie, how Bush Jr. should have been indicted and criminalized a long time ago, put in prison, and probably executed, as far as I'm concerned, according to the rules of the International Court of Justice and the Nuremberg trials. The same thing that was requested by the Bipartisan Commission on Torture Interrogation. They said that the actions of Obama and Bush Jr., that's why this was so important. This is a declaration that our presidents are not legal, they're criminal. From a bipartisan commission, as to Hutchinson and Jones, this is not some wacko. And plus there's 6,000 classified pages on the CIA and their legal interrogation, including the mercenaries, and also, unfortunately, the indictment of somebody whom I admired, General Petraeus and Steele. And it involves the following. It says that the Japanese generals who did anything similar to what Obama and Bush Jr. did were immediately executed when the Jimmy Doolittle raid occurred. U.S. Army soldiers were immediately executed for waterboarding. In 1948, the Norwegians executed German SS soldiers for doing exactly what Obama and Bush Jr. and Clinton did. The only one to protest all this in this study came out was a Navy captain by the name of Albert Shimkus, who ran the hospital at Gitmo and saw the incredible torture and the incredible interrogations that were occurring, and protesters was thrown out. They indicted Bill Clinton, Sandy Berger, Bush Jr., Rumsfeld, Cheney, Condi, Steve Hadley, Elliot Abrams, General David Petraeus, Jose Rodriguez, the head of the CIA covert operations, who boasted repeatedly he was so proud because we only interrogated 30 out of 100 prisoners, but we got all the information that was required. And this was the same idiot who went out and created the movie Zero Dark 30 for that moron, Catherine Bigelow, and then came back after I told them that if you continue this film, it's going to compromise all our assets in the field. And then he came back and refuted his statement.
That's right. They came out and said the movie was pure crap. You're right. Stay there. Coming back, commercial-free in 1 minute with Dr. Steve Pieczenik. If some stations leave us now, you've got to go to Infowars.com/listen for the video feed and the audio feed. Infowars.com for the audio and video feeds. We'll continue transmitting throughout the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, I have sworn on the altar of God eternal resistance against every form of tyranny over the mind of men. Thomas Jefferson said that, and I have sworn that, and that oath is everything. I mean, it's not that we're trying to be heroes here. I inherently will not be part of degenerate criminal corruption and a collectivist corporate crony robbery system. I will not sit by and suck my thumb and play ball with the New World Order. The money, the fame, the crap means nothing. And so many people are obsessed with what your neighbors think. Forget your neighbors. If your neighbors don't know we're in trouble, they don't even count. They're not even people. And I realize more and more, if you're not aware, if you're not awake, if you're not involved, you are dead. You're an animal. And people, you choose to be human or you choose to be an animal. I don't think the public's as stupid as you act. A lot of you have decided to be ignorant. And you know what? Just get out of my way then. Because I am not going to sit here and disgrace all my ancestors. Okay? And a lot of you have great people in your background as well. I am not going to sit here and bow and scrape and fetch and be a slave. And I'm sick of it. I am sick of corruption run amok. I want to go to calls, but we'll have to get to those when Jakari Jackson and the other folks come in about 20 minutes. I am beside myself today to know that there were drills. Those are confirmed eyewitnesses. And they're what looks like Navy SEALs wearing their caps with black backpacks, looking confused. And then the bomb goes off. They're all around the guy. They clearly sent people in a drill, set it up, detonated. But they don't want it, they won't show the photos on the news that have now been seen millions of times online. I mean, just one site that has them is like, look at 4chan. What is it, 400,000 or something now? And the media is now doling it out like some big announcement's coming. First they said we've arrested the person because now the photo's out. Now they're like, oh, no, we didn't. Now they're evacuating the courthouse. I mean, there's probably black ops. I mean, this is panic mode. Where the supposed suspect was, you better believe that. This is, by the way, that's Associated Press. You are seeing craziness. Now, I'm looking at the low-level, microscopic level to discredit these people, to show the emperor has no clothes. Pieczenik is pulling back and goes, Alex, you didn't read what I sent you? I'm like, no, it's off air. It's in the folder. Chris said, read it. I'm sorry. I just said, get you on. And then meanwhile, there's the whole thing. And I'm like, oh, yeah, they did indict him for torturing children, and they're saying it's completely evil and systematic to deceive the public and a total felony, each count, punishable by life in prison or worse. And it's all confirmed in all the documents, and it's a congressional inquiry. And I'm like, my God, Congress tried to stand up to this imperial federalism. They tried to stand up to the imperial bureaucracy. And there was a bombing the day before they knew it was coming out, and it all clicked like tumblers. There is no doubt that completes the circle. And now they've got troops on the street all over the country checking papers. Punch up my screen for TV viewers. Look at this. You've got Boston Papers, please. These young 19-year-old guys that look like, not bad guys, but I bet those guys literally couldn't, win a game of checkers against a chimpanzee. And they are sitting there harassing some businessman, and look at the young, arrogant look. I've seen, I'm going to say it, German soldiers, Soviet soldiers, that same look, even wearing in cold weather the same type of balaclavas, just the enjoyment of they're in charge. I mean, this is the mass retardation. I am not, let me tell you, troops try to check my ID on the street. I'm not putting up with this crap anymore, okay? I'm sorry, Dr. Pieczenik, I'm ranting because this is so real and I can feel the energy rising. It's not just the intellectual understanding. I came in here the day of the bombing on air and said something horrible is about to happen. I've never had such a horrible feeling. And now I realize why. This is the beginning of the offensive against the American people. In your own words, you said off air, where's the mobilization? This is a war against America. Describe the larger spectrum of where we are historically, culturally, with the criminal ne'er-do-wells.
Where we are right now is exactly where we were when our forefathers were in 1776 being oppressed by King George III. We have literally now a non-legitimate presidency and government and executive. We have not had a legitimate government or presidency under Bush Jr. for 8 years. So for exactly 12 years now, almost 12 years, we have not had a legitimate executive government. And in effect, what we have is a non-legitimate hierarchy or hegemony over us. So we have the right to indict our presidents, to organize, ask for an impeachment on not only for this president, but the impeachment of Bush Jr. and all of his minions in the White House, ask for their arrest and a court trial. If they refuse to do that as a collective, we all have to join together now as people. It's not going to only happen through your legislators. You can try through your legislators, through the internet, but we get together in groups and ask for the Nuremberg trial. This is a war trial now of both Bush Jr. and Obama, who have been tried by their own peers in Congress and the bilateral commission saying that they're war criminals. We want them removed and put in prison. Therefore, we request a new election immediately, as soon as possible. If that is refused, then we go into what is called the revolutionary mode. Then we go to the guns, as we did in 1776. I have no qualms about that. If force is used to suppress us, if false flags are used to give us honesty, then I said to Jeb Bush, in the face of tyranny, treason is patriotism. Let me say it again. In the face of tyranny, which we have right now and we've had under Bush, treason, which is an act against the government, which is an illegal government, is an act of patriotism. Let me repeat that again. I have gone to prison, and they have attempted to put me in prison many times on that one action alone. But as Alex said, and I'm not ranting and raving, I've served my country over 30 years. I will serve it again. But this time I will take down the presidents who are totally illegal, have created massive amounts of killings. You're not talking about 3 deaths in the Boston Massacre and thousands. You're talking about a war in which Obama killed
1 million dead Iraqis, and that pig Albright says 600,000 dead Iraqi children is a good price to pay.
Correct. Well, this is what happened, and now Karl Rove was proud of how he used the interrogation. Cheney was proud of it. So now they must pay the price. American citizens unite to pay the price. Be you Democrat, liberal, right-wingers, whatever you are, Tea Party, it is time now for us to unite to fight an illegal, repressive government. I've said this since 9/11. It is now more so.
But I want to say this. They stage false flags because whoever shoots first loses, so they shoot first and blame it on us. And I understand you're saying down the road they're arresting us en masse or something. We have a right to defend ourselves.
They can't. The truth of the matter is the government cannot integrate en masse. They're totally
No, I know they're a bunch of incompetent wimps who are posing like they're tough. The Germans were corrupt, but they were following orders. They were actually somewhat professional until the end. Even the same thing with the Soviets. Now it's totally dysfunctional. I get all that. I just want people to know how corruption works. Incrementally, you put up with more and more until you're in denial about everything. And there's no doubt that I mean, when all the police are going public we're being told to prepare to confiscate guns and arrest Christians en masse. That's how I'd wake the public up. But those are real orders from the Obama administration with weirdo czars quoting Mao and saying your kids don't belong to you. I think a Caligula insanity has taken place. And I've always said they're more methodical, but I do believe this elite, and you're a psychiatrist, so enlighten me. I know you're a really smart guy. I wouldn't ask the average psychiatrist what the time of day was. They're so weird, but you're a really smart guy. What is the mindset of these people? Because they are acting like nutcases. I mean, parties
no, they're not. Actually, no. Let me be very clear. I've always said it to every president I've worked with against every terrorist. They're very clear-minded. They are very ruthless. This has nothing to do with craziness. This has to do with what we call power corrupts, absolute power.
No. I get that they're together. Hold on, Doc. I get that they're together. I'm saying there's still a craziness in what they're doing, though. I get that they're organized.
No, in their mind, what they're doing is solidifying the nation state and the republic under their rule as they want it to continue, not as we want it to continue. They can no longer tolerate dissension. None of them came up through any form of what we call the American process. Neither Clinton, Bush Jr., nor Obama. None of them had a job.
So their mental illness is they're disconnected from reality.
They're totally disconnected from reality. They are a creation of the military-industrial oil banking complex. That's gone. But in order for the American public to get together, remember, you have to historically remember only 20% of the American public in 1776 went to the American Revolutionary War. Only 20%. It didn't take much to take down.
Well, it actually started with 3%, and then it was 5%, and maybe towards the end 20%. But yeah, it was a minority that stood up.
It was a very small minority, but that's exactly how we have to begin again. It's not just the Tea Party or the left wing of Republicans or Democrats anymore. It is now America versus the powers of the elite.
And that's why MSNBC,
the president.
That's why MSNBC tries to divide and conquer constantly, because they want balkanization.
Which one is this?
MSNBC wants balkanization.
Oh, you can't take MSNBC seriously. I mean, you've got Sharpton, you've got Rachel Maddow. These are hysterical.
No, I know, but it's a well-known White House-run group. My point is, Doc, is that they do want balkanization. You're right. They don't want us coming together under freedom. They want us fighting with each other while the robber barons rape us. Now, what do you take from this false flag being so sloppy? I see this as devastatingly dangerous for them. And you know, I never sit there and pat myself on the back, or any of us. I'm actually scared of this at a level because I want to continue my work. They are in shambles right now. They got caught running a drill and staging this. I've never seen something like this. Why is it so shoddily done?
Because every one of them was, Alex. In effect, you had picked off everyone. Since the beginning of 9/11, which was shabbily done, they forgot to remember that there was a guy like me who said, wait a minute, Osama bin Laden was already dead. It was the entire system of a false flag depends on one point of lie or truth if it doesn't make sense. Then it came to the Newtown. Then it came to Osama bin Laden's death. Well, that wasn't possible. He was already dead. Then it came to Newtown. Well, that's not possible because you didn't see 22 bodies and 6 adults like you see now. You see the deaths and the massacres here. They're showing it to you here, the false flag. So it's a constant false flag, which basically can't hold itself because lies upon lies don't work anymore. And the American people aren't stupid. We work, we understand reality, but we're not always engaged in a collective action. Now we must be engaged in a collective action to bring the criminals to justice. That's the President of the United States, Obama, Bush Jr., Cheney, Biden. These are criminals, not only determined by us, but determined by the studies and the commissions that were initiated by Congress to say these are war criminals. According to the International Conference of Criminals, which we are a member of, they would be in prison at this particular point, just like Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, or anybody else. That's why you had the false flag. By nature, the false flags are always pretty ineffective because they are very imprecise and really depend on the ability to maintain a consistency of truth and a consistency of a storyline and efficiency that the government can't maintain. They never have because they're not efficient. That's why when America can connect itself together, we all collect ourselves together, we get into groups, we demand a Nuremberg trial, an American Nuremberg trial for the indictment and prosecution of Obama as a war criminal, for Bush Jr. as a war criminal, for Rumsfeld as a war criminal, for Cheney, for Biden, for uses of torture and interrogation and wars that were illegally done, then we begin the process of the Second American Revolution, and that's where we are right now. If we don't do this today, I guarantee you will not have an America tomorrow.
Tell people the cost. Tell people what's going to happen if we don't speak out.
If we don't have it, you're going to see what's happening now. We will become literally the Roman Empire. We are imploding while our empire, the military, is stretching out all over the world and creating conflicts in Yemen, Somalia, Sudan, and in the case where I was, North Korea, where they couldn't control it, in Japan, and we will have wars all over the world where you will have nothing to do with it. So we will be the Roman Empire without Rome, and we will implode. You will not have jobs. Your schools are secondary. You have homeless. I mean, I flew in from Korea, which is an incredible country in the midst of a war, supposedly, which they didn't even, they thought we were a joke. And I flew into San Francisco to Nancy Pelosi's area, and I saw schizophrenics all over San Francisco in the streets talking to each other, and she's talking to the world about doing a mental test assessment for guns, when in fact she had nothing but schizophrenics walking around San Francisco.
Why are there so many schizophrenics in California? Because I'll be anywhere.
They support them in the streets. They literally fund them, give them food, and they call them homeless. They're not homeless. They're schizophrenic. But let's not forget the point. The point is back again. America must organize. Those of you who listen to Alex Jones, not only this is not a conspiracy. This is exactly what the American public was about. A bipartisan commission of Democrats, Republicans, and others came together to say that our president, Obama's a war criminal, Biden's a war criminal, Petraeus is a war criminal, Bush Jr. is a war criminal, Cheney's a war criminal, Jose Rodriguez and John Brennan. So everything we're looking at is totally illegal. We're being run by war criminals. If that's the case, then I ask our officers at the levels of captain, majors, to really question their authority above them, because they are no longer in command, and the president is no longer commander-in-chief of our armed forces. He's not qualified to be, and therefore we do not have a commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Martin Dempsey cannot be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, because he too was implicated for interrogation and war crimes. So the military is the first part to say to themselves, are we in fact in charge? And you are now in charge. Your commanders-in-chief are not in charge. They are illegal. They are illegal presence, and therefore justifies you at the level of the colonel, the lieutenant colonel, and the major level to question the authority of the commander-in-chief at every level, because they have been indicted for war criminals. You do not have a commander-in-chief who is legal and authoritative, no matter what he says. He's just been indicted for war crimes. Therefore, I ask our military officers, our veterans, to stand up and say that this is enough. We have to organize together, and if need be, we'll be armed. If this is what it comes down to, I ask our local officials, our local policemen, to work with us, our local fire departments. But this cannot be run anymore by an illegal, criminal president who was indicted by his own Congress, and the previous president indicted by his own Congress, and the former president as well, Clinton. And therefore you have an illegal government that is no longer constitutionally viable. Therefore the American public must try the present president, indict him, and we must have an immediate election to re-elect a new president. Not in 4 years, not in 2 years, but within days.
Well, here's the issue.
The massacre is nothing but a false flag, as was everything else that was done to us. So I ask you again, America. I asked you this 10 years ago, but no one listened. Now it's taken 10 years of countless false flags, of countless bodies, of 364,000 people dying in Iraq for a war that we did not want and we did not need. $6 trillion in debt. Men and women who are hemicorpectomies, veterans without legs and arms, and we call them wounded warriors. They were cannon fodders on our behalf. They were cannon fodders led by war criminals who refused to go to war. And now we're asked to support them, which we will. But I asked our veterans, 11 million of us who fought, to stand up and say that this is enough. We've had enough. We no longer have an official commander-in-chief. He is illegal. He's criminal. He should be tried, as is Bush, Cheney, Biden, and the rest of the government. They have been indicted by their own people.
Well, here's the issue.
Now the American public must stand up and say that this is the time of the second American Revolution. It's as simple as that.
Dr. Pieczenik, expanding on the points you're making, you know, the fact is, this is what happens with tyrants, as you know, historically. They do more and more bad things, so they want to bring in tyranny because they're scared of all the bad things they've done. They don't want to be brought to justice. People are blackmailing them, you name it. And we've really gotten to that point where they're on the news going, we'll disappear you if we need to, and you can't have guns, and we're spying on you. And so we have gotten to that point, and they've hired all these...
No, they're not even that brave, Alex, with all due respect to you. What they're doing now is diverting the issue to things like gun control, which have nothing to do with us, with Obamacare, which does not even exist. There isn't a congressman I know, and I know them all, who knows how to implement Obamacare. There are doctors who are leaving. I myself am on Medicare, and I can't even afford it because I have to buy all the full
Oh, yeah, it's all complete fraud. No, I get you. It's collapsing because of their delusion. So what's going to happen? Because they just think Homeland Security is going to save them, but Homeland Security is a bunch of dysfunctional people.
There is no Homeland Security. It's just a name that doesn't exist. It's all fictional, but it's costing us a fortune.
No, it's a name over the federal agencies. I get it. So what happens now?
What happens now is that we get together as an American public. We ask and demand for an immediate recall of the President of the United States. We ask that he be imprisoned for crimes against humanity. We ask for that the Bush be imprisoned for crimes against humanity according to the rules and laws of the Bipartisan Commission and the International Court of Justice and any law. And then we immediately ask for a new election. And we'll create our own candidates. That is exactly what we have to do. If they refuse to do that, then we use whatever we need, whether it's cyber attack, whether it be guns, but it will be the force of our will which will determine the outcome of the United States of America. If we remain passive, then we deserve to be suppressed and repressed. If we do not stand up today at the moment of illegality, we will regret the day that we did not stand up. And I warned this on 9/11 when it happened, and people thought then I was crazy until they found out 10 years later, oh, yeah, this was a false flag and a stand down, and this was a lie. Well, the lies compounded until now. And quite frankly, I'm considered one of the most dangerous men in this country. That's what I was told by my intelligence community. Well, if I'm one of the most dangerous men in this country, then God help us. All I am is an American patriot and a citizen who fought for our country 8 different times, never asked for commission, never asked for a medal, never wanted to be recognized. But now I stand with thee, and I say to you again, we do not have a legitimate commander-in-chief. I'm asking our warriors and our soldiers, sailors, and Air Force, you do not have a legitimate commander-in-chief. He has been indicted for war crimes against people. He has been indicted for torturing and interrogation. That's why you had a false flag today. And I'm asking our veterans, 11 million of them, to stand up and say that this is enough. We must ask for a recall, an impeachment, and an indictment, and then we will start again with a government that is of the people, for the people, and by the people. And God help us.
Well, I'll say this. I'm trying to fix things to the info war, but undoubtedly they're moving towards re-education centers, all this crap. And I agree, it's all fake unless we bow to it and give into it. They want to manifest a nightmare, and they're acting completely paranoid and freaked out because they drunk their own Kool-Aid. They really think all this is okay. They really think it's all right to do all of this, and all they've done is destroyed America's name, America's credit. Sure, they got a bunch of nuclear weapons, so what? And
can't do anything, Alex. At this point, what it really means to me as somebody who's been in psychological warfare, with all due respect, is that they are very desperate. The more desperate you become, the more absurd your actions were. And this Boston massacre Sandy Hook, Newtown, inviting people who never died and inviting those who were just injured to talk about gun control and talk about one's sanctity is an absurdity. It's a violation of everything we believe in the American Constitution.
Well, let me ask you this.
They are desperate.
Sure. If they're desperate, what do you think they're going to do next? It's important to know that.
What they're going to do next is they're going to be very frightened because this type of transmission is going to literally put us into a nexus where we are literally in the position of a war against our own federal government. I know what will happen to me. I will be warned repeatedly again that I'm in an act of treason, and I am. I am boldly saying I am in an act of treason against tyranny, and I will view that as an act of patriotism. That is my defense. If I go to prison, I will fight that. If I have to fight, I will fight. I have said that to Jeb Bush with his brother, Bush Jr. I was more than happy to take him out and to use the military against him, and we did, in order to get rid of Scooter Libby, get rid of Cheney's people, get rid of Bush's people, the Rumsfeld and others. But now I ask our military to stand down and stand with the American public and those of you who are below the rank of generals, because many of the generals there do not deserve to be generals. I stand with the American public, and you decide, are you with a government that is an illegal criminal government now, not decided by me, but decided by a bipartisan commission that indicted both Bush, Obama, and Clinton.
But the fact the fact that could even happen and even be in the New York Times, that does signify a major power structure battle. In closing, because I want to try to fix this all peacefully, I'd be happy to have these globalists move to another country, because I don't want, this whole, confrontation thing makes them dig in deeper. My whole issue is this. I understand how serious the hour is. I can feel it. I can see it. But aren't there ways? What does it signify in the power structure that we're now to this level and that bipartisan commissions are saying the government is run by psycho killers?
What it means is that there have been good people, as I've said all along, and one of them has been an incredibly, very valuable and very courageous woman who's the executive manager of the New York Times, Julie Abramson, who has really put in articles without making it so apparent, but apparent to guys like me who are trained in psychological warfare, to say, yeah, there's the Boston Massacre, but by the way, why don't you think of this more important article, which is right below it? There have been legislators like Carl Levin, Asa Etchinson. There are a lot of legislators who need to know that the American public's behind them, but they have to act in order to indict the President of the United States. He can no longer remain Commander-in-Chief and President of the United States. He is not legitimate.
Who is Obama, really? I should have always asked you that.
He is an operative. He's a CIA creation. Forget where he's born, create anything else. He is totally a CIA creation. His mother was CIA, his grandmother was CIA, his grandfather on maternal side was CIA. They worked at the East-West Center, which I was in charge of when I was Deputy Assistant Secretary of East Asia and the Pacific. That's the center where we fund the CIA operatives. He went to Occidental College in L.A. He was trained by some of my guys who were in the CIA. He then went to Pakistan, Afghanistan, worked for another man named Peter Geithner, the father of Tim Geithner in CIA. He has never been anything but a CIA operative. He's never had a job. He's never been in public. He has never been anything but a CIA operative, and a very low one at that. He has had a history that's complicated in terms of his own sexual history, his own identity. I don't need to get into that. He does not belong as President of the United States. The point of fact now is not that he's black or white. He is an illegal presence now. He is a criminal, as determined by the Commission on Torture and Interrogation, that he has been indicted. And that's why you had this false flag, along with Bush Jr., who should
Let me ask you this, and then we're going to go to break, let you go, and bring in the next crew to cover all the breaking news that's happened here today. Dr. Steve Pieczenik, I mean, I've never heard you be so bold. Obviously, the hour is late. My whole issue is this. What does it mean? Because I'm not just saying this. I can't believe this has happened. I don't know if the media will ever get it, if the public will run with it, but they're just hoping no one understands this. Their false flag, like no other false flag, is usually it's 40 years later they admit, you know, Gulf of Tonkin didn't happen, or Gladio is real, or Ajax happened. This is unraveling within hours in front of everyone in spectacular fireworks. What is that going to do when they're going, we've got the guy, well, now we don't, and then they're shutting down the courthouse where the guy's at, and bomb squads. I mean, they're probably killing the guy or something. I mean, or killing Navy SEALs. God only knows. They are running around like chickens with their heads cut off right now. May they flee forward and do something new? What do you expect them?
What's going to happen now is, and I think Alex and the audience should understand, Obama came forth, whoever he may be. As I said, he's a CIA asset. He is a creation of what the CIA and DARPA created in '73 when I was at MIT, and that is social media and the Internet. He's a total creation of it. He came to power in that social media. Now he must be brought down by that social media and the Internet. The very instrument that brought him to power can bring him down to power. And this is what I say to you in the audience. Whatever brought you, the banking system can be brought down, the banking system, by cyber war and cyber attacks. You have underestimated the power and the strength of the ability of Anonymous and others to literally take down the systems as WikiLeaks did. That was the most threatening element.
Absolutely. They tried to spin it that it was government and almost bought it, but it's certainly not now. Let me expand on that. Our reporter goes, takes over the press conferences, international news, injects the word false flag. Just one guy with a wife and a child, real deal, does it. I know I'm real. I know and I'm nobody. I'm not even that smart, and I've done all this. I don't think people realize, you're right, the lone man, that's what they're scared of. Doing things, taking action will bring them down, because they know they're just lone men that have done this. They're scared of good men coming against them.
Exactly. The most threatening, you hit it on the head, Alex. If those of you who have learned a little bit about Henry Gibson and the dollhouse of the master builder of Norwegian origin, it is said that the most powerful man in the world is the lone man. We are each loners. We are each individualists. That's what makes America a great country. Alone, using the Internet, using other means, and supporting our candidates, we can bring down this president. We can bring down the government. The government is the collusion of corruption, cronyism, and crookedness. It is a fearful entity that cannot stabilize very well.
Well, I don't want to bring it down and bring something even worse in, but if we do the Declaration of Independence...
You will not bring in worse, because with technology now and the Internet, you will have to go through a period where you have to have a give and take, which was not what we had. We had two parties that really did not exist. The Republican Party was a joke. You had a joke as Mitt Romney, and then you had all the other ones, Michelle Bachmann and Santorum and Newt Gingrich. This was a circus. And then you had Obama, who was already pretty much in place as a result of social media, just an extension of the transgender Hillary Clinton. It's all Hillary Clinton and their extension through Obama.
Transgender.
And that's what you've really
transgender,
seen.
Are you saying she's a man?
Well, I'm saying there's more an issue here with Hillary than you would imagine. She's not exactly what you think she is.
She's a hermaphrodite?
That's not relevant. But what's relevant is she is lethal, she's dangerous, and she's also not legitimately a candidate. She was also indicted for interrogation and terrorism.
She's a pig. There's no doubting she's a demonic pig. Okay, well, Dr. Pieczenik, this has been an amazing interview. And as we have a false flag thing in chaos, and that's almost, you're saying they're cold-blooded and focused, but look at this ham-fisted event. I mean, it's like, I think almost anybody could carry out a better event than this. I mean, these are a group of...
That's correct, but thanks to technology and to your perception, this is not going to work. That's why technology is so efficient and can disrupt any false flag in any event now in the 21st century. That's what they cannot control. That's what the government fears. Cyber attacks, and cyber war by any one of the people or a group of people or anonymous can take down this government very quickly.
Well, I mean, you call it cyber war. What about info war? If we just swarm them, if we swarm them with the truth, there's nothing they can do. I mean...
Well, the point is the truth has to mobilize people into action. people now have to act. They've heard the truth. They've now been told and reaffirmed by their own Constitution and their own legislators that this president is...
Well, I was about to say, what you've said is in the Declaration of Independence, that when you have a tyranny, it's not just your right, it's your duty to throw it off and make a new government. And I say, take the Bill of Rights Constitution, re-upload the Republic. We're not going to break away to get rid of the government.
No, we're not.
Break away to re-upload it.
You got it.
All right, Dr. Pieczenik, we'll have to get an update from you tomorrow. StevePieczenik.com. You are a brave person, and this is historical what's happening. I've never seen a false flag unravel like this in front of everyone, where they think we're all so dumb we don't see the guys with the bombs. And we even got like shots of the backpacks with the pressure cookers in it. We know who they are. The media is acting like they don't know because their own agents are all over the camera with the bombers. I mean, this is just all at Infowars.com. PrisonPlanet.com. David Knight, Jakari Jackson coming in for the next 2 hours, and then we'll take a break until nightly news with updates tonight. Dr. Pieczenik, I'll say bye to you. We're going to go to Mr. Swan of Fox News reporting on the FBI staging and provocateuring events before, and then Napolitano. We're going to go to Napolitano from a year ago breaking this down. So let's go ahead and go to that Ben Swan clip. Here it is.
On bombing, and yet there are still so many questions that have not been answered. The biggest one, of course, is who's behind it. Ben is looking back at some recent history in order to look forward in a reality check you won't see anywhere else.
In what has become the first terror bombing or explosion in the U.S. since 9/11, the biggest question tonight is who is responsible. Tonight we know more about what happened. The explosives used in this deadly Boston Marathon bombing were contained in 1.6-gallon pressure cookers hidden in black duffel bags on the ground. A person briefed on the investigation told that to the Associated Press. Now, one of the explosives contained shards of metal and ball bearings. Another contained nails. Those two bombs blew up about 10 seconds apart Monday, tearing off victims' limbs and leaving the streets spattered with blood and strewn with broken glass. 3 people were killed, including an 8-year-old boy. More than 170 people were wounded. So the big question that has not been answered yet is who is behind these attacks. So far, the FBI has questioned a Saudi national and has searched his apartment but found no signs of evidence against him. No groups have come forward claiming responsibility. And tonight, intelligence officials say they do not believe this was an al-Qaeda plot. So who was behind it? Well, no one knows at this point, or at least no one is saying. The last time the U.S. saw a bombing attempt like this was 1993. It was during the World Trade Center bombing. That explosion left 6 people dead, more than 1,000 injured. Damages in excess of $500 million. But there is a part of the World Trade Center bombings that is severely underreported. That it was the FBI presiding over the terrorists who carried out the 1993 bombing. In fact, virtually no one would know that fact today had it not been for this man, Imad A. Salim, a 43-year-old former Egyptian army officer. He was used by our government to penetrate a circle of Muslim extremists. According to extensive reporting by the New York Times, Mr. Salim secretly recorded hundreds of hours of conversations with the feds. Again, according to the Times, law enforcement officials were told the terrorists were building a bomb that was eventually used to blow up the World Trade Center. They planned to thwart the plotters by secretly substituting harmless powder for the explosives. The informer was to have helped the plotters build the bomb and supply the fake powder, but the plan was called off by an FBI supervisor. The account portrays the authorities as in a far better position than previously known to foil the February 26 bombing of New York City's tallest towers. Well, what this means for you, again tonight, we know very little about what happened, but we do know this. The University of Mobile's cross-country coach told a local TV affiliate that he was near the finish line of the Boston Marathon when the explosions went off. He said he thought it was odd that there were bomb-sniffing dogs at both the start and the finish lines. He also said that law enforcement spotters were on the roofs at the start and end of the race. So the question tonight must be asked. Did the FBI have any knowledge of this plot before it happened? We do know for a fact that dozens of times since 9/11, the FBI has recruited, trained, and then taken down suspected terrorists before they could carry out their plots. That's not conspiracy, that's a fact. Is the practice of the FBI creating terror plots only to break them up before they can actually happen really making us safer? Is that what happened here? And that is Reality Check.
You can find the sources for this story on our website, fox19.com. And if you'd like to make your voice heard, head over to Ben's Facebook page. You can find them by searching Ben Swan.
Does the government work for us or do we work for the government? Can the federal government take credit for saving us from a plot of its own creation? Tonight, has the federal government kept us safe, or does it just want us to think that it has kept us safe? Since the tragedy of 9/11, numerous crazies and low-level copycats have engaged in criminal behavior which they hoped would result in the deaths of innocent Americans and somehow advance their cause of jihad. If you ask the leadership of the FBI, most of whose field agents are tireless, dedicated, Constitution-supporting professionals, it will tell you that the FBI, has foiled about 17 plots to kill Americans during the past 10 years. What it will not tell you is that there have been 20 foiled plots, and of them, 3 were interrupted by members of the public. The 17 that were interrupted by the feds were created by the feds. We all remember the 3 that were foiled by diligent Americans: the shoe bomber, the underwear bomber, and the Times Square bomber. In all of these cases, the crimes charged were those of attempting to kill and conspiring with others to do so. In all 3 of those cases, alert Americans on transcontinental flights or in the streets of New York City told authorities of bizarre behavior or actually subdued the threats themselves. There was no foiling by the FBI. The plotters were, thankfully, bumbling fools who had poorly planned their criminal behavior and who ended up harming no one. All 3 are serving life terms. But the more curious cases are the remaining 17 for which the federal government has taken credit. They all have a common and reprehensible thread. They were planned, plotted, controlled, and carried out by the federal government itself. In all of these 17 cases, from the Fort Dix 6 to the Lackawanna 7 to the Portland parade bomber, the feds found young men of Muslim backgrounds, loners who were bitter at America. They befriended them, cajoled them, and persuaded them that they could change the world by killing Americans. In all these cases, agents worked undercover and portrayed themselves to the targets as Arabs of like un-American mind. In some cases, the federal agents used third parties to act as middlemen. The third parties were typically persons who had been convicted of crimes and who, in return for leniency at their own sentencings, were willing to work with the same feds who prosecuted them in order to help the feds entrap whomever else those feds were pursuing. Thus, in all 17 of these cases, because of the command and control of federal agents, no one was ever in danger, no one was harmed, no bomb went off, and no property was damaged. But in all those cases, the losers whom the feds targeted each believed that they were interacting with real plotters who would bring them cash and bombs. As we know, sometimes the cash arrived, but the bombs never did. The defendants were essentially charged and convicted for playing a game with federal agents. The most recent of those government-generated plots was revealed yesterday. It has a new twist because it allegedly involves agents of the intelligence apparatus of the government of Iran. It, too, was destined to go nowhere, as the feds monitored and taped every move made by their target as he interacted with federal agents whom he stupidly believed to be drug dealers and co-conspirators. Today, the feds themselves revealed that high officials of Iran's government knew nothing of this. Of course, the neocons have demanded bombs on Tehran, no matter what the government there knew. And this plot came to light the day before Attorney General Holder himself was subpoenaed by Congress in the Fast and Furious case. You get the picture. Are any of these plots criminal? Can the government just pick and choose whom to seduce and then lower the boom at the right time and arrest its would-be Confederates? Is this a proper and efficient use of law enforcement resources? The answers to these questions are obvious, and they are not good. The courts have made this legal, so long as the target of these plots had a mental predisposition to cause harm. But none of this keeps us safe. All of this makes us less free, as any one of us can be entrapped. And we are fools if we praise the government for exposing a plot of its own creation and saving us from a danger that never existed. Can the government break the law in order to enforce it? Well, when it does, it becomes a law unto itself, and the rule of law dies as the feds decide whom to target and whom to trap. Think about it. Are we really safe in a false sense of security? Why do we pay the government to trick us into believing it is keeping us safe? When no one is harmed and the government controls the plot, aren't we just punishing someone for his thoughts? And in a free society, aren't free people free to think as they wish? This must be so. Because if the government can punish our thoughts, there are no limits to its power.
right, and welcome back to the Alex Jones Radio Show. I'm here joined with David Knight, and I do believe we still have Dr. Pieczenik on the line. He was talking to Alex in the last segment. And Dr. Pieczenik, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay, go ahead and please finish your thought.
Well, basically, my thought is the thought that I said to Alex before. What we saw happening in Boston Massacre was really a cover-up and a distraction, what we call in the intelligence system, a denial, distraction, and a deception from the underlying issue, which is really the indictment of both Obama, Bush Jr., Cheney, Rumsfeld, and Eric Holder and those minions in both White Houses for crimes committed against persons who were arrested for presumed terrorist activities, and basically they were indicted by a bipartisan commission with 565 pages and another 6,000 pages that were kept secret on illegal interrogation.
Ask him about the isolation
and torture
of the president. That's what I want him on.
Okay, now, Pieczenik, Dr. Pieczenik, can you talk about the isolation of the president?
The president has been in isolation since the very beginning. He has a personality, and I don't know him personally, but from a profile, he's a very aloof, distant individual who basically grew up to be very aloof and distant. As I said from the very beginning, irrespective of what his color, black, white, yellow, green, or his nationality, what he really is been trained to be a very lone individual. He's worked as an operative. His mother was an operative in the CIA. His maternal grandmother was an operative. His grandfather on the maternal side was an operative. He's a very distant, aloof man who's not very assertive. He's not confrontational, who basically sits there and intellectualizes all of the responses around him and will make certain utterances. He will not reach out, and he is not a very gregarious individual. By nature, he's not a political animal. What he is he's rhetorical. That means that by nature, he likes to be much more of a minister or much more of a speaker. But as Boehner and others have found out, he does not like to interact with people or create any kind of political accommodation.
Yeah, I believe he once, maybe more than once, canceled a speaking engagement because his teleprompter broke.
Well, I can't speak to that. I mean, I think he's an intelligent individual. I don't think he needs a teleprompter, but he is someone who is really onto himself and by himself and really lives in a world of, very much of the Twitter and the electronic age. And he's very much surrounded by very low-quality White House staff. And one of the things that I learned in working for 5 presidents, Nixon, Ford, Reagan, Carter, Bush, and others, is that you can test the quality of the president by the people whom he surrounds himself with. Even a gentleman like Ford, who many thought was weak, was really quite formidable because he had a very formidable foreign policy staff, including Kissinger, Schlesinger, Elliot Richardson. I mean, he had a very formidable cabinet, whereas Obama has had a very weak and ineffectual cabinet that was really more of an extension of Clinton's administration. And you saw Hillary, who was a very bad Secretary of State. You saw Eric Holder, who was a total disaster, was also indicted for tortures and interrogation against innocent civilians and is part of the indictment for criminal activity. So Obama is surrounded in a White House with very young people in the foreign policy, a guy named Rhodes, 35 years old, a woman who's totally ineffectual in foreign policy named Samantha Powers, and McTierney, another speechwriter who is a Democrat, all of whom are really novitiates in the world of foreign policy and domestic policy.
All right, there's Dr. Steve Pieczenik. We definitely thank you for your time. I do believe Alex wants you on the show either sometime later this week or next week, so maybe our producers can set that up with you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. I would be more than happy to be on it.
All right, thank you. And there goes Dr. Steve Pieczenik, and like I said, I'm joined in studio by David Knight. How you doing, David?
Doing great, Jakari.
Now, you have a laundry list there.
Well, I just want to say, when you're talking about the teleprompter, the way it struck me, I think Dr. Pieczenik took it as you were insulting Obama's intelligence. I look at it as essentially that he's somebody who wants control versus feeling, to reinforce what Dr. Pieczenik was saying, he doesn't seem like somebody who's conversational, who just wants to go out there and wing it, improvise. You know, he wants everything to be precise.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was referring to.
So he doesn't have a teleprompter.
Yeah, I'm very confident that Barack Obama is very intelligent.
Oh, yeah.
Very intelligent.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people have criticized him about this teleprompter thing, saying, you know, he's stupid because he needs a teleprompter to speak. I think it speaks to his personality and his desire for absolute control of the minutia, right? But a couple of breaking news articles. The Senate gun control bill for background checks and registration failed, 54-46. Very good news there.
Right.
We don't know what's going on with CISPA. At least I don't. Maybe that we can look that up and see if there's been any developments on that today. But I find it really interesting what's been happening today. I look at this all as really kind of a crowdsource investigation, and that was the way one article reported on this. You've got a situation where you've got, at the finish line of the Boston Marathon, so many people all taking pictures with their cell phones and cameras, in addition to the official cameras. And you know, when Peter King, the Republican representative from Long Island or New York, was saying that we need to have more cameras, he wasn't talking about you and I.
Exactly.
Okay? He wasn't talking about the public having more eyes on what's happening. He's talking about him, the government, okay, knowing what's going on. And let me tell you, if they get a lot more cameras, as their cameras go up, they're going to start taking your cameras, because we see this already with them putting cameras everywhere and yet trying to arrest individuals as we take pictures of police doing their duty in a public area, which they should be open to inspection. It should be a public thing. They should not be ashamed of what they're doing. If they're doing their duty, if they're following the law, they should not have any problem with citizens taping them. And yet we see it everywhere, all over the country, even here in Austin. We already talked to Antonio Beeler, who ran into that with the Austin police here. So, but what comes out of this when citizens are armed with information, when we have technology, when we have websites and cameras, we can get our freedoms back. And that's why they're working so hard.
We can fight for our freedom.
That's right. That's why they're working so hard to take that away with CISPA and other things. And it's why it's so imperative for us to fight that. You know, as we said with this Paul Revere contest, you are the resistance, meaning the public is the resistance. Nobody can give the American people their freedom. We have vainly sought to do that all over the world, invading countries and saying, yeah, we're going to be the good guys in white hats. We're going to come in and we're going to determine who's good and who's bad in this civil war, and we're going to fight one side, and we're going to put some other people there, and we're going to establish freedom and democracy. You can't do that for people. People have to want it badly enough that they'll fight for it. They have to want it badly enough that they'll take risks for it. And that's why when people's first priority is make me safe, that's the mentality of a slave.
Yes, because we have this the nation-building mentality. We're going to go over here and rescue these people from their situation while we guard their opium fields and, you know, flood the world with drugs and other type of things.
And this article that came out yesterday, I think it was originally reported by CBS News, where you had this person who was a video editor, I believe, from New York City, quoted in here. His name was Woods, I believe. Yeah, Daniel Wood. He said, they can give me a cavity search right now, and I'd be perfectly happy, said Daniel Wood, a video producer from New York City who was waiting for a train. Well, you know, that kind of mentality, that guy is a slave already.
Yeah, he's a slave in his mind.
That is the most disgusting quote I've heard out of this entire thing. I've heard some pretty bad things said by people demonizing particular groups, even when they don't have an individual or a group of individuals that they've selectively done. The media has used it to demonize entire groups and say, I think it's coming from this group over here. But for somebody to say something like that, I mean, we just had a case here in Texas where these two women were given a cavity search.
With the same glove.
And that is a criminal offense. And I'm glad that people recognize that as a criminal offense. Now, the police department did not recognize that as a criminal offense. The police department had no problem with it, but a grand jury of citizens did. And they're indicting those officers. And we need to stand up as citizens in juries. We need to stand up as citizens who are taking pictures and coordinating with each other. And going back to this crowdsourcing investigation, some people may not understand what that word means. That really kind of came from some kind of contest where people would put a contest up, for example, and say, we're going to crowdsource this advertisement. And so a lot of people that put a prize out there, and a lot of people would just on their own come up with a commercial. So the person who's doing the advertising, they know that they've got a fixed cost. They know it's very low. Let's say they're going to give $10,000 for this contest or something, and then they just have people churning this stuff out, and then they pick the one that's good and go with it. We're running a huge contest, the Paul Revere contest, $115,000 in total prizes. First prize is $100,000, second is $10,000, third place is $5,000. We're doing that because we're trying to find talent who's going to help us to do more content, get documentaries out there that are going to help to wake people up. But we also want to help people to get better at what they're doing, because we've got to have more eyes on the street. We've got to have people doing more reports, and they've got to get their production values up to a higher level so that they can get more views, so people take them more seriously. And so there's a lot of different things about this Paul Revere contest. Part of it is, yes, for our own internal use, for our own trying to build our organization so we can get the word out there. But the other part of it is just to get the general liberty movement a little bit better at what they're doing. And so we talk about that from time to time, and we're going to be talking about that, looking and analyzing the different submissions and kind of critiquing them, telling people, you know, what they did right, so we can point that along. But in this particular case, you've got people crowdsourcing this investigation, and they're pulling up stuff that the police are not showing.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they're going to find things that the police wouldn't show us. And that's what's different about this versus things like Sandy Hook and the Aurora, Colorado shooting, where they don't even have full disclosure of what the police have because the person is killed or the person is insane, and they're going to plea bargain them out. And
you can't get close enough to get your own photographic evidence, as opposed to this, the bombing at in Boston.
Yes.
You know, you have people who are already there on the scene.
Yes, yes. So that's a huge thing, and those pictures that have come up are pretty amazing. I think that's a real bombshell.
Right. We've seen, we've been showing those images all day, and I believe they are on Infowars.com. And we also had some people, I believe one of our radio listeners submitted a clip of, or excuse me, submitted a photo of a man having his papers checked in the city of Boston, and that's what's going on. You know, any type of situation, they want to check your papers.
That make my blood boil too. You know, I mean, that harkens back to me, as we said yesterday. That's really kind of the hallmark of tyranny. That was the way they always characterized the Nazi occupier. They've got military guards going up and down the street telling people, give me your identity papers, with a German accent.
Right.
You see that in Red Dawn. You know, they set up a roadblock and they're going through everybody's papers. That is the hallmark of tyranny. And that's not just happening at a live crime scene in Boston. That's happening in various cities across this country now, using that as a template, as an excuse. But I want to say that we also wanted to correct something too. A caller called in earlier and told Alex that Obama had signed 23 executive orders as this was happening. I believe that is a mistake. Those 23 executive orders were actually the ones that he did back in January.
Yes.
And it was an article that was that he was referencing was one that was a reposting of that and talking about that. And that was, in fact, posted on Monday, but it was referring back to executive orders that had been issued back in January.
I believe it was January 16th, because that article has been reposted on several sites, not just that. So, I mean, good effort by the viewer, but that wasn't exactly accurate that we found. And if it is true, definitely give us a call here when we open the phones up, and you can correct us on that.
If anybody has any more information about any executive orders or anything like that that's going on under the radar, absolutely we want to know that. But going back again to the CBS article where I had that quote from the guy who said he's ready for his cavity search, it's very interesting because right underneath that quote, they say similar pressure cooker explosives have been used in Afghanistan, India, Nepal, Pakistan, according to a July 2010 intelligence report by the FBI and Homeland Security. Also, one of the 3 devices used in the May 2010 Times Square attempted bombing was a pressure cooker. They say the next 2 paragraphs down, the Pakistani Taliban claimed responsibility for the failed 2010 attempt in Times Square. So basically what they're doing is they're saying, well, you know, these pressure cooker bombs have been used in all these different Arabic scenarios by Arabic terrorist groups. And of course, you know, we know who started Al-Qaeda, but they're talking about that in that context. And then they immediately come down, and the way they end up this, they go on at that point, they stop, and they start talking about personal stories. Okay, so they kind of change the narrative there a bit, and they start talking about very heart-wrenching details about individual victims who were injured in this bomb blast. Then they come back and finish up the article, and what they say is, Patriots Day commemorates the opening shots of the American Revolution at Concord and Lexington in 1775. And then they quote Richard Barrett, former UN coordinator of Al-Qaeda, and for Al-Qaeda and Taliban monitoring team. He didn't coordinate them, but maybe he did. Who knows? Also working for British intelligence. And he said the relatively small size of the device in Boston and the timing of the blast suggest a domestic attack rather than an Al-Qaeda-inspired one. So they go, and I'll just read the very last paragraph. He said, that was the next to the last paragraph. Then he says, this happened on Patriots Day. It's also the day Americans are supposed to have their taxes in. And Boston is quite a symbolic city, said Barrett, who now is senior director at the Qatar International Academy for Security Studies. So what they do is they go through and they say, well, these types of bombs have been used here, 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 and all these different foreign terrorist attacks. And then they say, but we think it's domestic. And we think that it's patriots. And we think that it's people who don't like the government and don't like paying taxes. You know, they pivot that thing around. Just thoroughly disgusting reporting from CBS.
And nothing that we're not used to seeing so far in the investigation. The patriots this and the patriots that. It's people on the far right, you know, before they ever had any type of suspect, even when they had the Saudi national detained briefly, I believe it was still the patriots. And we joked, this guy's probably going to be caught with a John Deere hat and his mugshot and all that stuff. But while I have a second, I guess this is as good a time as any. I'd like to offer a retraction. Yesterday, I made a mistake when referencing a Paul Joseph Watson article about the Family Guy episode. Now, I want to be very clear. Paul Joseph Watson did not make a mistake in his article. It was my mistake when I said that the two clips in the Paul Joseph Watson piece were originally aired back-to-back. That is not accurate. They were split up. So I do apologize to, Fox, one of the rare times I actually apologize to Fox. But Fox and Seth MacFarlane and the rest of the Family Guy crew, I do apologize on that note. But we still here at the InfoWars stand by Paul Joseph Watson's article.
Yes, because the elements that were there were still, remember the episode was called Turban Cowboy.
Right.
And it was about essentially an alliance or friendship or whatever between this Tea Party guy and an Islamic terrorist. Okay. And it did have the elements that they were detonating 2 bombs, remote control. It did have the context of being at the Boston Massacre, even though the guy was driving his car over people. You still had that scene of carnage,
blood and gore
at the finish line and everything. So there were a lot of elements that were there. Key being the fact that they're trying to tie domestic terrorists to the CIA-created Al-Qaeda. And that's been a recurring meme or theme that you see throughout not only Hollywood entertainment, but you also see that as a recurring theme in Army and West Point intelligence manuals, surprisingly doing that. Really, really strange.
Very strange. Now, if the guys can queue up, I do believe we have a video interview with Boston Marathon eyewitness. It's about a 4-minute interview. If you guys just let me know when you get a hold of that. Now, I do have an article I'd like to reference here before we go to that interview. Arizona bill passed makes cities sell turned-in guns. Now, a lot of people think that when you turn in your gun to, the gun buyback program or whatnot, that your gun is destroyed, and often these firearms are. But this new article is saying that if you give your gun to the people in Arizona gun buybacks, they're just going to sell your guns. So, they take your, let's say you got a $3,000 AR-15, you go turn it in, you get your $200 voucher, then they turn around and sell it to some licensed firearm dealer. And the article even points out here that with their current program, it's a very good chance that the gun that actually shot Gabby Giffords could end up back on the street. It won't even be destroyed or could potentially not be destroyed.
Yeah.
And I'll just read a section up here. The bill doesn't have any effect on guns seized by law enforcement, which already have to be sold to a federally licensed dealer under the law passed last year. But that didn't stop a lengthy debate that veered into the possibility that the gun used to shoot U.S. Rep. Gabrielle Giffords might end up back on the street. So, you can turn in, you're going to get your little voucher, and, now your gun's back out in the street. Now, the guys are telling me we do have that video with the interview about the Boston bombing, so let's go to that now.
All right, hi, this is Anthony Gucciardi. I'm here with Alastair Stevenson from Alabama. He was at the Boston Marathon. He was a veteran of other marathons. And before the race, he detailed a concerning statement that there was a lot of buildup of bomb squads and bomb-sniffing dogs and even rooftop shooters. And he says that it was so peculiar, he thinks that police must know that something was going on. So thanks a lot for joining me today. Tell me what's going on.
Just at the start of the event at the Athletes Village, there was police spotters, or there was people on the roof with binoculars looking down onto the Athletes Village at the start. There was dogs with their handlers going around sniffing for explosives, and we were told on a loud announcement that we shouldn't be concerned. This was just a drill. So maybe it was just a drill, but I've just never seen a drill like that at any major marathon that I've done. So that just concerned me that that's the only race that I've ever done in my life where I've seen, dogs sniffing for explosives, and that's the only race where there's ever been an explosion. So, but like I said, it really could have just been a drill. That there is a possibility of that.
Sure, but you've done larger races in the past, and you haven't seen anything like that before.
Never seen anything like that. I've ran in the London Marathon, Marine Corps, Chicago, Disney, all the major marathons I've ran in, and I've never seen anything like that before. So it just seems a coincidence to me, that's all.
Sure, but they announced over the broadcasting system that this is a training exercise. So they openly said, this is a training exercise, this is a drill. Because there's people out there that are saying that the drill never existed, and many of them are actually police saying that they never even did the training exercise. But this is for sure. You heard that over the broadcast system, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. They did run a drill at the start of the Athletes Village, yes.
Now, do you think, based on what you saw, that they had to have some type of knowledge that there was a bomb threat or something like that? What do you think about the police commissioner who said that they had no prior intelligence whatsoever, and now some of them are denying that there was any type of drill?
I find it hard to comment on that. I mean, we don't know who was involved in these activities. My main thought right now is with the families and the victims. That's my main thing. I'm praying for them. But, I mean, I was there at the Athletes Village. I did see a drill going on and did hear the announcements that it was just a drill. Whether or not there was any prior knowledge, I couldn't comment on that. I couldn't tell you. I mean, the commission said there was no knowledge. There was no knowledge.
No, I understand.
But I mean, there was absolutely a drill going on at the Athletes Village before the race.
Exactly, and let's just make that clear. We're trying to get the facts here of what's actually going on and displaying what's happening and what you saw with your own eyes as an eyewitness, the first-hand account of what's going on. Because yesterday, your article from the Alabama Press, and one that I covered on my website, StoryLeak, it's been seen by millions of people around the world, and others like InfoWars are picking up and stuff like that, playing on the radio. So your first-hand account is at the heart of all of this right now, trying to get an idea of what's going on. So it's important that we discuss that and what's going on. All right, great. Well, I appreciate you speaking with me today. I think that about sums it up. Is there anything else you want to say to close out?
Not really. Just I hope that this leads to greater security at marathons. I hope that the people that were injured are able to recover, and we'll get over this, and definitely won't let hate stop us from running anymore. So.
Okay, and that was the interview there, and you can go to Infowars.com, I do believe, and listen to that interview in its entirety. Now, we're going to open the phones up here in a little bit. The phone number to call in is 877-789-ALEX. That is 877-789-ALEX, or you can do 2539. That's Alex. And David Knight, you have a clip that you want to throw to before we go to the calls?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that last clip. That was a great job by Anthony Gucciardi, and a real important eyewitness account of what was going on there, because there has been, it really kind of keys off of whether or not there was a drill going on there. And what did the police department know? And now we're hearing multiple different versions. We're hearing one version of the official story that is coming from the government and coming from the media. They're kind of closing ranks on this now, that they didn't know anything in advance, that there wasn't any drill. And yet we have eyewitnesses saying they were announcing that it was a drill. And it is very important. And as Anthony kind of pushed him on it, he kind of backed back and says, well, my main thought is with the families right now. Mm-hmm. Well, we feel for the families as well, and we don't want to see the government get away with these kind of false flag attacks.
Or anybody get away.
Or anybody get away with it. So we want to find out who really did this, and we want to look at what's going on here. And we want to investigate that. And I think that honors the memory of the people.
Yeah, never honor anybody's memory, by letting the guy get away. If you see a guy running down the street, well, I don't want to dishonor their memory by chasing this guy with a bloody knife down the street or calling the police on him.
Exactly. And so, and one of the things that Anthony Gucciardi mentioned there is that the Boston police chief is now saying they had no prior intelligence. But we've got a clip here that of the press conference that the Boston police chief was having, and we want you to listen to this. Go ahead. You got that queued up?
And put together. This particular plan was very well thought out and executed, and there were more officers assigned to this race than we've ever assigned before. And we were particularly concerned with the finish line this year and assigned more officers down in that area. I think if you look at the videotapes, you can see that. So a lot of time to vet all these plans and to determine exactly what happened here. But this is going to be an integral part of the ongoing investigation.
Did something go wrong here, though, with your plan? Was there a weakness at the top? Clearly they exploited a weakness.
Well, this is a soft target. And so anybody can go into a church service and do this type of thing. When you have an event like this, you can't lock it down like it's a military operation. It needs to be open to the public. There's commerce occurring up and down that parade route. And by the virtue of the type of event this is, it requires that we don't turn these events into a police state. So we struck what we believe to be the appropriate balance. We'll review all of that, and we'll come to some conclusions down the road. But this investigation is really our priority right now.
Well, that's good. Yeah, we want to hear just the very beginning of that again in just a second. But what he's saying there is that they've never had more coverage there, and they were focused particularly on the finish line. And so that would indicate that they did, in fact, have some prior knowledge of this, and would also give more additional weight to the eyewitnesses who are not government, who are not media, who are saying that they saw a lot of bomb-sniffing dogs. As this guy said, he's run many, many events. He's never seen anything like that at another event at both the starting line and the finishing line. Yeah. They had a lot of stuff there. So, yeah, can you play that again, right at the very beginning, just a couple of seconds in?
Look, this particular plan was very well thought out and executed, and there were more officers assigned to this race than we've ever assigned before. And we were particularly concerned with the finish line this year and assigned more officers down in that area. I think if you look at the video...
Why is that? Why would they be more concerned this year? Why would they have more officers this year?
Well, that's it. And that's why, why would he say that he has no prior intelligence of anything going on, and yet he has more officers assigned? Okay, so again, if they would just be candid, honest, and transparent, but apparently that's asking too much from our government anymore for them to do that.
Right. And speaking of being honest and transparent, if we can get the Dan Badandi piece from his camera angle, I believe it's the clip at 3:38. And in the meantime, while you guys are getting that ready, if we're ready for the phones, we can go to, is that Daniel in Alberta, Canada?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, sir. It's nice to talk to both of you. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
All right.
First of all, I would just like to say briefly that I support the operation. I have a membership. I have T-shirts. I use all the longevity health products. I support
thank
it.
you, sir.
You guys are awesome. I would just like to say briefly that, first of all, in the Boston bombing, the reason why I'm calling is because I'm concerned because, especially in Alberta here from Canada, we are slowly adopting everything that you guys are doing. And what's been concerning me is, especially from Sandy Hook, I've noticed police forces, they're starting to just raid schools. Cops are being installed almost in all the schools now. Government especially, they're cutting the pension funds. Our military, they're even cutting some of the military's pension funds out. And recently, a whole bunch of youngsters have just been recruited, which are probably going to be carrying out most of their plans. They just seem brainwashed, completely just dull-eyed, completely young. Just look like they just got fresh out of high school.
Right, probably.
And it's just been concerning me, and especially from these bombings and stuff. It's really going to escalate things here as well. And I just wanted to say, especially to Alex, I know he's been going off the top lately just for his life and being concerned. And I just want to say that our prayers from Canada are out here with him, and we want to support all you gentlemen in your great war. And you guys keep up the great info. That's all I'd like to say. And I just want to say I'm a little bit nervous right now, but, you know, it's an honor to speak to you guys on the air live, and keep up the great work, and thank you very much. Salute you both.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you for supporting us, not just financially, but, you know, spreading the word, and not just, you know, the word of InfoWars, just getting the information out there. That's what it's really about. It's not about, you know, us being better than whoever else. You know, it's about getting the information out, because our rivals aren't Glenn Beck, our rivals aren't whoever. Our rivals are the people who are pushing this agenda against us. You know, there may be some people who little mudslinging back and forth, but that's not what the real issue is. The real issue is getting this information out to the people.
And thank you for your prayers, because Alex is, in fact, literally working around the clock. Like you said, he had 2 hours of sleep last night.
Yeah, he's on coast to coast.
Long hours, but nobody's working like Alex is working. And, you know, what this caller said is very true.
Mm-hmm.
You can't run away from America and run away from this. This is a global tyranny that is coming along. And it is also something that, but even, you know, even if you don't believe that this is a global tyranny, even if you don't believe that these guys are getting together and kind of orchestrating this with a, you know, few elite individuals and corporations, it still is something that, even if you go back and you look at Churchill's historical analysis of the English-speaking people, he said that when America won its freedom, it gave freedom to the British people as well. Because what it did was it broke the power of an authoritarian king. Okay, and so when you see, and really America led the way for a while with our Declaration of Independence, and you know, it was a light to other countries. Now it's flipped around. Now what we're doing is we're spreading disease and tyranny and war and technology that is oppressing people, and we need to turn that around. This is where the fight is in America. But it's a fight that affects every country. It doesn't just affect America. It affects Canadians. It affects people in Ireland. It affects people in the UK. It affects people in Western Europe, Central and South America. They're all affected by this. America is so strong and so powerful, and it is the point of the spear in this tyranny right now.
And that's a very good point, because people think, well, I'll move to this country because they have a better economy. I'll move to this place because it's a little less violent, or whatever the case may be. I mean, it's coming to you wherever you are. So you have to stand up for it, especially here in the States, where the fight is so active right now on many fronts, not just, you know, security and safety and guns and CISPA and all this other stuff. I mean, you can get in the fight at any level, at any way. And speaking of getting in the fight, we have that clip of Dan Badandi terrorizing these people. I love the look on the governor's face. We freeze framed it last night on the nightly news. You can see this guy just, it doesn't, it's beyond deer in the headlights, but if we have that clip, we can roll it right now.
Is there any security footage of any of these explosions?
We are looking at all of that right now. That's one of the investigative steps that we're taking.
Was there any prior knowledge of? Because according to BostonGlobe.com, they said they were doing drills this morning for the same exact thing that happened, according to BostonGlobe.com. Now, was you guys given any warning ahead of time of this taking place?
As I said earlier, there was no specific intelligence. We certainly increased our posture around a big event like this. All of those things happened in preparation for this event, but there was no specific intelligence that anything was going to happen.
And can you talk a little bit about what type of device do you have?
The City of Boston is open and will be open tomorrow, but it will not be business as usual. There will be a heightened law enforcement presence consistent with the severity and seriousness of the ongoing investigation. People should expect, those who are riding the T, that there will be random checks of backpacks and other parcels. And we just ask everyone to be patient with that inconvenience for the time being. It is for the public's safety. Here in the state, at the local level, and at the federal level, we are all coming together to do everything we can to get to the bottom of this.
The most important fact that I want to convey to everybody this evening has already been mentioned by Governor Patrick. The FBI is taking the lead in this investigation. It is asserting federal jurisdiction. It will do so through the Boston Joint Terrorism Task Force, members of which are comprised by all the members of the law enforcement agencies here represented at the podium. This will be a combined federal, state, and local effort. It will be an ongoing investigation. It is a criminal investigation that has the potential, is a potential terrorist investigation.
Do you take any questions?
Oh, sir, why were loudspeakers telling people in the audience to be calm moments before the bomb went off? Is this another false flag stage attack to take our civil liberties and put more homeland security sticking their hands down on the pants on the streets?
No. Next question.
You have said that there's no suspect, but is there?
I'm not going to confirm that right now. We'll have that information for you first thing in the morning. The medical people are compiling that as we speak.
Again, why was speakers telling people to be
characterizing
sir?
active terrorism?
Extent of the injuries, how serious people are.
This is a very powerful blow. Right now, that area that the governor outlined is our main point of focus right now.
Again, why were people speakers telling people to be calm before the bomb went off? I want to answer that question.
Currently in your search for additional devices, are you searching the entire route of the marathon, or are you focused on certain areas right now? Are there specific areas that you're focused on beyond the Copley area?
At this point in time, our focus of the investigation is in the area that the governor mentioned.
Why was people being told prior to the bomb going off?
Are there any unaccounted for people? If so, how would you?
We're actually working very closely with the families right now. We're setting up a location near here that families can come to if they have any questions. The mayor's office has fielded many calls of concern. We're going through those right now.
Okay, please remain unidentified.
That's it.
Why was people being told prior?
9:30 tomorrow morning.
Why was people being told prior to the bombs going off to stay calm? That's a false flag, gentlemen. Just to put more TSA on the street to rob our civil liberties.
Way to go, Dan. Way to go. Now, if you're watching on Infowars.com/listen or PrisonPlanet.tv, you may have saw the girl in the far corner. She came over and tapped a guy on the shoulders, and she's like, "Hey, let's rough this thing up. These guys are asking real questions." So way to go, Dan. The phone lines are open. 877-789-ALEX. That is 877-789-2539. Now, before we go back to our calls, David, you had a couple articles.
Yeah, I just wanted to say about Dan there, what he's doing is exactly what we've all got to do. And that is we just keep coming after him. They may want to try to ignore us and marginalize us. They want to try to change the what we're talking about. They turned their backs on him and they walked out, and he's still shouting the same question at him because they didn't give him an answer. We start out the program that says Alex Jones wants answers. We all want answers. That's why we're here.
Right.
And we're just not going to go away if they don't give us a credible answer. Now, in this particular case, the Boston police chief has given us a couple of different answers, right? And they're answers that don't match up with what the witnesses are telling us. And that's what we have a problem with. And that's why we said, and we took a lot of heat for doing it, just like Dan has taken a lot of heat for asking those questions. And basically from the get-go, as soon as somebody said there was a bomb drill going on at the same time in the same place, we called BS on it. We said this is a false flag because they have motivation, and it's their MO, the way they've done this all the time, and they don't want to answer that question because they know that people are catching on to that. And now Dan has made false flag a big searchable item.
Yeah, and if you guys can, just pull up one of the articles that they wrote about Dan. They called him a troll. They called him a heckler and all that stuff. But in the meantime, let's see what David has.
Yeah, well, earlier, Dr. Pieczenik was talking to Alex, and he was saying that he had come at this from a different way, believing that it was a false flag. We looked at it and we said, there was a bomb drill going on there at the same time, and we've seen this over and over again to give them cover. He looked at it and said, the articles underneath, they got pushed out of the way because of this bombing. One of them was about an indictment of the Clinton, Bush, and Obama administration of war crimes done by a bipartisan commission. It was a task force on detainee treatment, and it is a 600-page report. They produced an hour-long video at their press conference, so we have not had time to go through and look at this. We just found out about this today.
Right.
Some other people who have already started looking at this had some quotes, and I'm going to read a few things here to you about this. It says, the task force amassed an enormous and overwhelming quantity of evidence on U.S. crimes. The report's introduction contains this indictment of the American government's conduct in the so-called War on Terror. Quoting from the report, the events examined in this report are unprecedented in U.S. history. In the course of the nation's many previous conflicts, there's little doubt that some U.S. personnel committed brutal acts against captives, as have armies and governments throughout history. But there is no evidence there had ever been before been the kind of considered and detailed discussions that occurred after September 11, directly involving a president and his top advisors on the wisdom, the propriety, and the legality of inflicting pain on some detainees in our custody. Despite this extraordinary aspect, the Obama administration declined as a matter of policy to undertake or commission an official study of what happened, saying it was unproductive to look backwards rather than forward. And
they don't want you looking at their crimes is basically what they're saying.
Absolutely. It says the U.S. government, quote, indisputably engaged in torture, which was approved by the nation's highest officials.
Mm-hmm.
It is absolutely imperative that we take our government back from these criminals. We heard earlier Judge Napolitano saying, are they allowed to break the law in order to enforce the law? Are they allowed to break the law in the name of national security? That has become the operating condition for our government now, that there is no controlling legal authority. It's from the very highest officials in the office of the president to the police on the street, as we saw with this guy who was arrested in Temple.
Right.
And he said, what law am I breaking? They wouldn't give him an answer. They just took his gun.
I think
and
I
they
may
said,
have that article.
We're allowed to have guns. You aren't.
Now, on that note, David Knight, I have this article here. Texas soldier arrested for rudely displaying weapon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not exactly sure how you can rudely display, and I think that'd be in the eye of the beholder if it was rudely or not. But basically, the situation is that there's a video online you guys can go out and check out. And this guy is hiking with his son. He's a soldier, on leave, and he's hiking with his son. And he's approached by an officer. The officer says, hey, what are you doing? He's like, I'm out here hiking with my son. He's like, why do you have a gun? Which he didn't even really have to answer. He just was polite enough to do it. And he says, well, there are cougars and, wild boars out here. I got to protect my son. And you can see the image right there on Infowars.com/listen or prisonplanet.tv. The officer grabs his gun. The guy's a soldier. He has the instinct to, grab his gun back. And, they tussle around for a little bit.
Well, I think it was also strapped on his shoulder.
It was strapped on.
It was strapped on his shoulder, and the guy reacted. And this cop kind of looks like the actor Ned Beatty, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Except Ned Beatty was probably a nice guy. This guy is definitely not a nice guy. This guy is a criminal. If you watch this video, he is somebody who thinks that he is above the law, and he will probably never be called into question by the Temple Police Force because we've seen this happen over and over again. But that's what we see from the policeman on the street to the president and his advisors in the Oval Office. We have people who believe that there is no controlling legal authority on them, as Al Gore said famously once before. This report goes all the way back to the 1990s, and it says that extraordinary renditions became a regular practice during the Clinton administration in the late 90s. Richard Clark, chief counterterrorism advisor to Clinton, is quoted as saying that Clinton approved every single, quote, snatch operation he was asked to review. And, of course, that's probably an easier way for people to understand it, a snatch rather than extraordinary rendition. What that means, they're grabbing people off the street and they're sending them to a foreign country where they can get, and they had, Gaddafi's Libya, where they took them to get them tortured. They had Mubarak's Egypt, where they took them to get tortured.
Oh, yeah.
They had Saddam's Iraq. I mean, they're
anywhere,
Yeah.
when they're not constrained by the laws of the United States, even though they like to break them regularly. They just feel better.
50 countries, we just learned a month or two ago, that were involved in these extraordinary renditions. And the rogues list of states that we are now supposed to go to war against, that we've been overthrowing one by one, these are people who were partners with the CIA in these renditions, going all the way back to the Clinton administration and throughout the Bush administration. And what you see is extraordinary renditions and torture starting in the Clinton administration, getting far worse in the Bush administration, getting far worse in the Obama administration, and then he adds to it his list of drone assassinations and that sort of thing. So he adds new outrages. And we have to understand that when these people can do this types of stuff, and I want to read you something that they did. Here's an Army pathologist report. Now, this is still from this article where they're reviewing this bipartisan group that has indicted these officials for war crimes. Listen to this. An Army pathologist report on the in-custody death of a detainee known only as Dalawar at the Bagram Air Base found that the prisoner's legs were beaten so savagely that they became pulpified.
Oh, man.
And that his injuries resembled those of someone who had been run over by a truck. Dalawar, a 22-year-old taxi driver, was innocent of any crime. Some 166 men have been detained there in Gitmo for years, most of whom have never been accused of a crime, all without a trial, and no basic due process of law. This is the NDAA in practice, folks. This is the future of America if we do not stop these war criminals that are in high places in our country right now. They're going to do this. Anybody that can do this to a human being is capable of doing it to you, as long as they can convince themselves that you're the enemy. They just switch off any kind of compassion or morality that they may have had.
Right. And the thing people need to understand, they say, well, you know, Obama can do whatever he wants. He's my guy. Even if that is true, maybe Obama has a list of everybody who voted for him and he'll never do anything to the people who voted for him. Fine. What about the next guy or the guy after that or the guy after that? You have to understand that once you give these people the power, they're not going to give it up easily.
And you have to understand that it is not Obama that is sitting there. These guys are setting in place and presiding over the system. The people who are doing this at the bottom are brute animals. Just like that video we showed a couple of weeks ago about that prisoner, that he had a group of guys strapping him down with riot gear on to protect them. They strapped him down and sprayed pepper spray right in his face at a very close range.
While he was restrained.
While he was restrained, which is something that can be fatal to someone. It's meant to be done at a distance. It was far, far worse even than that horrific thing we saw in the California protests where that cop
sprayed. He sprayed the kids, but he was at a farther distance than that. I don't want to spend all the time on that, David. Those are some good points. We need to get back to our calls. We will go to Phil in Boston.
Hi, how you doing?
Doing well. So you're in the city of Boston.
I'm in the city of Boston. I have a group of friends, too, and acquaintances that missed fate by about 4 minutes, too. Wow. So this strikes really close to home. I had a couple of points to make. First of all, I don't know, maybe we should crowdsource a contest to at least identify. I mean, in this age of Facebook, these people that are, you know, with backpacks, I don't understand. Like, if I was running the investigation, I would say anybody who was wearing a backpack at the scene has to come in for questioning. If you're found, you know, in pictures later on with a backpack and you didn't come in for questioning, you know, you're going to be held twice as suspect. You have to come in. There's so many of these people, but I don't understand why there isn't some kind of, like, wanted poster for these people to come in for questioning.
Exactly.
It's just an idea. I know you're having a Paul Revere contest, but maybe you could throw a little cash at it and inspire people to have a contest to, you know, name these people, their names and their occupations. You know,
well, that's a slippery slope, because then you have people's information out there, and I mean, you know, lo and behold, somebody's going to have a little 5-year-old with a Hello Kitty backpack. You know.
Yeah, there might be some legal issues with that.
I mean, the obvious, you know, the grown-ups there with back. I just don't understand why they shouldn't be publicly called in, you know, for questioning. It seems to be common sense.
Yeah, and that's the deal. If the police and the authorities choose to do that, but, you know, I definitely wouldn't want, you know, if I was there, you know, I wouldn't people trying to, who's this guy in this backpack? You know, I understand what you're saying. You have a very good point.
There is a fine line. Because we had, you know, the case of Richard Jewell, you know, who was unfairly dragged through the coals for something like that. So it is a fine line, but it is good that the public is putting these pictures out there, because it's not just people with backpacks, but I don't know if you saw the pictures on the website. There are a couple of guys that, as Alex said, they look very much like military special forces, especially the caps that they were wearing. They're standing right next to each other. They got stuff in there. They're on, both of them on a cell phone. They both got backpacks. They both have identical
They're pretty
pants.
much wearing matching uniforms.
Yeah,
they're not
pants, identical shoes.
Yeah, it's not camo print, but, you know, they're wearing matching uniforms. Just like if you saw some kids wearing a school uniform, they're wearing the same matching uniform. Now, Phil, you're in the city. Have you seen anything unusual? Is the city still on kind of lockdown mode?
Well, I did see one thing that stuck out was the infamous black helicopter. I live in Waltham, actually, and you know, it was amazing. Right after it happened, I could feel the rotors. That's how I know when something big's coming.
Wow.
And there it was, flew right over the city, big black, flat black helicopter.
That don't exist, according to Joe Biden. Those things never existed. Yeah.
But the other thing I had an inclination of was that there's a chance that maybe you're blowing up their patsies, because these pictures that you're sourcing, one of them might be the patsy, and now that they're connected with other people in communications in the pictures, I mean, you guys might really be directly messing up the whole narrative of a single individual also, because they're all saying suspect. No, not one person has said suspects.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And there, I mean,
Thank
there
you
are
very
plenty
much.
of people. Yeah, thank you, Phil.
you.
There's definitely plenty of people, like could be the potential suspect. Yeah, we've been showing photographs on Infowars.com today, and lo and behold, you can see it right there if you're watching these guys in the Punisher logo hats, and time to tell what they had, if anything, to do with the incident. We'll move on now to Damon in Oklahoma. I believe we talked to Damon yesterday.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out again the BS that we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody's ever written the names down, Obama.
Oh yeah, take the BS out. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. And if you take out the NLA out of the name, you combine, it'll make Biden.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying it's actually that obvious, but the BS. I mean, I don't know. I know cities usually don't have abbreviations, but if you were to abbreviate Boston, would Boston be BS? And then we have the NLA again.
Very interesting point. Have you anything new that you've discovered about the bombing, or anything new that you find to be suspect?
No, other than, like I said, I just happened to watch the episode and knew something was coming, but I thought it was L.A. It never dawned on me that it would be Boston. So I just wanted to throw that out there again. Also, things if people are looking for things to do and get the word out, messages, freedom quotes, different things, right on the currency. Put it out there on the currency. Everybody touches the currency every day.
That's true.
That's true. All right. Well,
That's it, man.
All right. Thank you for your call.
When he said that, I remember there used to be this stamp that a group sold, and you could stamp your George Washington Federal Reserve notes, and it had like a dialogue box that said, "I grew hemp." Pass that along. Speaking of which, the Illinois House just approved the use of medical marijuana. Straight off of the AP today. And legislators voted 61-57 for legislation that creates a 4-year pilot program that requires patients and caregivers to undergo background checks, limits the amount of marijuana patients can have at a time, and establishes cultivation centers and selling points. And along that line, there's been an effort by 2 or 3 Republican lawmakers, Dana Rohrabaugh out of California and some others, who have joined with Democrats to say that to sponsor a bill that would tell the federal government that they should respect the laws of the states on this issue, which basically they should respect the laws of the states on most issues that have not been expressly, where the powers have not been expressly granted to them, which is what the 10th Amendment says. But it's nice that they want to reinforce the 10th Amendment, which they all swear an oath to uphold when they take office as a condition of taking office.
Right, and in what state was that, David?
That was in Illinois.
So I'm not exactly sure what the criteria is to get one, to get some medical marijuana, but, let's say if it's a backache, I'm pretty sure a lot of people have backaches out there. But
well, the sad thing about it is that there are a lot of conditions that marijuana can be very useful to people in, from glaucoma to people.
Oh, yes, definitely legitimate
treatment. And,
legitimate situations.
Someone in our family was diagnosed with glaucoma, and I looked it up, and the side effects of all these other drugs for treatment were very, very serious, as you hear when you listen to the pharmaceutical commercials on television.
I'm just looking at this. I'm sorry, Dan, to interrupt you. If we can go back up to that building, it just like they picked the scariest image. It almost looks like a haunted house. Yeah, if you could see it right there watching on Infowars.com/listen. It almost looks like a haunted house. They passed marijuana bills to put the scary image up. I'm sorry, David, go ahead.
But I was just going to say that you look at, for people that were undergoing glaucoma, it said that the 2 things that they said negative about it was that it could cause euphoria and increased appetite. And the biggest negative of it was that they hadn't studied it, so they didn't know what dosage you needed to take.
They didn't know how much you had to smoke.
Effective.
I bet some people would line up for that.
we'll do the trial for that, right? But the bottom line is it's just silly.
Yeah.
It's just silly that they're locking people up for this, that they're taking people's children for this, and we need to have a little bit more reason as well as compassion for people. It's horrible that people would deny anything from someone who is suffering from a disease that could alleviate that. I know an activist going back to the 90s, Peter McWilliams, and he basically choked to death on his own vomit in prison after a judge locked him up so he couldn't get medical marijuana.
Wow.
Back in the early 90s in California. We should not be doing things like that in this country.
Yeah, and just, I talk a lot about my experiences working at a jail, and, guys would come in, for public intox, usually drunks, guys stumbling down the streets, a lot of them being homeless people and transients, and they'd come in at our jail, it was time, pay 16 hours. So you come in, sit in 16 hours, and you're back on the street. But you come in with some marijuana, you know, they're trying to send you up the river. You know, and I just,
mandatory minimum.
Yeah, mandatory minimum.
And
that's exactly what it was.
Let out the rapists and the murderers, so we can keep those marijuana possession users in there.
That's so ridiculous. Crazy. All right, we're gonna move on now to Andre in NY.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Very well, very well. I'm sorry, can you hold on just one second, Andre? Is that breaking news we're watching? Okay, Andre, just hang tight for just 1 second. We'll come back to you in a second. Can we turn that up? Okay, just whenever you can.
Okay, the title says, Major Defeat for Gun Control Advocates. Senate blocks expansion of background checks.
That would keep guns out of the hands of criminals and save lives. And I would like to thank Connecticut's Senators Blumenthal and Murphy. They've been right with...
Okay, that sad faces there from Joe Biden. I can't tell you how that makes me feel.
Yeah, so he's that's Joe Biden. Okay, you guys can cut it. I know we have issues with that.
It looks like somebody just died because their
bill died.
Their bill to try to.
So what that was, if you're listening, it was Joe Biden, and I'm pretty sure he was hugging a Sandy Hook mom and her kids. Mrs. Giffords was there as well. A lot of slack faces because their gun bill died. But we'll talk about that in just 1 second. Andre, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Very well.
Thanks for taking my call, first of all.
Go ahead.
And watching these CNN clips, and it really makes me sick looking at these people. It really does. And
which CNN clips is that?
I was looking at the news earlier, and I love how they show the evidence, the pans or whatever it was that they used. And when it came to the Sandy Hook tragedy, there was no evidence, not a drop of blood, not one thing. But then you have here with Blitzer holding a pan or whatever it is, showing it to the people. Just basically, these people just made me sick. I'm so tired of these people.
Yeah, I saw a computer-generated thing of a pressure cooker, and they have a computer-generated thing, and they lift the lid up. You know, it's all 3D animation. Inside it's a bunch of nails. It's like, here's how you make one. When are they going to have it? When is Joe Biden going to have a law put out there to ban pressure cookers?
Yeah, and it's so ridiculous. Just like you said, they made a 3D graph. They usually make a 3D graph of a plane crash or some type of crime scene. Like, this is a simulation. Instead of going out to wherever and buying a $100 pressure cooker and bringing it back in the studio, we have to make the 3D graph of it. It's just so ridiculous. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, you figure they hide that evidence for themselves. You know, like you see the like when it exploded, it's all like blown up. You figure that that's evidence for the feds themselves, not for the people to see, but they put it out there for you to get scared, basically.
Absolutely. Yeah, you have to understand that right now what we're in, the phase of this that we're in is they want to get us as fearful and paranoid as possible. They want to keep doing that for this next week.
Can you turn down whatever's in the background, Andre?
Yeah. Sorry.
But they want to do that for this next week. They're just gonna be talking about victims. They're going to be showing horrific pictures, and I've seen some awful pictures of what happened there. They want to get everybody so afraid that they will accept any kind of thing coming down the pike, just like this.
This guy said he wants his cavity search.
Yeah. Well.
All right. Thank you for your call, Andre. And the thing about it is, the thing I always say about it, if tonight there was a hair bomber, tomorrow would you be willing to shave your head to get on a plane? Now, me and you, Dave, we don't have too much to worry about there. But if you got your long, flowing Fabio hair, and tomorrow's like, if you want to get on this plane, you're going to shave your head. I bet some people would do it. This guy would do it.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, if he's ready to have somebody, call it what it is, stick their fingers up his butt, he's going to jump on board and shave his head.
Oh, absolutely.
And I just want people to know, they think, if you're getting a cavity search, you must have done something wrong. Like I said, use my jail experience. When people came into the jail, it wasn't standard procedure to get a cavity search. You got patted down. If they had reason to suspect you had something in the cavity, they search your cavity, but they didn't do it to everybody coming in. But, some people are ready for it.
And let's understand something, too. I tell you, one of the things that struck me early on, my wife was an education major, and she brought home a book from B.F. Skinner that was called Beyond Freedom and Dignity. And I said, it's about time somebody started complaining about the school systems. But he was, because I didn't know anything about it at the time, I didn't realize that this is a psychologist who was arguing the fact that we needed to move beyond these antiquated ideas of freedom and dignity. Kind of like what that Was she from MSNBC, that lady this last week?
Oh, yeah, your children belong to the collective or something along those lines.
We got to get over this antiquated idea that parents have some kind of private rights about children or something. They belong to the state, right? That's where this whole "it takes a village" thing winds up. And you see that meme everywhere. I mean, you even see it in Build-A-Bear. You know, it takes a village to build a bear type of thing. You know, I mean, they put up, I took pictures of that when I took my daughter to it, but I just couldn't believe it. But anyway, getting back to this beyond freedom and dignity, that's what it's about. You know, and if you look at it, the TSA, they understand that. These are people, they absolutely, they're using psyops, they're using psychological warfare against us. They know that in order to destroy our freedom, they have to destroy our dignity and our sense of individuality. And that's what the TSA is about. It's about stealing your dignity, and they want to put that everywhere on the streets. They want to take it out of the airport, put it in the streets, put it in the buildings, put it at every sporting event. That's the purpose of this false flag event here at the Boston Marathon.
All right, now let's move on. Let me give the number back out. It is 877-789-ALEX. It is 877-789-2539. We'll try to move a little faster here. We'll go to Mike in Georgia.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day.
Oh man, thanks for letting me be heard. I'm a service member down here in Georgia, and I mean, the news is on every day. I'm in the hospital, and all day, no matter where you go, the public, any patient in there gets to watch the news, and they get to see this horror. And my fellow comrades, they watch it, and they're just sucked in. And I'm sitting there, and it's just disgusting because everyone around me is zombified. And there's no point in me going to speak on it because I'm going to get looked at, and then, I can only say so much because I'm a service member, and I'm just thinking to myself, what is it going to take? I mean,
give them a copy of Terror Storm.
Yeah, see if you can plug that into the
Terror Storm. Some of these guys are there. See if you can burn a copy of that. If you're a Prison Planet member, you can get it. It's actually on YouTube, I believe.
You would think so.
Yeah.
You would think so. But you know what? When I was deployed, we were en route, and I had the Obama deception plan on my computer.
Right.
And I just had it, and I had seen it a few times, and I was just letting people watch it, and they're like, "Oh, here's Mike, the conspiracy theorist, whatever."
Did you ever get in trouble for that because you were active duty?
Possibly, if the right people heard about it or wanted to, do something about it. But I'm gonna get away from that and get to the point.
Sure.
I would imagine that people who are just naturally drawn to or naturally question, just skeptics, people like ourselves, we don't really need an incentive or someone to prod us into looking into something. So you know what I mean? I think that might come with a little intuition, and it seems like there are some dark times ahead. I mean, it just feels like the locomotive is just now starting to chug, and it's going to build up momentum. And I'm just concerned, to be honest.
But I mean, don't take your concern as a reason to sit on the fence. You can get involved. I mean, to anybody you can reach. Not everybody's going to be on board, but the people you have to drag, push, and pull to get into the fight aren't going to be your fighters anyway.
And there's also, I think that documentaries are really effective at waking people up. So many people that I've talked to, that's how they woke up. It wasn't necessarily by us talking about a particular news event or something, but if you can get somebody with a documentary, and again, that's a certain kind of person who's going to set through a documentary that backs everything up, and there's another type of person who's going to be affected by a story, by a fictional story. And so that's what we're trying to commission. That's what we're looking at trying to do with our documentaries moving forward. And, they might like something that's maybe a bit more of a sensational, very quick cut edit like Jesse Ventura does with conspiracy theory. I mean, there's different styles out there is what I'm saying. And maybe, what they need is something that is going to appeal to them on a visceral level, right, as opposed to just an intellectual level, because they are absolutely getting hit at the visceral level when they're watching these clips of people that have been hurt.
Exactly. Now, thank you for your call, Mike. We only have about 10 minutes left, so we're going to try to just jet through these calls. Please have your comment or your question ready to go. So we'll go now to Ken in Washington.
Hello, sir. This is Ken.
Hey, Ken.
I'm a Iraqi veteran and Afghanistan veteran 3 times.
All right.
I would like to know the following thing: why, after both of these,
both of what
bombings that happened, that there was the whole thing with the other bombings, nobody mentioned.
You mean the JFK?
I've been in several of these I've witnessed several of these bombings, and the bombing that my brother showed me last night, before I actually even knew anything, was he said, "Oh, there was 2 bombings," and I automatically said, "Oh, sheesh." So the other one happened 30 seconds later. He said, "No." It happened, 10 or something seconds later. It sounds to me, or it sounded to me like these other 2 bombs that were discovered.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah. It sounds to me like these other 2 bombs that did not detonate at these other 2 places. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead and make your point. We have to move fast. Sorry to rush you, but we have to move fast.
Okay, yeah, no problem. And then the other thing, because I'll let you go with that, and the other thing was, what does 301 mean with all these videos up?
Oh, are you talking about YouTube counts?
Yeah, on the YouTube.
Yeah, I saw somebody. I saw somebody make a comment about that. What that is YouTube just freezes for some reason when you hit 301 views. Many of our views on Infowars.com or on the Alex Jones webpage on YouTube, you can go to that and you'll see many of our views when they first come up. They freeze at
what
1.
happens is if you put a video up and it's going up really, really fast because it's something that, like in the case of Alex Jones, we have a large audience. So that happens pretty much every time when we put a video up. You'll see it frozen at about 300, 301 or something like that. And it'll wait for a while until it has a chance to look and make sure that it's not being spammed before it changes the view count. And then you'll see maybe, several hours later, all of a sudden it'll jump up to 4,000 or 5,000 views or something like that. But when it gets hit with a slew of these things, it just, for some reason, they freeze it at 301, and then later on it'll show the original.
It's a pretty common thing, but yeah, that's
YouTube.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for your call. We're going to move quick. Mark in Oregon.
Hello.
Hello, Mark.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Very well. We'll have about 8 minutes left. Make your point, sir.
Yeah, Shikari and David. Actually, we don't have very many good news days these days, it seems. I can't really remember the last one. But today, it seems we've had a pretty good news day, at least on the surface of things. Number one, gun control is being discouraged by the Senate at this time. Number two, and I think it's really the big number one, I just mentioned it second, and that is what Dr. Steve Pieczenik went over as far as this bipartisan investigative commission, which has come out with, I'm still not 100% clear on it, recommendation to indict, or they have indicted on the congressional level. If there is such a thing, I'm not sure. But it is the type of thing over torture of children as well as adults that will take the heartstrings of the American people in the proper direction, as opposed to being totally overwrought into the abrogation of the Second Amendment through a black op government-engineered operations such as Sandy Hook and several others.
Absolutely.
So it is, as Dr. Pieczenik said, gentlemen, it is something that can bring them all the way down to where we have new elections here. So my final point just is simply that I don't mean to be condescending in any way, just simply to remind you of what the man said, because he's full of wisdom and experience, and it needs the greatest amplification in the alternative media, just like the Red Circle in the last Batman movie. You follow me there.
Oh, yeah.
So God bless you both. Really appreciate you so much, and y'all have a great life and a great day, huh?
Thank you, sir.
You too. Thank you for the call. And to back that up, I want to encourage everybody to go to one of these articles that Dr. Pieczenik was talking about, and that's at the New York Times. And you can search that. The title of it is it's an op-ed from a prisoner in Gitmo. And it says, Gitmo is killing me. That's pretty easy to remember. Gitmo is killing me. Get that. Pass that around, especially to people who are still captive to this left-right paradigm. You can do that and also find this Constitution Project. You'll be seeing more about that from InfoWars as it goes on. We're going to try to condense that for you so you can pass that along. But in terms of what this gentleman was just talking about, in terms of pulling at the heartstrings of people, I challenge anyone to read this guy's personal account of what's happening to him, someone who has never done anything, according to him. Of course, he's never been tried or convicted or had any due process. This is Lindsey Graham's America. They can do this to somebody else. These people can do it and will do it to you. They have absolutely no qualms about doing that. All they have to do is finger you and convince themselves and convince somebody else that you're a terrorist. They will do this same thing to you. This is what Lindsey Graham and McCain and Levin, and it's a bipartisan effort. Obama, this is what they want to do to you. Read this. Gitmo is killing me. Read that if you can. I was going to read it, but it's a long article, and you really need to pass this around.
Yes, okay. We only have time to give each caller about a minute. So, Alex in Chirac.
Hey, Bross, what's going on?
How you doing? We got to move quick. Throw it out there.
All right, I just wanted to draw a line real quick. On 9/11, didn't Seth MacFarlane miss Flight 11 that crashed in the North Tower because he was wasted?
I can't comment on that.
Serving Cowboy is a revenge burn?
I don't know.
I can't comment on that. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, you can look it up online that he missed Flight 11 because of he was just late to the flight. So he actually could have died on September 11th. So that's kind of an interesting line between these two incidents. Kind of like Welcome to Planet Hoax, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a nice suit, Jakari. I really like that suit.
Oh, thank you. Everybody, like Darren asked me, Darren McBreen asked me if I have like 10 suits in my closet. Like, no, I have like 3 or 4. I just coordinate them different. Thanks, Alex. We'll move quick to Nate in California.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Very well.
Hey, I want to just say I'm an InfoWars for a long time. My family were Black Panthers and everything, so I never really got out there and made YouTube videos or been super public with it. Always, each one teach one, just talk to people day by day. But I just want to say this is like the pinnacle for us, man, is InfoWars and the people that are in the know. And this is like the strongest 48 hours. Not saying it's a good thing, but the strongest 48 hours for InfoWars and you guys out over there.
Well, thank you. Yeah. We really do believe this is a seminal event, as Alex has said. That's why we're going so long on the air, because we believe this is going to be used by the government, that they're building a narrative to take away our freedoms in a much more aggressive way than they did even after September 11th. And we've seen them say that they're going to do that.
All right, thank you for your call. Got to move quick to Andrew in Illinois.
Yes, I wanted to call about some research I ran across about the Newtown Sandy Hook disaster. Someone came across information that the town had been basically sold, all the houses in it, including the majority of the victims' houses, as of December 25th, 2009. They all come up with the same date of purchase.
Did you call earlier and talk to Alex?
We found streets where the supposed or alleged victims' houses were, but the streets were closed off, and because of being unsafe because of the gas pipeline being put through. So I sent writers at Infowars.com the link, and it says Iroquois Gas Company buys Newtown is what you want to look for.
Okay, yeah, I don't think they have had a chance to look at that, but we'll definitely look into it.
You'll find it very interesting, especially in the comments.
Okay.
There's a lot of backup with the guy's research.
All right, we'll take a look at it, and the crowd out there, the crowdsourced investigators, can take a look at that as well.
Yeah, everybody, any information you find on that, just send it to us, and we can try to shift through it. We'll move now to Kay in New Jersey.
Hey, David and Jakari, just wanted to talk about the big picture of everything. Basically, what Dr. Pieczenik said, I think that's very important. We're at a very important crossroads where we have a chance to capitalize on a very significant grassroots victory of people just blowing the lid off another stupid false flag that they would try to use to shove TSA down our throats. They've already banned Oath Keepers before their rally, and we already have other things going on, but if we can just continue to do this and maybe shed some more light on past things like the Pat Tillman cover-up or the underwear bomber, or even just share that Ben Swan clip in mass, we could build enough momentum to get something going. What do you think?
That's definitely doable, because we always revisit things of the past. We did that with the Demand a Plan video, and pretty much every video we do, we put a lot of past documentation in there, and definitely encourage our viewers to do the same. We have to move quick. Chris in Pennsylvania, you will be the last call.
Yeah, hi guys. I have found actually a link that you did on the InfoWars Nightly News on 1/4/13 with John McAfee, where he had mentioned that ricin was being developed by the Zeta cartel in cahoots with Hezbollah. Do you guys remember that?
Yep, I remember him being on. I don't remember that particular comment, but go ahead.
Okay. I just watched the interview again on YouTube, and actually there's some pretty interesting correlations. I went back to a website in Jerusalem, which is called Ynet News, the Israeli news source. They've been following this since about December, noticing that the Shiite terror groups have been partnering with the Mexican drug cartels, using millions of dollars in drug money to support weapon acquisitions. And McAfee
you have about 30 seconds, sir. Go ahead.
And McAfee had mentioned ricin, and basically this goes all the way back to the CFR. On the CFR website, they even mentioned that Hezbollah is working with the cartels, and they link them to Iran. So I'm wondering if these attacks could actually be some kind of precursor to Iran.
Very well, maybe they might use it as justification.
Exactly. That's it. We're out of time, and I will go back and look at that episode. You said January 4th. How's he gone? Okay. All right, well, that's it for this edition of the Alex Jones Radio Show. Come back tonight, InfoWars Nightly News, 7 p.m. Central.